We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club.
The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladway Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at U92.
Congratulations, well battered. Just your assessments of the day and where we see this game at the minute.
I think overall it's been a pretty hard fought but good day for us. Obviously we would like to have restricted them to a smaller first innings total, but having said that, it's a really good pitch. And historically here apparently day 2 is the best day for batting, so we knew it was going to be hard work for our bowlers. So, you know, for me and Keats to go out there and get that big partnership, you know, we're doing everything we can to try and get a positive result in this game.
And 99 not out overnight, Luke. How does that feel?
I think if I was 21, it would have been a lot more nervous now. I think I'm all right now, to be honest. Obviously, would have preferred to have got the 100 if I could, but you know, I'd much rather be 99 not out than be already out sitting in the pavilion. So I'm not too fussed.
Like Keaton was doing his best to try and get you on strike at the end there.
Yeah, he knocked one straight to the left-handers, Goldsworthy left hand, and tried to get one. I was like, no, there's no risk now. So, no, I think after that he goes, well, stuff you, then I'm just going to block 5 dots. So, no, it's all good. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is that we're not out overnight. Set a really good foundation. Hopefully go through the gears tomorrow. You know, I don't want to look too far ahead in the game, but you know, bonus points are going to be important. See if we can get parity and go from there, really.
Just on you personally and your partnership with Keaton, you're batting well together at the minute, I think, aren't you?
Yeah, no, we enjoy batting together. I think we enjoy chatting cricket together. You know, we come from quite similar places quite often when we're talking about the game, so we bounce off each other quite nicely, and you know, being quite similar players to left-handers, we can talk each other through different situations because we're both obviously going through the same thing. So it works quite well, and we dovetail quite nicely. Sometimes one player scores a bit quicker than the other, and vice versa, it changes, and no, we talk well out there, and it's been good fun.
You mentioned about getting a parity, first priority at some point tomorrow, presumably. How can Lancashire from this position kind of force a win, do you think? What's the best strategy here?
Well, the only strategy is score big runs, score them reasonably quickly, and you know, we're going to have to really rock and roll them in that third innings, whether we've got a big enough lead or we don't need to bat again, or whether it's quick dash at the end of day 4. Realistically, that's the only way we're going to win the game. Obviously 440s, and in the time it took them to get 440, it's going to be really difficult, let's be really honest about that, because we're going to have to get those 10 wickets and we're going to have to get them really quickly, and also get that big first inning score. Look, never say never, but it's not the odds-on option at this point, but we'll do everything we can to try and force that result for sure.
99 not out, Luke Wells, overnight, and he came out to have a chat with us at the close of play last night. A very good morning and a warm welcome from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Day 3, Lancashire against Somerset. It's another scorcher. It's a beautiful day, and Lancashire will be hoping it's a good day for batting. Somerset will be hoping it's a day where they can chip away at some wickets and secure themselves a first innings lead if possible. 164 without loss is what Lancashire will resume on as the umpires make their way out, followed by Somerset and then the Lancashire batters just behind. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson with you throughout the course of the day. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Scott. And another good crowd and another beautiful day. And lots of runs and probably not many wickets in prospect, I suspect.
That's your prediction, is it? Oh, blimey, right.
Well, it's a pretty flat pitch. It's a lightning fast outfield.
Yeah.
The ball has already gone soft and it's been changed at least once, if not twice. So I think everything is really in the batsman's favour here today. Peter Siddle, the Somerset captain, was doing his best to put a brave face on things. I interviewed him last night. But Somerset will need a bit of luck. I think they'll need the batsmen to make mistakes. I think it's going to be very hard to winkle out good players on this pitch.
Sounds like a tough day, big prospect potentially for Somerset. We'll see how it all unfolds, but that would be, I think, the general opinion of most people who have been watching over the course of the last couple of days. We're going to see Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings then to resume. I was quite surprised that Luke Wells came out to speak to us last night. 99 not out, and he was quite happy to come and have a chat. Normally, players would be forgiven if they said, you know what, I'm just leave it until I get the extra run and get 100. But he's like, oh, I'm not that bothered now.
But he looked very calm. I mean, there was no sign of the nervous 90s, was there?
No, not really, no. He did say if I was 21, it might be different.
There was that run-out chance, but that was Keaton Jennings.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Trying to give Wells the strike.
So here we go, Wells on 99. And the first ball sent down's a beauty from Siddle. And taken by the keeper, and there is no run. Quite quirky, this, isn't it, for a bowling side to come out with a batter on 99. But he was quite relaxed, as I say. He said when he was 21 it may have affected him. He may have been a bit more nervous, but he was pretty chilled out about the idea of being one run away from a century overnight. Little twirl of the bat, what have we got in place here? Got a couple of slips. As Siddle comes around the wicket and bowls. Ooh, prodding forward. And the ball deflects down towards third man, off an edge. And there is the century for Luke Wells. Had to wait overnight for it. Resuming on 99. Arms outstretched. And acknowledges the applause from his teammates. It's his third century for Lancashire. It's his second on the bounce against Somerset. And it's his 21st of his first-class career. And he's 103 not out.
And he was very nearly 99 out with Matt Renshaw not quite getting down to that, just getting it on the half volley.
Siddle back in to Wells, who plays forward in defence, and there is no run. So 168 now is the Lancashire first innings total. 4-4-6 is what Somerset made. So the difference for Lancashire as they try and chip away at that reasonably big total is at 178. This is pushed away into the offside for no run by Luke Wells. I was asking him last night exactly how he thought it would be best possible. What's the best option here for Lancashire to try and force a match? It's obvious how Somerset can try and win the game from here because Lancashire still trail by 278.
Yeah, Somerset have got to bowl them out and enforce the follow-on. But that looks a fairly distant prospect.
Siddle into Wells. That's driven to mid-off, and there's no run. Wells was saying about having to score quickly today and see if they can get themselves
they need
150 in front, something like that.
What, by the close of play?
By at some point tomorrow, kind of lunchtime-ish.
Somerset would have to bat very, very bad. To lose 10 wickets in 2 sessions.
Siddle back into Wells. Siddle step forward and then defends back along the pitch and gathered by Siddle off his own bowling, and there's no run, and that's the first over of the day complete. 168 without loss, and the century for Wells. 103 to him now. Keaton Jennings yet to face a delivery.
First train of the day as well. And I was waiting at a level crossing this morning, and one went past, and there's a cricket bat on them amongst what looks like that graffiti along the bottom of the coaches. There's a cricket bat there because the artwork represents all of the good things about Merseyside, including sport, football and cricket. We're going to have, we got Roelof van der Merwe.
Oh, spin straight away.
Bowling to these 2 left-handers. He's bowled more overs than Amar Verdi for the obvious reason that he's turning the ball. No, it's not really obvious, is it? Because he'll be turning the ball into the left-handers. Whereas Verdi will be turning it away from them, won't he? Slightly strange, but anyway. It's going to be Roelof van der Merwe who's going to bowl his 15th over, none for 37. He's bowling to Keaton Jennings. He's there and bowls, and Jennings just lets that run off face of his bat down to short third man, and Lewis Gregory retrieves from first slip. Plenty of blue sky overhead. White fluffy clouds as well. No threat of rain. There was a suggestion that there might be some overnight rain, but that didn't materialise. As van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Keaton on the back foot, Keaton Jennings on the back foot, turning that into the onside. George Bartlett comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and Jennings is underway this morning with that single. He moves on to 62, 169 without loss.
So those trains then, it's not just graffiti.
No, it's not graffiti. No,
it's artwork, is it?
It is. It's artwork. That's right.
Very good.
All sorts of aspects of Merseyside cultural life.
Nice.
As this is just pushed into the offside by Wells, but there's no run.
Well, because there's plenty. I mean, from this distance, you can't really tell, can you? But you can see different shapes and patterns on the trains as they come past. But it's quite nice. Nice idea.
It is a nice idea. Here's van der Merwe to Wells, who drives, but only as far as Matt Renshaw, who is wearing a short-sleeved Somerset sweater. One or two have got short-sleeve sweaters on. It's a hot day. Van der Merwe bowls, and this is tucked around the corner, but Jack Brooks is waiting for it under his sun hat. Jack Brooks, who I bumped into last night and invited him to speak at the West of England Cricket Society in January, at our January meeting, and he very kindly accepted.
Excellent.
So that's good news. Van der Merwe's in and bowls, and Wells back on his stumps defending. Decent over, just the 1 run from it, 169 without loss after the first over. I was asking correspondents on Twitter about the record Lancashire opening partnership against Somerset, and it's a fairly distant prospect. It's 265 by Barry Wood and who else was it? I'll tell you in just a second. Barry Wood and David Lloyd, Taunton in 1974, 265.
Some way to go then. Encouraging start though for Jennings and for Wells. It's their second century partnership for the first wicket in 3 matches. But on 168, I think it was, in the game at Warwickshire a couple of weeks ago. So they've been enjoying batting together. Siddle comes around the wicket to Jennings. It's left and through to the keeper. There's no run. You would think, potentially, with them being 2 tall left-handers, that it wouldn't offer a challenge to the bowler as much as a, for example, left-hand, right-hand combination, or a tall left-hander and a short right-hander, something like that. But Luke Wells was saying, actually, they're trying to make this work in their favour, that they can help each other out with and talk to each other through this when bowlers are trying to formulate plans. In comes Siddle to Jennings. That's dropped away into the offside. There's no run. I wonder whether it helps too that one of them is naturally more attacking than the other. I think Wells will score quicker than Jennings. So this is what there's similarities, obviously, physically, and the fact that they're both left-handers, but then there's slight contrast as well between the two.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously bat very well together, and there, quite a lot of, there is very often this sort of chemistry between opening batsmen that is more important than any sort of technical factors.
Yeah, he's saying they both view the game in a similar way as well. Siddle to Jennings, so worked off the pads out to mid-wicket. James Rue with the fielding there, low down to his left-hand side, and there is.
Looks as if he's just grazed his wrist as well, yeah, or his finger. No, has he dislocated his finger?
Oh dear. It's a really dry, hard, abrasive surface, isn't it? So.
Yeah, I think he has. Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, being summoned on by Roller van der Merwe, and James Rue is trotting off, looking ruefully at his left hand. It was a good piece of fielding, but he must just have caught one of his fingers in the earth. And Casey Aldridge comes jogging on to replace James Rue, who will have some painful work done on his finger.
Siddle comes back in and bowls to Jennings, who's forward, was pushing the ball away into the offside, and there is no run. And a walk out towards the middle a little bit earlier on this morning. It is a really hard, dry, abrasive outfield. We can see there he's having a bit of treatment here on his fingers. Is that a distillation, do you reckon, then?
I expect so.
Okay.
I mean, he went off pretty quickly. It didn't seem to be any blood, so it's presumably dislocation.
Siddle to Jennings. Short ball, actually. Which Jennings does just have to bend the knees a little. The ball through there to Stephen Davis, the wicket-keeper. There's no run. Started his opening spell yesterday, Peter Siddle, with 5 successive maiden overs.
Yeah. Yes, he's still a fine bowler, isn't he? Fine cricketer as well. Captaining. I was chatting to him, and he said he captained the Adelaide Strikers during the Big Bash this winter.
Into Jennings, who defends, just drops the ball away into the offside, and there's no run.
But he's done very little captaincy in red ball cricket.
Okay, right.
He hasn't captained his state in Australia or anything like that. But he said he's enjoying the experience. But he would say that. He wouldn't say he wasn't enjoying the experience.
Fair enough. Who would be the other? Would there been another obvious candidate to replace Tom Abel?
Well, Lewis Gregory would have been the other obvious candidate, because when Gregory captained the white ball side for the last couple of seasons, if not longer, and when Tom Abel back in 2017 was appointed captain, he didn't get any runs, and eventually he dropped himself for the game against Yorkshire at Scarborough, and Lewis Gregory took over in that game. And James Rue is coming back on, which is good news. So it obviously wasn't too serious again. He's just looking at his left hand, making sure the finger is nicely back in place. So yeah, Lewis Gregory would have been the obvious choice. I don't think there's any significance in Siddle being preferred to Gregory. 169 without loss. That was a maiden over from Siddle, and this just takes Wood on the pad, and Matt Renshaw from short extra cover. It's appealing vociferously for LBW. Obviously very well placed to make the call.
Yes.
He's an ebullient character, is Matt Renshaw. He never stays quiet for very long. This is a reverse sweep, and that will be 4 runs, as deep backward square leg is at deep backward square leg, and that went towards the ice cream van at long leg. He timed that nicely, did Luke Wells. Brings him his second boundary of the morning, takes the score on to 173, and he has 107 to his own account. Just the 1 run added by Keaton Jennings so far this morning. But Wells has been the more aggressive of these 2 openers throughout. This time he's reaching forward to a ball outside his off stump. We've got slip and a forward short leg. Gregory at slip, James Rue under the helmet at forward short leg. Got Jack Brooks on the 45 at short fine leg. And Wells is down the pitch, stroking this up to Amar Verdi, who's at long on just for the single, 174 without loss. And we've got Tom Lammonby is going from, I think I said deep backward square leg. Of course, he's deep backward point, and Jennings is down the pitch, but doesn't really play a shot when he gets there. Just lets the ball hit his pad. When they play the reverse sweep, I'm constantly getting deep backward point mixed up with deep square leg. Here's Van der Merwe and bowls, plays this to Lewis Goldsworthy, who fields at mid-wicket. It's the end of that over, 174 without loss. 62 to Jennings, 108 to Luke Wells.
Say good morning to Kevin, who's listening to our commentary and watching the live stream. And he says he's doing this while having the 2020 New Year concert from Vienna on the CD player and doing his tax returns. Blimey, that's a bit of a mixture of things to be doing, watching the cricket, listening to a concert from Vienna and doing your tax returns. Thank you, Kevin. And get in touch with us throughout the course of the day at BBC Likes Cricket. And Anthony, you are
at Antgib. And if anybody's looking at my Facebook page, it appears to have been hacked because various people are getting friend requests from me who have been friends for years, so ignore anything like that.
Here's Siddle bowling to Wells. Let's play their way off the pads behind square on the leg side for a single. Wells moves on to 109, score moves on to 174 without loss. It'd be good to hear from you wherever you're listening to us today. There's just me and Anthony today. We had Roland Butcher with us for the first 2 days, and we had Phoebe with us yesterday as well. So always nice to hear from listeners and viewers wherever you are watching and listening to the cricket. Siddle to Jennings, worked off the hip down to fine leg for 1. Score moves on to 176 without loss.
Another good crowd, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Not quite as full as yesterday and Monday, but filling up nicely. Plenty of spectators gathered on the mound in front of the scoreboard on the far side of the ground. Fine, lovely vantage point from there.
Siddle bowls and Wells goes back, defends back along the pitch, gathered by Peter Siddle, off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, there's been queues forming every day to get into the ground. First day in the afternoon, on the first day, they were turning people away. Couldn't get anybody else in, which is, well, it's not good. It's not good if you were turned away, but it's, it's good that they're able to do that, that the demand is there. Frustrating if you get turned away. Wells off the back foot, just flicks the ball away through the onside, and James.
Well, it will strengthen Southport's claims to a regular fixture as an outground, won't it?
Definitely. And it was for a period of time. I think it was 3 or 4 years consecutively. Lancashire brought a championship match here. And speaking to the Southport Birkdale chairman in the build-up to this match, and I've seen him around, obviously, over the course of the last couple of days, he's pretty keen for this to happen again. Down on one knee, Wells girls trying to force the ball away, but a bottom edge, and it bounces up towards Siddle, who catches it off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yes, there've been banners around the town advertising the game, so they're obviously the local economic development people making the most of it, which is good to see.
Yeah, B&Bs are busy.
I was very disappointed this morning, though. I was going to go for a walk all out along Southport Pier, and it's closed.
Ah, Siddle over the wicket bowls, and Wells off the back foot going deep into his crease to defend. Away into the offside for no run, 176 without loss.
There was a notice saying it was due to reopen on the 11th of July, but it obviously hasn't, because there was a dirty great big padlock on it. And it stretches right out across the sands for hundreds and hundreds of yards. Must be one of the longest piers in the country, Southport Pier. Well, I like piers. Scott looking very sceptical.
I like a pier. I've walked along Southport Pier in the past.
Yeah,
I like a pier. Second longest, we're told.
Second longest, is it?
So what's the longest then?
I don't know.
There's one in. Is it Southend? That's quite a long pier in Southend.
Could be. Yeah, yeah. We used to have a long one in Somerset, Clevedon, but there was a fire there about 50 years ago, and it's been reassembled, but it's not as long as it was then. 176 without loss. We've had 20 minutes this morning, so 12 runs have been added. Lancashire want to score their runs reasonably quickly today. This is a reverse sweep, and that will go very fine down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs to Keaton Jennings, who gets a encouraging fist bump from his batting partner.
I've got some pier news for you whenever you're ready for it.
Yeah.
It is the second longest pier in Britain.
Ah.
I can give you the full length of it in a second. First opened in 1860. Original length of 3,600 feet. But it's been extended.
Yeah. Here's Van der Merwe in and bowls, another reverse sweep, and this will go probably for 4 as well as the fielder comes round, Tom Lammonby, but he can't do anything about it. That wasn't quite such a convincing reverse sweep, that one from Keaton Jennings, but same result. So how long is it now then?
Well, in 1868 it was further extended to 4,380 feet. But it now says the pier stands at 3,650 feet.
Right, so it's about 2/3 of a mile. So Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and this just eludes the diving James Rue at forward short leg. 184 without loss now. Jennings on to 71 with those 2 reverse swept boundaries. Down to very fine third man, not of course fine leg. And this comes off the bat. It's just in the air for a moment, sufficiently long for Roelof van der Merwe to have his hands in the air in anticipation, but nowhere near James Rue under his helmet at forward short leg. And we've got no slip now. Lewis Gregory's been sent back to short third man to cut off that reverse sweep. So a defensive move from Somerset. That's played up to Amar Verdi at long on for a single, 184 without loss.
I was right with Southend Pier as well.
Oh, well done. Van der Merwe in and bowls, and this is turned to James Rue by Luke Wells, and there won't be a run. End of that over, 185 without loss. 109 to Luke Wells and 72 to Keaton Jennings.
In fact, Southend Pier is the longest pier in the world, at 1.34 miles.
Yeah. Well, I was very disappointed that the Southport Pier was closed.
When is it going to reopen? Will it be reopened for tomorrow morning?
Well, I'll try again tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It's Lovely views across the bay to Blackpool, Blackpool Tower. Although you couldn't this morning, it wasn't. It was a little more hazy than it was when I arrived on Sunday evening. When Sunday evening, you could see the mountains of the Lake District beyond Blackpool. Very dramatic landscape.
Yeah, it's a great view, isn't it, from
it is.
Southport Beach. I came on Sunday to get everything set up, and I think I may have mentioned it. There's the Southport Air Show was on Sunday. It must be pretty spectacular if you're in those planes. The Red Arrows were here on Sunday. They were brilliant to see. I'd never seen them before. I didn't even know the air show was on. I just happened to coincide with my trip here, and that was pretty spectacular. And yeah, I bet you could see them quite clearly from Blackpool, actually. Here's Brooks. We're changing the bowling. Siddle replaced, and Brooks comes into the attack. Jennings off the back foot, tries to cut the ball, but can't get it past point, and there's no run.
I thought he bowled well last evening, Jack Brooks. On a pitch not offering it the seam bowlers much.
10 overs, 2 maidens for 33 for Brooks yesterday.
Yeah, got the ball past the bat several times and had a chance dropped.
Just eased up by Jennings out towards mid-wicket.
Very difficult chance to Lewis Goldsworthy at a backward point.
Yes, it was.
Flung himself low to his left and couldn't cling on.
I mean, he got hands to it, didn't he? But it was a sharp chance. There was a suggestion of maybe a miss-stumping too, with Luke Wells on strike.
Yes, yeah.
Here's Siddle with the headband on. In and bowls to Jennings. That's just dabbed away in front of square on the leg side for 1 run. 186 without loss. Jennings now moves to 73.
What's the highest partnership that these two have put together?
Well, it's a question I would have to try and go through the scorebooks to have a look at. I bet this is probably not far off being it, if he's not it already. Brooks is in. Oh yeah, he's edged it. Wells has gone. Caught behind by Stephen Davis. Well, the partnership has come to an end. Wells for 109 off the bowling of Brooks. Edge behind to Davis, who takes the catch. And Somerset at last celebrate their first wicket.
Good low catch as well. Good low catch. I think I can claim the credit for that, can't I?
Yeah, you've stuffed Luke Wells there, haven't you? Wells a good low catch, yeah, away to his left in front of first slip. So Wells, resuming on 99, is out for 109 this morning. Brooks with the breakthrough. Gets a good reception too, Luke Wells. It brings Josh Bohannon out to the middle. 186 run partnership for the first wicket. And a breakthrough for Somerset.
Yeah, and a wicket for Jack Brooks, which I think he's deserved. He's worked hard for it, as we were saying. He had a catch put down yesterday evening, and just did enough to find the outside edge of Luke Wells' bat. Although I haven't actually, have you seen the replay as to whether it was batsman error or credit to the bowler?
I think credit to the bowler there. Yeah, he's been drawn into playing at the shot. Just enough movement away, and the edge through to the keeper. And Davis takes the catch. He didn't go at it too hard. I think it's a good delivery that from Brooks. I don't think Wells could possibly have done much different.
Josh Bohannon, the new batsman, who I suspect has been having a reasonable season, averaging 37.4. He got 231. Who did he get 231 against?
Blimey.
I'm not trying to put you
on.
You
are, aren't you? The scorebook's in the room behind.
Don't worry.
Here's Gloucestershire. Thank you, Gloucestershire. Brooks in and bowling. And that's worked by Bohannon off his hip down to fine leg for a single. He's got good memories of playing here. He got a big score in a match here, batting with Dane Villas a couple of years ago. moves on to 1. He's off the mark straight away, Josh Bohannon. 187 for 1.
Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble against Essex at Chelmsford, 161 for 7. Still 13 behind.
Brooks balls to Jennings. Flick down towards fine leg for a single. 73 to Keaton Jennings, 187 for 1. And that completes the over as well. So a wicket taking over for Jack Brooks. 188 for 1. Lancashire. Yeah, he's had a quirky year, really, Bohannon. Got that big score we just mentioned, that double century. He's not had too many contributions since. Had a stellar year last year for Lancashire, averaging over 50 in the Championship last year, and got an England Lions call up on the back of it.
Rollo van der Merwe going to bowl another over from the Harrod drive end. He's there and bowls, and Jennings back on his stumps. Plays that on the bounce to James Rue, who doesn't field it cleanly at forward short leg. It wasn't a chance. It went straight down and bounced up to young James Rue, just 18 years old, making his county championship debut, his first-class debut for Somerset. As this is dead batted by Keaton Jennings, just holds his bat there and just allows the ball to hit it and dribble out into the offside, where Matt Renshaw, tall figure, does the fielding. He's at short extra cover is Renshaw. Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and this is turned away into the onside for a single. Not far away from James Rue, but safe enough. Another single to Jennings, who moves on to 74. 188 for 1. The one being Luke Wells, who was well caught by Stephen Davis off the bowling of Jack Brooks in the last over for 109, which was his second century of the season. Van der Merwe just checking his field, just moving George Bartlett slightly squarer at cover point. He's in and bowls, and Bohannon is slightly anxiously forward to that, and it squirms off the inside part of his bat and picked up by James Rue. First time that Rollo van der Merwe has had a right-hander to bowl at, and he's back on his stumps. Bohannon picked up by Matt Renshaw. Sun just momentarily gone behind a cloud. There's a little bit more cloud cover now than there was first thing. Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Bohannon, who has 1 run to his name, just plays that gently out into the offside. It's the end of the over. It's 189 for 1. Keaton Jennings on 75 at the other end.
Just looking at some of the games elsewhere in the county championship. We did have a unexpected rain in 1 or 2 games yesterday, and it did drizzle here a little bit in the morning, but they certainly were affected by a bit of rain in Scarborough. But that's a game we'll go to begin with, because Surrey have got themselves a terrific score on the board already. Yorkshire 521 all out, and Surrey 207 for 1 in reply. Rory Burns 102 not out, and Hashim Amla unbeaten on 53. There's a lot of runs in Scarborough this week. Not too dissimilar to the way this game's panning out, really. Because Surrey are top of Division 1. Have a little bit of a gap over Hampshire and Lancashire, but it's not enormous, and obviously wouldn't be extended neither if both these games do end in a draw. The team that are on a bit of a charge are actually Essex. They're finding a bit of momentum, winning a few games, and they're on the brink of a victory. As Brooks is in and bowling down the leg side to Jennings and taken by the keeper. There's no run, so I suspect that they'll go. They've got 96 points at the minute at half Essex, so they're going to be up there with Lancashire and Hampshire in that in a 120 region. So be 4 teams all tightly bunched in at the top of Division 1.
And we got to go there the week after next.
Okay.
Up to Chelmsford.
Won't be the same as Southport, mate. Brooks in, bowls to Jennings. That's pushed away into the onside, no run.
It won't, no. Chelmsford's nice enough. I think it's still, is it a town? I think it's still a town.
I think it is, yeah.
I don't think they've made it a city yet, even though it's got a cathedral.
Yeah, it's quite handy to have a little stroll into the city, isn't it? Oh, into the town. You're right by the centre.
Yeah.
It's quite nice. Jennings waits. Oh, Brooks about to send the ball down, and he was actually into his bowling action, and then didn't release it.
Just explaining to umpire Hartley what went wrong. Friendly pat on the shoulder. Great character, Jack Brooks.
Yeah, I was chatting to him on the way into the ground yesterday and asking him whether he'd played here previously. Jennings plays forward in defence and there's no run. And he said he picks the ball up and kind of pretends to have a shy at the stumps, and Jennings runs away. All good-natured. He said he played a second team game here for Northants a couple of years ago, and it rained. He spent most of the time in the bar.
Yeah.
But he's quite complimentary of the setup.
Well,
Jennings
so he should
defends.
be. So he should be. It's a very, very well organised game of cricket. How many sides can Southport and Birkdale field as a club?
Don't know. I know that Paul was telling me, Paul Edwards, who's a real kind of master on Southport and Birkdale and the cricket here, as Jennings drives away into the offside for a single. Score moves on to 190 for 1, saying that the two clubs joined forces quite a few years back, having been separate cricket clubs. I was speaking to the chairman on Monday, and he was telling me about what they've done to try and further attract different age groups and get out to not just to Southport but to the broader area across Merseyside and Lancashire as well. He felt the club was in quite a healthy position.
Good. That's good to hear.
There's 2 slips and a gully. And that's defended by Bohannon. Away into the offside for no run. It's the end of the over. 190 for 1. Bohannon has 1 and Jennings on 76.
Because the onus for developing young cricketers has really fallen on cricket clubs like this one, because of so little cricket played in state schools these days, and with the result that a very high proportion of young cricketers are coming from the public school sector, whereas traditionally in this part of the world, it's been the clubs and the Lancashire leagues that have developed young cricketers.
You tell me about how they've tried to ring fence the funding for it and make sure it's where possible, as affordable as possible. And
Here's Van der Merwe and bowls, and Jennings down the pitch, playing it into the onside. And they won't get a run.
Kind of the cost to be involved in it, they've set that at the lowest rate they can do, and they had a big fundraising event a couple of years ago to generate money to go into the general funds.
Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and this is just over the top of Lewis Gregory at mid-wicket as Keaton Jennings unleashes a leg side shot and brings him 4 runs. If that had been Craig Overton at mid-wicket, he might have been in trouble, Keaton Jennings, but little Lewis Goldsworthy, he's only 5'6", and it sailed over his head for 4 runs. 194 for 1, takes Jennings on to 80. Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Jennings is down the pitch but won't get a run. I don't know why he didn't take a run. It's gone all the way down to Amar Verdi at long on. You want to think he was batting with a number 11. Well, you probably heard the shout of no. Anyway, Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Jennings stumps, dead batting that into the offside. $194 for 1. Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and this is again just dropped into the offside by Keaton Jennings. Have you seen any of the Freddie Flintoff?
I haven't, no. I've seen little clips of it.
Yeah,
I believe he's been fun to catch up on the iPlayer. I believe he's been really good.
Van der Merwe bowls, and Keaton Jennings plays that into a gap, just backward a square on the offside. Gregory trots across to do the fielding. Jennings keeps the strike. He's on 81, 195 for 1 at the end of that over. Yes, I haven't watched it yet, but I will. I certainly will do.
Yeah, he's gone into his hometown, hasn't he, of Preston?
Yeah.
Trying to set up a kind of cricket club, a cricket team, rather. From what I've been reading. But yeah, I've seen clips of it.
Trying to counter the impression that the initial impression that the young lads have that it's posh and it's boring.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I suppose it's an issue that the game does have to try and address, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Brooks is in and bowling, and that's driven beautifully for 4. Gorgeous straight drive from Keaton Jennings right down the ground. Looked like it being arrow straight from where we're broadcasting from.
Shot of the morning.
Held the pose too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Half volley from Jack Brooks, but even so, it's beautifully dealt with.
199 for 1. Jennings to 85. Brooks around the wicket and balls, and that's flipped away by Jennings behind square on the leg side for a single to bring up the 200 for Lancashire. 200 for 1.
And that levels the score in bonus points, I think. Lancashire would have got 2 bowling points.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. That's right. Yep.
And Somerset 3 batting points. So it's 3 all.
Luke Wells did mention last night about how he still thinks that batting bonus points remain important for them today. Hands off the back foot and pushing away into the offside for no run. 200 for 1.
Well, what, they've got another 46 overs in which to... so 46 overs, 3 runs an over is about 150. So they'll be targeting at least 4, won't they?
Mm-hmm. The game's heading towards a draw. You want the biggest points return possible. And dabbed into the offside by Bohannon. And there is no run.
Somerset missing out on a 4th batting point by 1 over. They reached 350 in the 111th over, which was careless, I think.
I mean, they did give it a go, didn't they?
They did, but it was a bit, you know, they left it a bit late.
Yeah, yeah. Van der Merwe came on, didn't he, and give it a bit of a swap.
Yeah.
Must be a wee bit frustrating when you miss out by such a little margin, just a 1 over. Bohannon off the back foot, pushing away into the offside. Again, there's no run. Picked up at cover by Lammonby. 200 for 1. .246 is the difference. We're through the first 40 minutes of day 3. This next delivery from Brooks is left by Bohannon and taken by the keeper.
Here's a good one on Twitter from Jamie. With Wells making a century against Somerset, how many other instances can we recall of a batsman named after a city in a county turning up against that county?
That's an obscure one, isn't it?
It certainly is. I'm just trying to think of some batsmen who are named after cities.
And it's his 2nd century against Somerset as well.
Well, perhaps correspondents on Twitter would like to have a go at I'm trying to think. Can you think of any batsmen or cricketers named after cities?
We need Andrew Sampson back again, don't we?
We do.
He was here yesterday,
Yeah.
Andrew Sampson.
Going to have another over in the meantime from the persevering Roelof van der Merwe. He's bowling to Keaton Jennings, who's had most of the strike since Josh Bohannon came to the wicket, but he takes a single there, which will give Bohannon the strike off the first ball of the over. 201 for 1. Jennings on to 87. Just buzz of conversation from the chairman's marquee to our right, as Bohannon is back on his stumps, playing that back to the bowler. When the sun is out, it is very warm here.
It is.
On the terrace in front of the Birkdale Tennis Club, which is where we're sitting, commentating. And Bohannon's back on his stumps, cutting. Fine shot, bisects backward point and cover point. He hit it pretty hard too. It's just short, dragged down by Roelof van der Merwe. It's retrieved by George Bartlett. Bohannon's first boundary. Signs of aggression there. 205 for 1. He moves on to 5.
It's busy again, isn't it, in the marquee?
It is.
3 days where it's been popular.
Van der Merwe bowls, and this is turned into the leg side, not fielded cleanly by James Rue, so they are able to take another single. 206 for 1. Yeah, first pints of the day going down. Early starters here in Southport, aren't you?
Make the most of it. Fill your boots.
Yeah. Van der Merwe in and bowls Jennings. Again, that's too short from Van der Merwe. And it's no good raising your hands to the heavens, Roelof. It's entirely your fault. As Jennings just milks that into the offside for a single. 207 for 1.
Yesterday we had a cricket ball landing in a pint, didn't we?
We did. Yeah. Didn't seem to do any real harm.
No.
To the ball, anyway. Presumably did quite a lot of damage to the pint. That's played into the onside, and the shout of no from Keaton Jennings says that there wasn't a single taken. Ended that over. 207 for 1. So come on, let's have some cricketers named after
cities.
After cities. That's the first step.
And then you can try and work it out from there.
We'll try and work it out from there.
Okay. Cricketers named after cities. Jack Brooks coming out of the attack as well. So this is the third bowling change from the Grosvenor Road end this morning. Started with Siddle, then to Brooks, and now to Gregory. Oh, I think this on the screen now is the replay of the shot where the ball goes into the beer. Yes, it is. Terrific. It kind of deflected off the tent and landed into his into the bloke's pint.
Fortunately, I think it was a plastic glass, wasn't it? Otherwise, it could have been nasty.
Poor fellow's just sat down. Probably spent about £4 on his pint. It gets obliterated. Right, Gregory. Third bowling change of the morning from the Grosvenor Road end. He's got Keaton Jennings on strike. It's a full-length ball which he just pushed out into the offside, and he darts through for a quick single.
I've been corrected by Tim Symes about Chelmsford. Tim says the county town of Essex, Chelmsford, was awarded city status to mark the Queen's Diamond Jubilee in 2012.
Oh, well, there we go. Essex playing Gloucestershire this week, with Essex well on course, you would think, to win the match. Gloucestershire 197 for 8, so just 23 in front with 2 wickets remaining.
Yeah, they're finding it tough, Gloucestershire, in the first division.
Harmer's got 6 wickets in the second innings.
He took 5 in the first, didn't he? So
He did. It's not a subtle strategy, is it really? But it's an effective one.
Yeah. They don't seem to have attracted the attention of the ECB's pitch inspectors yet either.
Quite. Gregory bowls and is left by Bohannon. Taken by Stephen Davis, and there's no run. 208 for 1. Then goes another train, a grey coloured one.
Yeah.
Cricket bats on that one.
Yeah, I couldn't see the cricket bat on that one.
It's hurtling its way towards Liverpool.
Lots of level crossings, aren't there, in these parts? Because it's a very flat piece of country, this. So bridges and tunnels not really viable.
Gregory to Bohannon. Rocks onto the front foot and allows the ball to go past. Taken by Stephen Davis, and there's no run. .208 for 1. Keaton Jennings with a little brief chat to the umpire at the non-striker's end. Another train going past, going in the other direction. A yellow one this time. Gregory in again. Behind him once more, leaves the ball that's full but wide of off stump.
We've got a couple of cricketers named after. Well, I've got one named after a city. From Chris Fear, who says, Western Australia have a left-arm fast bowler by the name of Joel Paris.
Joel Paris.
Paris, but I don't think the Ile-de-France sports a cricket team.
No. Joel Paris. 208 for 1. It's Gregory in and bowls, and Bohannon leaves. And, taken again by Stephen Davis, and there's no run.
And Dave Spice comes up with Devon Malcolm. Well, Devon is a county. Charles Coventry. Blimey, if Charles Coventry has scored a century against Devon.
Wouldn't Charles Coventry to score a century against Warwickshire?
Yes. Yes, it would, wouldn't it? Yes, it would have to be against Warwickshire. Perhaps he did.
Charles Coventry, right.
Yeah, I can't say I...
He's not, are you aware of him?
Nope.
No. Okay. Get Gregory in, balls. Oh, Bohannon off an edge. Ball squirts down in between the legs of the man at Gully, I think. Come down towards the boundary. It's 4 runs. Takes Bohannon into double figures. He moves to 10. To 12 for 1. Oh, it's an awkward bounce, wasn't it? Just in front.
Disappointed though. It's Tom Lammonby, who's there is a good fielder. Just a little bit slow getting down.
So 212 for 1. Edging up towards 50 minutes of play. Bohannon 10 and Jennings on 89.
Well, here we are. James B93 says, referring to your discussion on creating names, I had a similar thought when Jamie Overton got Devon Conway as his first Test wicket. Getting someone whose first name as his home county, which is interesting. Here's Van der Merwe in and bowls to Jennings, who's down the pitch, turning this away up to long on, where Amar Verdi, so far neglected by his captain, with Rolf van der this morning, that is. He bowled a few overs last evening, but Van der Merwe shouldering the majority of the spinning burden for Somerset. Yeah, Jamie Overton, good Test wicket as well. Devon Conway played for Somerset, of course, last season. Van der Merwe in bowls, and it's played back to the bowler.
Well, on a similar theme, Sydney Barnes.
Oh, yeah.
Took 34 wickets in the 1912-13 Ashes series.
Yeah. Arguably, some people say he's the greatest bowler ever, Sid Barnes. As this turned into the onside backward of square just for a single, 214 for 1. Paul Edwards will tell you all about Sid Barnes. Staffordshire, played in the Staffordshire leagues, and he's almost unplayable, sort of fast medium seam bowler on the uncovered pitches of those days. Van der Merwe in bowls. This is short and hammered away square of the wicket by Keaton Jennings. Poor delivery from Roelof van der Merwe, and it takes Jennings to 90.
90, yeah.
94. As van der Merwe is in and bowls to him, and he's just defending that into the offside. 218 for 1. They're making good progress this morning. Lancashire 164 overnight, so 36.54 they've added so far, and just about even time, make that 55 as it's run up to Amar Verdi to bring that over to a conclusion. I think it's about time that Roelof van der Merwe was given a spell, and I think that's probably what Peter Sidler's just said to him as he jogged past, and give Amar Verdi a go from that homer drive end.
Well, I was about to mention that, Anthony. I mean, signed a spinner especially for this match. We've only seen him bowl 5 overs so far. Van der Merwe has gone through 21. So Amar Verdi must be thinking, well, when can I have my chance? Sign me, especially for this match. Not used him yet. Oh, barely used him yet.
I've got another cricketing city. Ian Salisbury.
That's
from
a good
Peter
one.
Cullen. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. There's Gregory in and bowling, and Jennings nudges the ball up to mid-on for no run. So, what county is Salisbury in?
Wiltshire, a minor county.
Minor county, yeah.
But it's more than possible that Ian Salisbury could have made a century against Wiltshire. perhaps Steve Pittard, if he's listening, would like to look that up. Hans Pinkard said, wasn't there an Alan Wells? Well, there was indeed. He's the father of this Wells.
Indeed. 219 for 1. Gregory to Jennings. Carefully pushes the ball away into the onside. Picked up by James Aru.
Alan Wells will certainly have made a century against Somerset. Played for Sussex for very many years. In fact, there was a Colin Wells as well, wasn't there? There were 2 brothers, I think. Colin Wells would be Luke's uncle.
It's Gregory. And balls to Jennings, and that's driven down the ground, and there is no run. Yep, this is his uncle and his brother, Dan Wells. Played a bit as well. 2 first-class matches for Sussex.
All right, yeah.
Gregory moves in, bowls around the wicket, and Jennings, I think, just plays inside the line of that delivery.
Well, yeah. That's what Marcus Trescothick used to do so often. Must be infuriating for the bowler.
Played it in such a gentle, soft way, didn't he?
Yeah.
95 not out, Keaton Jennings. Came into this fixture with 514 runs and averaging 73 for the season. Okay, it's left and taken by Davis, and there's no run.
Yeah, he doesn't feature much in discussions of who ought to be opening the batting for England, does he?
No, it's almost like that ship has sailed a little bit since he was last picked and then dropped. He played in the end. Well, I say in the end. Of course, he might return. 17 Test matches, 781 runs, average of 25, 2 centuries. Both came in the subcontinent, in Sri Lanka and the other one in India. The tap of the bat, Gregory balls again. Once more, a bit of extra bounce and carry on this occasion from Gregory. Got a chest height to Davis, the keeper, but Jennings just playing inside the line of the delivery again. So a maiden over that for Lewis Gregory. 2.19 for 1.
And here we're going to get some Amar Verdi. At least I think we are. He's marching up towards the stumps at the Harrod Drive end of the ground. Oh, he's just walking. Yes, he's going to mark out his run. Just rubbing his right hand in the dust in the popping crease. Marks out his run. Peter Siddle's explanation for why he was bowling Roelof van der Merwe more than Amar Verdi was the two left-handers.
Okay.
Which slightly strange. So I would have thought you'd want a bowler who was turning the ball away from the batsman rather than into the batsman. But that was his thinking anyway. But Amar Verdi's now got left-hand, right-hand combination to bowl at. He's going to have a slip and a forward short leg. He's got a deep backward square leg. Mid-wicket, deepish mid-wicket, a shortish mid-wicket in Matt Renshaw. Skipper is at deepish mid-off, and we've got an extra cover and a backward point. Verdi is in and bowls. And Bohannon back on his stumps, plays that to Matt Renshaw, who's at that short mid-wicket position. He's got a nice high action, Amar Verdi. He's not a tall man at all. 5'8", 5'9", something like that. And he gets right up. And this is short and pulled for 4 runs. An uncompromising pull shot from Josh Bohannon. It was short and invited the pull shot and nicely executed. 2-2-3 for 1. Bohannon on 15. Verdi is in again and bowls. This is a better ball on a good length, defended by Josh Bohannon. I expect Dame Villas, when Bohannon went out to bat, said something like, "Go on, Josh, go out and fill your boots." It's very definitely a day for batting, this. Verdi's in and bowls. Oh, and that's maybe just a hint of turn there. He certainly didn't quite get to the pitch. Maybe a little bit of bounce from Bohannon. He was certainly uncomfortable. Verdi. Step, step, step. Little hop, skip and a jump, but that's short again. Bohannon misses out on that occasion. We can't tell from our position, which is a deep backward point with the bowling from the Harrod Drive end to a right-handed batsman, whether there's any turn. That beats the outside edge of Josh Bohannon's bat through to Stephen Davies, the wicketkeeper. So some promising signs there from the Surrey off-spinner. 2:23 for 1 at the end of the over, and we've had the first hour's play this morning. And how many overs have we had? We've had exactly 16 overs in the first hour, which is the appointed ration, and in that time 59 runs have been scored. So it's Lancashire going along even time, and Somerset bowling the requisite number of overs. And we're going to have drinks. That's to say the players, and I'm going to have a drink of water.
Well, I did ask a little bit earlier on if to get in touch, let us know where you're listening to us, and from as far away as Malaga to actually right here in the ground. But Niall says listening away to you two just 50 yards away, and sends a picture. He's inside the ground watching the cricket and listening to the commentary. Thank you, Niall. David's in Malaga, watching while doing his invoicing for the quarter and getting over COVID. Blimey. Lovely to see at Trafalgar Road. Steve says, I came to the first 2 days at Southport, thoroughly enjoyed it, but couldn't help notice that some of the Lancs players are wearing brown caps. Is that simply wear and tear? I think that might be to do with whether you're capped or not, the colour of the cap. But thanks, Steve.
Somerset caps are blue, navy blue, but they do fade to all sorts of. I mean, James Hildreth's Somerset cap is grey almost, and it's so old. And some of the others, I agree, they do look as if they've faded to sort of dusty brown colour.
Graham says, Southport's one of my favourite outgrounds on the circuit. Do Lancashire play at Blackpool anymore? Yes, they do. Playing 2 T20 matches and a 50-over match at Blackpool this season. And I mentioned the air show. Joe on Twitter says, the air show must have been fantastic. I saw the Vulcan at Southport, which I'm glad to have done.
Is it? Crikey.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, it must be.
Oh, no. He did see the Vulcan at Southport before it was grounded forever.
Ah, yeah. I thought it had been grounded forever. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. And Niall asks, with regards to cricketers and scoring centuries, has Zach Crawley ever made a century against Sussex? In brackets, I think Crawley is in Sussex.
It is.
Yes.
It's not a city, unfortunately.
It's a very limited criteria.
That's good, though. That is very good. We need to know whether Ian Salisbury's made a century against Wiltshire.
And we're through the first hour then. 223 for 1 Lancashire, with Keaton Jennings on 95 and Josh Bohannon on 15. Luke Wells did reach his century, resuming on 99, eventually out for 109. So Jennings 95, Bohannon 15. Lancashire trail by 223 runs at 223 for 1.
Exactly halfway there.
It's quite exciting when they're both the same. The sun's just disappeared for a little while. That's actually quite pleasant. I'm happy with that. It's getting a little bit hot. I couldn't find the sun cream this morning either. I had to borrow some Factor 50. It's defended by Jennings. Going into the offside, there's no run.
Not taking any chances then with Factor 50.
Well, it's Max, the analyst, had some on his table, and I said, please, if you don't mind, could I have some? He's like, help yourself. And he went, yeah, Factor 50, get it slapped on. But a little bit of respite from the sun with a cloud. A little bit of cloud cover, but it's still a beautifully kind of warm day. It's perfect, really.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to get hot this weekend. Finals day could be quite warm.
Finals day, yeah.
Gregory to Jennings. I don't think he's played at the ball.
I don't know. Be interesting to see a replay.
I think they went forward, didn't he?
He's going down and giving the pitch a bit of a prod. And Lewis Gregory's got a smile on his face.
It's been played in a really good spirit, this match, hasn't it?
Yes,
last couple of days.
Yeah.
223 for 1. Yeah, it could be a hot day in Birmingham on Saturday.
Fortunately, the commentary box is air conditioned.
Yes, we're okay.
Yeah.
These boys might be a bit hot in the out in the middle. That's definitely left by Jennings, a ball that actually just does shape away quite a bit from the batter.
As Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, just strolling past. A Lancashire lad, of course, is Jason.
Doing a lap of the outfield. He was square on in the pavilion, so the Lancashire's coaching staff were doing this quite a bit yesterday. They were mooching round towards the media tent, so you could be behind the bowler's arm, get a better view rather than being square on. There he is. Only a lap around the outfield. Yep, straight in front of the media tent. Gregory to Jennings. And he's stood there, arms outstretched. But it's a solitary appeal, really, from Gregory. Ball thuds into the pad of Jennings, looking to try and work it to the leg side. Not out, says the umpire.
Born in Bolton.
Oh, okay.
It's Jason Kerr.
Two, 3 for 1. Final ball of Gregory's 14th over. New ball is due in 9 overs time for Somerset. They'd love to get one more out before then. Jennings clips the ball off his pads to mid-on for no run.
Good over that, wasn't it? Very good over from Lewis Gregory, who's not having much luck this season. I know that's a strange thing to say, but he has. He seems to have passed the outside edge on dozens of occasions without finding the edge, and that's rather reflected in his bowling figures for the season to date, where he's only got 9 wickets at a cost of 43 runs each, and he's bowled much better than those figures would suggest. Amar Vardy is going to bowl another over from the Harrod drive end, bowling to the right-handed Josh Bohannon. He's there and bowls. Bohannon back on his stumps, defends, picked up by James Rue from forward short leg. James Rue, he's a redhead, is young Rue, underneath his Somerset helmet. As Verdi is in and bowls, and Bohannon back on his stumps, but doesn't really get hold of that at all. It's picked up by Peter Siddle at a deepish mid-off, but he's looking to attack the off-spinner, is Bohannon. Verdi is in and bowls, and this is a good length ball, and Bohannon stretches out in defence to kill whatever spin there might have been on that delivery. Not much sign of turn. Peter Siddle last night said that there's a little bit of turn out of the bowler's footmarks, but that's about it. As Verdi is in and bowls, and again Bohannon, this time on the back foot, defends, and it's picked up by Lewis Goldsworthy. 164 without loss overnight, Lancashire, so they've added 59 in just over the first hour. Verdi in bowls, and this is driven nicely away through the offside by Bohannon. I think he played that on the up. It wasn't a half volley, but decided he would just drive through the line of the ball and timed it beautifully, and it raced away across this lightning fast outfield. 2 deep extra cover and 4 runs takes Bohannon on to 19, 227 for 1.
I mentioned his form this season, Bohannon, perhaps not just quite reaching the levels of last year, that big century against Gloucestershire, and then quite a few low scores in between, but what an opportunity he has today.
It's fill your boots time, as I said just now, as Verdi's in and bowls, and again Bohannon right forward to kill the spin. End of that over, just the 4 runs from it. 227 for 1 at the end of it. 95 to Keaton Jennings and 19 to Josh Bohannon.
Okay, elsewhere then, mentioned that Gloucestershire-Essex match. Still 8 down, so still got 2 wickets left. The lead is 70 for Gloucestershire, 244 for 8 in their match at Chelmsford. Surrey are 247 for 2 in reply to a Yorkshire total of 521 all out, so loads of runs at Scarborough. Warwickshire 39 for 1 in their second innings, and they trail Hampshire by 114 runs, Hampshire declaring on 370 for 9. Northants 303 all out, and Kent 335 for 9 in reply. The Division 1 scores as Gregory to Jennings. Cuts the ball, but it's a good stop just at point by, I think, Goldsworthy.
Yep.
And there's no run. No ball signalled by the umpire, actually, just overstretched there, did Lewis Gregory.
Why don't we get free hits in first-class cricket for no balls?
Would you be quite keen on that?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gregory back in to Jennings. And that's through to the keeper, and there is no run. So a free hit for a no ball in 4-day cricket as well.
Why not? I don't see the logic of just having it in one-day cricket. It adds a bit of extra excitement and will help to keep the bowler honest.
Be a lot of free hits.
I suppose people would say, well, it's, the game's already loaded too much in the batsman's favour, but I'm not sure that's true of red ball cricket. Certainly early season, on seaming pitches when And you've got a decent cricket ball in your hand.
Gregory past the umpire, ball to Jennings, who leaves the ball outside the off stump. Quite a wide delivery in left. Through to Davis. I suspect you'd be hard-pressed to find an opening batsman in this country who'd say that the game is weighed in their favour, certainly in the first month or two of the season.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Free hit for a no ball, why not? 2-2-9 for 1.
Innovations are not necessarily a bad thing, like the rule that's been introduced where the incoming batsman has to face the next ball regardless of whether they've crossed or not.
Gregory to Jennings, that's left.
Which curiously hasn't been adopted yet for the international game, I discovered.
No, actually, it doesn't come until October, that.
That's right, yeah.
Which is a bit quirky, isn't it? I think
it does seem strange, because I think it's been generally welcomed.
Yeah. It does, and when you think about it now, it does seem quite unfair to the bowler, doesn't it, really? That it's not been the case for a long time, this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, nice to see that adopted this year. Jennings has to play this delivery. It's a straighter ball. Tickles it away off his pads to mid-wicket for no run.
He's just getting a bit becalmed, Keaton Jennings, isn't he? In the 90s. He doesn't look in the least bit nervous.
No. Gregory sent down a couple of good overs here.
He has.
Just probing away, just outside. I mean, that was a straighter delivery, but in the main, he's just floating it outside off stump. And Jennings has largely ignored it so far. Slip waiting, Gregory in. Forward goes Jennings to defend the top of his off stump.
Yeah, he's bowling well within himself, is Lewis Gregory at the moment. But what that means is that he can just crank it up if he needs to. Just bend his back a little bit more and surprise the batsman with. Well, there was that one that Stephen Davis took sort of head high, wasn't it? Just a little bit of extra effort from Gregory.
It was a bit of a surprise delivery, that, wasn't it? The way the bounce and carry that it generated. It is driven. It's driven through the covers.
On, roll off.
And roll off. Van der Merwe is chasing after it. Jennings comes back for 2. So he moves on to 97, and that's the end of the over as well. 231 for 1. 73 overs gone of the Lancashire first innings. The deficit is 212.
Good piece of fielding that as well, wasn't it? Because he's circled around the ball so that when he put the slide in, the ball was coming to his left hand, so that he could get the return in straight away. Intelligent fielding from a very intelligent and experienced cricketer.
I don't reckon it'd be much fun fielding on the outfield today.
No, it's not the sort of smooth carpet that you would get at Old Trafford.
Not much lush green around, is it?
Birdie's going to bowl another over to Bohannon. Jason Kerr comes jogging past. Very pleased he was with the efforts of Goldsworthy and Roux on day one with the bat, as Bohannon defends this into the onside.
Yeah, the Roux innings obviously was terrific on his Somerset debut, but he kind of got lost a little bit, didn't it, with the Goldsworthy century?
Yeah,
which certainly shouldn't have done. He was terrific knock.
Birdie to Bohannon. He's back on his stumps and doesn't get hold of that at all. Almost too late on that one. He's looking to attack Amar Verdi. On the back foot is Josh Bohannon. George Bartlett is in the firing line at backward point, almost in a direct line between us and the batsman, with the bowling from that top end. Verdi is in and bowls. Bohannon this time on the front foot. Again, doesn't play that cleanly. A little puff of dust comes up as he makes contact with the ball with the bottom of his bat. Verdi in and bowls, and this is driven into the offside. And there won't be a run. 231 for 1. Bohannon doing his best to shift things on. Here comes Verdi again. And this is punched into the offside. It'll just be a single, though, as Peter Siddle does the fielding. Not entirely cleanly, but gets across. Yes, we could have... Verdi, of course, would be a prominent member of a composers 11, wouldn't he? along with Neil Wagner and Dean Elgar.
Yeah, I like that.
232 for 1.
That's another route we could go down, couldn't we? Composers 11.
Yeah. Just a change. We've lost forward short leg. James Rue's got his cap on now. He's on the 45 at short long leg. If you can have such a position. Verdi. Oh, you better do this, Scott. Over to you.
With Jennings on 97. It's down the leg side by Verdi. Oh, blimey, Keaton Jennings gets himself into a slightly unfortunate position. Oh dear, he's almost lost balance completely there. Good job he's nice and stretchy. Testing the hamstrings. Yeah. Must be a big fan of yoga, Keaton Jennings. He was in a slightly extended position. Well, that was at the end of the over. So 232 for 1.
There's a slight air of resignation about Somerset out cricket at the moment. I mean, not that they're letting anything slip in terms of professionalism of performance or anything like that, but the conditions are very much in the batsman's favour. We're going to have spin from both ends now, with Ronald van der Merwe coming on from the Grosvenor Road end of the ground. Heads haven't gone down or anything like that at all. I mean, and actually Somerset, I thought, bowled pretty well yesterday as well. Stuck to their guns.
I agree. I think both sides probably have on a pretty flat pitch. It plugged away as best they can. I thought Lancashire may have been a little bit off it in the evening session on first day, but I mean, being kind of hypercritical, really. Bowlers have stuck at it on a flat pitch.
It's Van der Merwe then into bowl to Bohannon, back on his stumps and hammering that away through the offside, but Tom Lammonby is out there on the deep cover boundary, so it's just a single. 233 for 5. Gloucestershire, the 9th, no, they're all out. 252. Essex victory at Chelmsford.
What did he get in the end?
Harmer got, I can reveal to you, 8 for 112.
Oh, blimey. 5 in the first inning as well.
Oh, over to you, Scott.
Van der Merwe in and bowling to Jennings. Just flicked off the pads towards square leg for a single. 98 to Keaton Jennings. 8 wickets in the second innings and 5 in the first.
Yeah. Playing
to your strengths, I guess.
Well, yeah. Let's hope that the ECB have something to say about it. Van der Merwe to Bohannon. Short, and Bohannon rather misses out there as he plays it straight to Matt Renshaw. Still in his short sleeve sweater. Obviously feeling the cold out there, Matt Renshaw.
The only person in the ground who is.
Yeah. Plays his cricket, of course, in Queensland, which is pretty warm. This is a sweep, paddle sweep, which is going to bring Josh Bohannon 4 runs. Nice shot. 238 for 1. He moves on to 25.
Yeah, it was a nice little shot, that, wasn't it? Nice little touch play. Yeah. A sweep around the corner for 4.
Picked his spot as well, because George Bartlett is Stokes a long way away from that, went down to fine leg, and Bartlett is almost between long leg and deep backward square leg.
Shows the pace of the outfield too.
Yeah, we've now got a short fine leg in position, and Bohannon goes for the cut this time and misses it. And that will disappoint Roelof van der Merwe. He's just moving Bartlett back from deep backward square leg to more towards long leg, and Verdi has gone to short third man from short fine leg, and Bohannon just plays this into the onside to bring that over to a conclusion. 238 for 125 to Bohannon, 98 to Keaton Jennings in the glorious sunshine at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club.
Yep, Anthony and I are wearing our caps again today. Sun cream required. Get the sun for most of the afternoon. We do get a bit of respite later on in the day. It swings away towards the west. It's a hot day. 238 for 1. 98 to Keaton Jennings. And Josh Bohannon alongside Jennings on 25. 75 overs remaining in the day. A lot of cricket to go. That deficit is 208. It will be Verdi to bowl to Jennings, 2 away from a century. And that's hit firmly into the offside by Keaton Jennings. Just gets himself a single, so he moves on to 99. Score moves on to 239 for 1.
Yep. We've still got the forward short leg for the right-handed Bohannon, with Verdi bowling his off breaks.
Into Bohannon, who goes back. It'll clip out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. A forward short leg and a slip. And mid-wicket is a deep backward square leg. Mid-off. Mid-on. Forward goes Bohannon once more, pushing the ball down into the onside, scooped up by that kind of short, straight mid-on. And again, there's no run, remains on 25 at 239 for 1. Here comes Verdi, bowls. Forward goes Bohannon. Play back along the pitch, gathered by Verdi. Keeper crouches down behind the stumps, and Verdi twirls his way in. Bohannon reaching for it off the front foot, safely steering the ball. But there is no run. Ball back goes Bohannon. Plays the ball to the onside. Completes the over. So 76 gone. 4 overs away from having a new ball becoming available for them to use. 53-run partnership between Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. 239 for 1. Jennings on 99.
I'm getting some more.
291 minutes from 228 balls and contained 11 fours and 1 6.
5 to Keaton Jennings, 26 to Josh Bohannon. Got quite a few farming listeners, particularly down in West Dorset, where they'll be on their combines even as we speak, I expect.
Sounds like quite good fun. Wouldn't mind to go at that myself.
Well, they're very high tech. These,
I can well imagine, yeah.
You know, they're satellite guided these days.
Oh, blimey, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You just turn the thing on and let it do its thing, and sit back and listen to the cricket on the radio.
Satellite navigated combined harvesters.
Yeah.
What world do we live in, Anthony? Extraordinary. Verdi then to continue. He's in and bowling, and forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run. I've had a few messages to say that there's been a slight issue with the commentary, but I think it's all been resolved. I think the team at Lancs TV, there's nothing they can't solve. So I think they've plugged things in, and it's all working again. Hopefully, Bohannon goes off the back foot and just steers the ball down away into the onside for a single.
A little bit of bounce, maybe some turn there. A little flurry of excitement around the bat.
Well, that's what we're expecting to see happen more frequently through today and tomorrow. But whether that's going to have any impact on the outcome of the match in terms of a team winning it or not, not sure. Verdi in and bowling to Jennings, who drives. Verdi got down well to his right. Certainly got a little bit of something on it to take the pace off the ball. He can't prevent the single. Jack Brooks comes up to do that, to field the ball, but they have got through for one. Jennings to 106. 249 for one. I'm sure he's enjoying bowling here, Verdi. He's had to do a lot of watching in the outfield. Into Bohannon, who goes back and clips the ball away into the onside. It's picked up at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, and he's done no bowling for Surrey this season.
No, he's not played a game, has he?
No. It's only, 4 years ago he was being touted as potential England off-spinner.
Forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run. It feels like he's fallen quite significantly behind. Well, Moriarty can't even get the team, can he, at the minute?
No.
Do carry quite a strong squad, does Surrey?
Well, Will Jacks is developing quite well as a spin bowling batsman.
30 balls, Bohannon off the back foot. Tickles the ball away in front of square on the leg side for a single.
Not sure that
250 up that.
Not sure that James Rew is entirely cut out to be forward short leg.
He's there because he's the youngest.
Well, he's there exactly. That's why he's there. Tom Banton normally fields there in red ball cricket. Tom Banton, obviously, with the England Lions, who are they playing their game? Are they playing South Africa again today, or is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow, isn't it? They're playing at Worcester, and I think it will be a proper game against Worcester, unlike the one down at Taunton, where all 13 squad members of both sides were allowed to take part, which meant that it didn't have official List A status. Right. A game at Worcester will have, with Will Smead making 90 and Tom Banton 57, adding a first wicket partnership for the England Lions against the full strength South African side of over 100.
It's important, the Lions, isn't it? They've got to have a good Lions programme, kind of that gap between, or that bridge between county cricket and test match cricket.
Absolutely.
It's frustrating for Somerset supporters not to have these players playing, but I think it's important too that you have a strong Lions team and get players playing at a different level.
Absolutely. Peter Siddle's going to bowl from the Grosvenor Road end. He's in bowling to Bohannon outside the off stump. And no shot from Bohannon. these conditions, not unfamiliar to Peter Siddle. Hard, true wicket under bright, warm sunshine. He must have played a lot of cricket in Australia in these sorts of conditions. Probably the light a little bit harsher in Australia, and the outfield's perhaps a little bit bigger. As Siddle is in and bowls, and this is outside the off stump. Somebody on Twitter asked me, I was just thinking about cricket grounds and out grounds. This, of course, is an out ground for Lancashire. I think it was Roland Pascoe asking me whether Somerset have any plans to play cricket on out grounds, and I think the answer is no. There aren't really. I mean, these days, it's quite an operation to up sticks and take everything to a club ground, which is what it would amount to in Somerset. And this is a play and a miss from Bohannon to a short wide one from Peter Siddle through to Stephen Davis. 250 for one. Bath was the last out ground where Somerset played cricket, but that's always a problem because the Bath Cricket Club ground isn't big enough, and the Rec is where Bath Rugby do their thing, and you can't really square that with a first-class cricket pitch, as this is outside the off stump, which is a shame because of course Somerset used to have the Western Festival, which this setting here reminds me very much of. That disappeared in the early 1990s, and the Bath Festival survived until well into the 2000s. But Taunton it is, and of course with Somerset, because it's not Taunton isn't a test ground, there isn't the imperative to play out ground cricket, as Siddle is in and bowls and it's played into the offside and there won't be a run. There isn't that imperative that there is for Lancashire when Old Trafford is needed for all sorts of other things.
Yep.
Or Middlesex, where they're vying with all the other cricket that's played at Lord's for slots.
Lancashire are actually building a second ground.
Are they?
Just outside Preston. I think they're hoping that will be up and running by 2025. I think their aim is to play games there, and you're not having to be reliant entirely on outgrounds.
Siddle's in and bowls, and rather a loose drive there from Bohannon, but he gets 4 runs down to third man off a thick edge. 254 for one at the end of that over. It takes him on to 32. Keaton Jennings at the other end, 106.
So that has all been approved, and I think work will start relatively soon on a second ground for Lancashire. The women's players will be based there. I think academy matches and age group games will be played there, and Lancashire will take first-class matches there at some stage. Obviously, it will take a bit of time for pitchers to get to a standard that they could host first-class games, but that's the idea. This second ground for Lancashire.
Well, I suppose Somerset's second ground would be Taunton Dean Cricket Club, where the seconds play quite a lot of their cricket. But the options are limited, which is a shame because it's a big county, Somerset, and a lot of cricket Somerset supporters based in and around Bath, which is the best part of 50 miles away from Taunton. It's a long way to travel. Yeah,
well, that's one of the things about Lancashire playing at Sedbergh, and that received all sorts of criticism from some Lancashire supporters. But the idea of trying to get it up to the north, because you're 70-80 miles away from Old Trafford if you're living in Morecambe or Lancaster, try and take it around the northwest. I don't see any issue with that at all. Here's Brooks around the wicket, balls. Forward goes Jennings, pushing into the offside for no run. So it's a verdict out of the attack, and Brooks replaces him from the Harrod drive end. 251, 254 for one. But let's be honest, Anthony, we all love coming to Taunton, so it's not a hardship having to go to the same place.
It's a lovely ground, yes, it is a lovely ground.
Lancashire not there this year, which is a shame.
Yeah.
Oh, but you're in a little hut, aren't you? You're in
the commentary, Gibbo's commentary cabin.
Oh, you've named it. Has he got a sign on the top?
No. But it's roughly the same position as where we are now.
Okay.
In relation to the pitch.
Brooks bowls to Jennings, who's easing the ball away through the covers for no run.
We've been evicted from our regular commentary box.
Okay.
By the live streamers.
Got you.
And it's for county cricket, for championship cricket, it's not too bad. But for T20 cricket, it's an absolute blooming nightmare because it's looking northwest, and when the sun is setting, you can barely see what's going on in the middle.
Yeah, that's tricky. Brooks to Jennings. It's full and straight. Yorker length from Brooks, and Jennings brings the bat down and jabs it back along the pitch. And there's plenty of smiles out there.
Yeah, that's Matt Renshaw doing his best just to gee Jack Brooks up. He likes a bit of encouragement, vocal encouragement, does Jack.
He's picked up the one Lancashire wicket to fall in this innings so far. Jennings is driving, and the ball disappears away to deep backward point. And it takes his total on to 107. And Lancashire to 255 for one. Having got to 250, of course, secured a second batting bonus point. What are we in now? The 82nd over.
It must be a new ball. We've missed the new ball, haven't we?
Didn't hear it mentioned, but
well,
they've gone back to Brooks, haven't they? Yeah.
Brooks is bowling.
Let's have a look. Here comes Brooks again. Bohannon, the man on strike. That's just turned out through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot, actually, just the left of Lammonby, who's chasing after it. Down towards the boundary. Does well to catch up with the ball. Gets his fingertips behind it and just flicks it away from the rope. They've run 3 in the end.
Good piece of work.
Yeah, new ball was taken. Straight away at the start of the 80th over. 2-5-7 for one.
Well, Lancashire ought to get 4 batting points now, oughtn't they? They've got another 28 and a half overs to score 93 runs.
Brooks in to Jennings. Driven into the offside. James Roux, who's already injured his finger once. He's diving away on the hard surface away to his left to stop the ball.
He's got a great brown stain all the way down his right trouser leg for his pains, but I'm sure he won't mind. Just brushing some of the dirt off. Great experience for the young lad. I asked him if this was better than taking his A-levels. He said just slightly. He's just finished his A-levels a couple of weeks ago. This is the first class game he's been available to play for Somerset because of exam commitments at King's College Taunton, and he certainly made the best of his opportunity. Here comes Siddle in and bowls, and Bohannon defends. This is the 3rd over with the new ball. Ronald van der Merwe giving it a good hard look. Wonder how long it will be before it's changed. With about 17 overs, something like that.
Depends if he's doing much, I guess. If he's not doing anything, maybe after about 7.
Yeah, I think it's not just in the fielding side's imagination, though, that these balls are going soft and out of shape. Siddle bowls, and Bohannon plays that up to Jack Brooks. It's interesting to see how deep mid-off and mid-on are. It's a testament to the speed of this outfield. Ball reaching them in no time at all. So not offering the batsman the opportunity to take singles, even though they are deepish. Siddle, dyed blonde curls, in and bowls. This is driven past Jack Brooks. That'll be 4 runs. Once it goes past the fielder, you might as well give it up. That was over pitch from Siddle and nicely played away through the onside, just wide of mid-on, between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 runs. 262 for 1.
Well, as you described, Anthony, you might as well give up, haven't you? Because you get full value for your shots here. The rapid, quick outfield.
Yeah, Bohannon on to 39 and batting from a Somerset perspective ominously well. Siddle is in, bowls, and Bohannon solidly in defence. And again, the ball, although it was only a defensive shot, takes no time at all to reach Jack Brooks, who I think is very sensible to be wearing that broad-brimmed sun hat. I'm surprised one or two of the others aren't. Must be quite hot wearing a cricket cap in this weather. Siddle is in, bowls, and playing a miss from Bohannon, and not taken cleanly by Stephen Davis, and that's 4 byes, I suspect. For no runs, I think. Did he signal a bye? Perhaps he just got a faint edge.
Runs. Yeah, runs.
It was. I don't think it was a miss. I don't think it. We'll have a. You know, we just got the replay of the ball going over the boundary rope. Don't think it was a chance. It's
been given as runs.
4 runs are taken, which takes Bohannon on to 43, 266 for 1. Siddle bowls. Bohannon. Oh, and there's a little bit of bat onto inside edge onto pad. I think the appeal rather died in the throat of Peter Siddle. He just thought he was through there for a moment, but he wasn't. 266 for 1 at the end of the over.
A bit happening in that over. Somerset will be desperate for this new ball to crunch up a little bit of something from what looks like a pitch which is a belter to bat on. Don't expect the ball to remain hard for too long, though. Such is the dryness, abrasiveness of the outfield. Brooks and Siddle doing what they can to try and get the most out of this firmer, harder, newer ball. Got 8 minutes until lunch.
Here we are. Sue Naftal says, my husband suggests Andrew Strauss to join the composers 11.
Yes.
And has Dominic Cork scored a century against Ireland? Very good.
Brooks in bowling, driven by Jennings. And it is partially stopped at cover. Jennings gets a single, moves to 108, 267 for 1.
Fallen giant, Matt Renshaw remains prone.
Can't believe he's still feeling a little chilly.
Yeah.
Look at his jumper on still. And he's taking some time to pick himself up. He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a bit of a drama queen, isn't he?
You're trying to say he's milking it a little bit there.
Yeah, he is.
He was having a bit of banter, wasn't he, with some of the Lancashire fans yesterday?
Yeah.
Brooks is in and bowls, and Bohannon kind of plays forward.
That rather took off, didn't it, that one? Just the odd ball, just starting to behave slightly unpredictably. There was one from Amar Verdi from that end that seemed to bounce and turn a little bit. And that one going past the outside edge from Jack Brooks.
There's one slip in place. Bohannon defends a straight ball from Brooks, and there is no run. In fact, they've...
Renshaw's coming into second slip. Yeah. So there obviously is a little bit happening out there.
Got 2 slips in place. Brooks over the wicket to Bohannon. It's sent in down the leg side, taken by Davis as Bohannon tried to flick it to fine leg.
I don't know what Renshaw was appealing for there. It's quite clearly going down the leg side.
He obviously likes to be involved, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Fair enough. Good for team morale, I guess, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he's
nice
he can be a bit of a almost too much of a good thing.
Brooks to Bohannon, who plays forward in defence. And
I asked him when he because he was last with Somerset back in 2018, and I asked him when I interviewed him earlier on, have you calmed down at all in intervening years?
And what did he say to that?
He said, I think so. I think so. I'm not sure he has entirely. Born in Yorkshire, of course. He's a Yorkshireman. by breeding.
Brooks to Bohannon, onto his toes and defends away into the offside for no run. End of the over, 267 for 1. Lancashire's in reply to that Somerset total of 446.
Well, they've topped the 100 runs in the morning session, 164 for none overnight, just for the loss of that one wicket, Luke Wells being caught behind of Jack Brooks. We've had 30 overs so far in the morning session, so we're going to get probably only one more, I should think. I doubt whether Peter Siddle will rush through this over. He's certainly showing no signs of it. He's having a long chat with Jack Brooks. Roelof van der Merwe comes up to join the conversation. Keaton Jennings on 108, so he's added 47 this morning to his overnight 61. So he scored just short of half the runs this morning. So here we go then. The 5th over with the new ball. Peter Siddle to the left-handed Keaton Jennings, who drives and goes up to Jack Brooks at mid-on, and there won't be a run. And Peter Siddle walking with measured tread back to his mark. I think Somerset have decided that this is indeed, if they can do it, if they can stretch it out, will be the last over of the morning.
Will be a very, very slow over, won't it, if they can stretch it out.
Siddle to Jennings, who drives again nicely and very well fielded.
Yeah, good stuff.
Very well fielded by Roelof van der Merwe. It was to his left hand, but even so, that was a good piece of work for the 37-year-old, who drags himself to his feet. Still a brilliant fielder, Roelof van der Merwe. One of the safest catchers you will ever see, whether he's fielding in the slips or in the deep.
It was a good start. It's been a long, hot morning, hasn't it, for Somerset? And right at the brink of lunch,
Peter Siddle goes across to inquire after his well-being, which occupies a few more seconds.
Yes, yes.
267 for 1. Siddle to Jennings, there in bowls, and Jennings plays this into the offside. And Lewis Goldsworthy fields it, tosses it to George Bartlett, who will toss it in turn to Roelof van der Merwe. All of this occupying more seconds. I make it about 2 minutes to go to 1 o'clock. I don't know which clock. Is there a clock on the pavilion?
I presume there must be.
We can't see a clock from where we're sitting. Here comes Siddle again, there in bowls, and this is driven by Jennings, and good half stop by Jack Brooks, who had to make good ground quickly to his right. They're able to take the single though, and Brooks parried it, and van der Merwe cleared it up.
There's the clock on the pavilion. That says 6 minutes to 1. Unless my eyes were deceiving me.
Well,
for going off that one.
Here's Siddle. We got 2 balls in the over remaining. He's in and bowls to Bohannon, who's beaten by a good ball that beats his outside edge and flies through it with good carry to Stephen Davis, who's got Gregory and Renshaw for company in the slips. So last ball coming up of this over. Umpires just looking at each other. Somerset can't be accused of time wasting. This will be the 31st over of the morning. Siddle, it's in and bowls to Bohannon, who beats him again outside the off stump, and umpire Hartley wanders up to the stumps, doesn't take the bails off.
Well, if
looks at his watch, and we are indeed going to have another over, so we will get the full ration of 32 overs in the morning session.
Well, if they're going off their watches, then that's it. We're reliant entirely on whether or not they're accurate. But I think the clock on the face of the pavilion, that looked a little bit slow to me, did that?
Well, it's just about bang on 1 o'clock now, so
there will be one more over in them. Did his best out, Peter Siddle, didn't he, to try and wind the clock down?
He did.
So Jack Brooks will bowl the final over of the morning session. Keaton Jennings, 109 not out. He's the man on strike to face it, or at least face the first delivery or two of it. One slip in place, and Brooks, he's in, and no, he's not. He's not. Well, he was, but he pulls away. Umpire waving dead ball. Brooks smiling as he goes past. Second time this morning he's done that. I'll try again then. 268 for 1. Brooks to Jennings. It's driven down the ground. Fielded by Verdi at mid-off, and there's no run. Just a 1 wicket to fall in the morning session. Luke Wells, who resumed overnight on 99 not out, did get his century off an edge that went past or through the slips for 4. Dismissed on 109 eventually. Caught by Davis off this man, Brooks. He's in again, and this is angled down to third man by Jennings. Comes back and runs 2. Total moves up to 270 for 1. Jennings 111 not out. And the 2 overs prior to lunch have been by some distance the slowest bowled in the match. We'll forgive them, it's a hot day. That's a lovely straight drive by Jennings. It's worth a run for him.
Just bounced nicely for Peter Siddle, didn't it? We get good bounces and bad bounces, and that was a good one.
So 3 balls into the final over before lunch. Bohannon now on strike. 43 not out. Three runs off this over so far. Brooks in, bowls to Bohannon. It's defended to extra cover where Rue fields, and there's no run. Supporters around the ground just waiting for lunch to arrive, and then it'd be a chance to have a wander out to the middle.
First few tables being served in the chairman's marquee to our right.
A very distinctive smell of bacon butties this morning when I arrived. Brooks in to Bohannon, plays forward, the ball ricochets off his thigh pad and deflects down towards the gully, and there's no run. I wonder what's on the menu for lunch today.
Lancashire hot pot.
It's definitely not the day for Lancashire hot pot. 271 for 1. This is the final ball of the morning. And it's Brooks into bowl, and Bohannon defends, and there's no run, and that is the over, and that is lunch as well. Yeah, we've reached lunch on day 3, and Lancashire get to lunch on 271 for 1. Luke Wells, 109 today, having resumed on 99, out for 109, caught by Davis off Brooks. That's the only wicket to fall in the morning session. Keaton Jennings has reached 112, and Josh Bohannon is on 43. And Lancashire are 271 for 1, and they're trailed by 175 runs.
And Somerset have stuck to their guns well this morning in conditions very much in the batsman's favour, but they've bowled well, they've bowled reasonably tightly, they've supported their bowlers very well in the field as ever, and they've not allowed Lancashire to get away. 107 runs in the morning session, but another long, hot afternoon in the field in prospect for Somerset.
Indeed, that's the scorecard. Keaton Jennings 112 not out, Josh Bohannon on 43, Luke Wells dismissal for 109, the only wicket to fall. With the Somerset bowling figures there, they're plugged away this morning. Siddle 16 overs for 40, Brooks 16 overs 1 for 50, Verdi 11 overs for 39, Gregory 15 overs for 44, Van der Merwe 24 overs for 83, and Lammonby 4 overs for 12. The Somerset bowling figures, and that's where we stand at lunch then. 271 for 1, Lancashire, trailed by 175 runs. People just heading out to have a little wander around the outfield during the course of the lunch interval. Now we'll be back in around about 40 minutes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
While we are enjoying the afternoon sunshine here at Trafalgar Road, could I just remind spectators, please do not take food or drink onto the pitch during the interval. Thank you. And as you can see, some of the players are out practicing some quite fast bowling out in the middle, so again, we tell spectators to be careful and keep your eye on the ball at all times. Thank you. Here are the lunchtime scores from around the grounds in the LD County Championship. In all cases, these are the third day of the matches, starting at Chelmsford, where Essex are closing in on victory. Gloucestershire Bulldogs for 252, Essex at 50 for 1, and they need another 29 to win. At the Ageas Bowl, Warwickshire are now 72 for 2 in their second innings, and they trail Hampshire by 81 runs. At Canterbury, Kent, the Bulldogs for 325, and Northampton their second innings 27 without loss, and they trail by 5 runs. Over at Scarborough, Surrey have progressed their first innings to 281 for 3, and they trail Yorkshire by 240 runs. Into Division 2, up at the Riverside, Derbyshire in their second innings 103 for 4 at lunch, and they lead Durham by 90 runs. At Cardiff, Glamorgan in their second innings are now 172 for 1, and they lead Nottinghamshire by 205 runs. At Merchant Taylor's School, Middlesex were bowled out this morning for 240, and Worcestershire in their second innings are 60 for no loss, and they need another 178 runs to win. And finally at Hove, Leicestershire have moved on to 248 for 3 at lunch, and they trail Sussex by 340 runs. As we approach the end of the interval, can I please ask spectators to start leaving the pitch so we can get underway properly at 20 to 2. Thank you. welcome back onto the pitch our umpires today, Peter Hartley and James Middlebrook, and the Somerset team led by Peter Siddle. Resuming the Lancashire innings, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon.
John, Bobby, I've been taking my high vis off, you know, when we're sitting here, just in case.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to our coverage on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app of Lancashire Somerset in the County Championship, live from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. We're into the afternoon session on day 3. There is Keaton Jennings, who's unbeaten on 112. And a partnership worth 85 now, actually. That's come round pretty quickly, 85 off 153 deliveries. It's pretty sharp going. Josh Bohannon, the other batter, on 43. The ball is still relatively new. It is 6 overs old. So straight after lunch, Siddle will start off for Somerset. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson with you today. Anthony's alongside me, and Somerset hoping for early success this afternoon.
Hope is the word. Yeah. Here's Siddle in and bowls, and Jennings plays forward up to mid-on. Yeah, more in hope than expectation. Well, I think this afternoon, Somerset approaching this. It's a day for batting. Bright sunshine, hot sunshine as well. Flat pitch, lightning fast outfield. A ball that, well, it's reasonably hard now, but it'll go soft fairly quickly. And fill your boots time for the Lancashire batsman. Siddle is in and bowls, and Jennings plays that into the offside and shouts out aloud no to his batting partner, the relatively diminutive Josh Bohannon. How tall is Josh Bohannon, Scott? 5'8", something like that?
In that region, yeah.
Keaton Jennings must be 6'3", 6'4". Tall, willowy opening batsman. Legs quite wide apart in his stance. He's there and he smashes this away through the offside, playing that on the up. Didn't time it. George Bartlett is in hot pursuit, hot being the operative word, and he flicks it back, and Lewis Goldsworthy will complete the fielding, and they've run through for a comfortable 3 runs. 274 for ones. Scoreboard is usually pretty prompt in putting up the runs, just a little bit of a delay there. So the first runs of the afternoon, we had 107 runs in the morning session in 32 overs, so just slightly better than 3 runs an over. And at that rate, Lancashire will harvest 4 batting points, but they'll need to go some to get 5. As Siddle is in and bowls to Bohannon this time, who plays that firmly up the pitch, and Rollo van der Merwe at a deepish mid-off does the fielding, just the 2 slips. Sun is out brightly now. If I lean back, I can actually get my head out of the sun, under the shade of the balcony, or not the balcony, the veranda of this Birkdale Tennis Club, on the terrace of which we are sitting. It's the hottest spot on the entire ground. This is stunned into the back down into the pitch. That's according to Paul Edwards, who's a member here at Southport and Birkdale, and who knows this ground as well as anyone. He said,
yes.
Even in the depths of winter, you can sit on the terrace outside the tennis club, and it's the warmest spot in the whole of Southport.
There's Paul Edwards in the cool surrounds of the tent.
Yeah, in the press tent. Never mind, we mustn't grumble.
Could do with the brolly, couldn't we, really?
Yeah. Siddle then to Bohannon. There in bowls. Bohannon, textbook defensive shot up to Jack Brooks, who chucks the ball to Steve Davis and marches up towards the other end of the pitch, because he will, I assume, be bowling the next over. It's 274 for 1 at the end of the first over of the afternoon session.
I'm very grateful to Max, the Lancashire analyst, who's provided me with some factor 50 before the play started today. I don't know why Paul Allett's looming over me like a threatening figure. He's always giving me that look. So I'm normally in trouble when he looks at me like that. Oh, he's going to offer his services for half an hour.
The refusal won't affect.
No, it definitely won't be refused. No, it won't be refused. We'll do a bit of on-air production. When would this half an hour be available?
Anytime you like.
Oh, right, lovely.
Well, anytime you like in the next hour or so.
Okay, 2 o'clock.
12 minutes.
Yes,
yeah.
Lovely. Perfect. Thank you, mate. Excellent. Paul Allen's going to join us in 12 minutes' time.
Yeah, great.
And there's Brooks. He's in and bowling to Keaton Jennings. That's cut out through the offside for 1 run towards James Rue on the cover boundary. And Jennings moves on to 115. And we've also got Malcolm Lorimer joining us after 2 o'clock to talk about a new book. This book is about clowns and cricket.
All right. We've got plenty of those, plenty of clowns have played cricket over the years.
So I'm sure he'll explain all a little bit later on. So, yes, the president of the club of Lancashire is Malcolm Lorimer, and he's going to join us for a bit to chat about this book, which looks a little bit bizarre, which suits him down to the ground, really. Here is Brooks to Bohannon, and that's driven. Partially stops by Brooks off his own bowling, and there is no run. 275 for 1. Bohannon on 43. Brooks, the only wicket taker of the day so far, into Bohannon. It's punched to mid-off, there's no run.
How do batting conditions here today compare with those for the Gloucester game, which was another run fest, was it not?
Yes, and it's difficult, isn't it? Because obviously this is an out ground as Bohannon defends, and there is no run. It feels like there is a little bit more in it. A little bit more turn, a bit more bounce and turn, a fraction more. New ball did a little bit, didn't it, when Siddle and Brooks started with it?
A little bit
before lunch, but not much.
I've rarely seen batsmen look quite so comfortable at the crease.
Brooks to Bohannon. Oh, he wants a quick single here, just nudged up to mid-on. He does get a sharp 1, so he moves up to 44. The score moves on to 276 for 1.
I mean, Keaton Jennings had to work hard when he first came in yesterday afternoon. It didn't look to be in great nick. But Luke Wells was going along without a care in the world. And Josh Bohannon has looked, he's just oozed confidence out there so far.
Brooks to Jennings, who is oozing in confidence to play a little forward push out into the offside for no run. That is the end of the over. 276 for 1.
More blue sky and slightly less in the way of white fluffy clouds this afternoon. The temperature's gone up a notch or two as well. It's going to be hot work out there for Somerset's bowlers and fielders. Lewis Goldsworthy taking off his cap and mopping his brow, although he's still wearing a short sleeve sweater, which I can't really see the point of. But who else has got a short sleeve sweater on? George Bartlett has as well. And as Siddle is in and bowls, and Bohannon plays a rather loose drive at that, and it comes off the bottom of the bat and just dribbles out into the onside. I was about to say that Josh Bohannon was nailed on for a century already, but he very nearly got himself out then. But it wouldn't at all surprise me if the first 3 in the Lancashire batting order all record centuries. We've got both of the openers have secured theirs. Peter Siddle comes sprinting in, he's there and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Bohannon this time. There's a nice brisk step as Peter Siddle, very straight backed as well as he walks back to his mark, keeps himself very fit. He's a vegan, eats a lot of bananas, so I'm told. I've seen him eating bananas in the games down at Somerset and Taunton. This is driven by Bohannon, but it will be fielded by Ronald van der Merwe when he's between overs down at long leg. The 12th man will quite often bring him a drink and a banana. Lots of magnesium in bananas, very good for you. 276 for 1. As the sun goes, or a cloud comes across the sun rather than the sun going behind the clouds, which is a daft thing to say. Siddle bowls and Bohannon defends. And Siddle fields, and Somerset bowling hasn't lost any of its intensity. They're plugging away, sticking to their guns, hoping for something to happen. And if you get the ball in the right areas often enough, chances are something will eventually happen. But conditions, as I say, very much in the batsman's favour. Siddle bowls outside the off stump, and Bohannon not to be tempted to going for the drive, lifts his bat out of the way. Must be close to capacity again here this afternoon. Plenty of people on the mound in front of the scoreboard and around, sitting in chairs around the boundary, and shirt sleeves and shorts and sun hats. Colourful scene, festival cricket by the sea. Siddle bowls, and this is edged down to third man by Bohannon. There is no third man, and that will be 4 runs, and Peter Siddle looks ruefully to the heavens. Found the edge, but it didn't find a fielder. 276, 280, I beg your pardon. The scoreboard just a little bit slow in putting that 4 runs on the board. 280 for 1. Bohannon with that 4, streaky 4 down to third man, moves on to 48.
Edging towards a half-century, Josh Bohannon. Welcome runs for him. That big score this season, double century, he got 231. But no scores in and around that, so this will be welcome time in the middle. Such a good year last year, batting at 3 for Lancashire, averaging over 50 across the season. He's got good memories of playing here as well. A game a few years ago, batting with Dane Villas. And Brooks is into Jennings, that's dropped out into the offside, and there's no run. Lammonby fields just backward of point. Jennings comes for a little walk down the pitch. Set for an afternoon out in the middle, Keaton Jennings. It'll be a hot day for Brooks and co. Just a 1 slip in place. Bit of width there and hit firmly away through the offside towards the deep point boundary. Jennings moves on to 116 now. Score ticks along to 281 for 1. In fact, Jennings moves to 117 with that. Yeah. Deficit of 165 between the two teams. Brooks in and Bannon plays forward. The ball just nips away and beats his forward press and taken by Stephen Davis in his wicket-keeping gloves. And there is no run. A long walk back to the top of his mark for Jack Brooks. It's defended by Bohannon. Away to the offside. Lammonby Fields gives the ball a bit of a polish. Score remains on 281 for 1.
Was Paul Allott director of cricket for Lancashire?
He was.
For the tie?
Yes, he was.
He
was. Yes.
Yep. Memorable day.
Yes, he was in charge for that one. As he's left alone by Bohannon through to Davis, and there's no run.
2017, I think it was, wasn't it? Somerset was set 88 to win after Jack Leach had bowled Lancashire out twice. And they got to 87. And then Jamie Overton played out a maiden against Graham Onions. And then Keshav Maharaj was bowling to Jack Leach, and Jack went for glory and was caught by Tom Bailey at mid-wicket.
Brooks in bowling to Bohannon, who drives to mid-off.
Just as you disappeared out the box to do your report for BBC Lancashire. And you very kindly said to me, just as you were passing, Bailey. And I think I would have got Tom Bailey, but it was the most helpful thing to do. And it was the first tie that Somerset had been part of since, I think, 1934. So it was quite a memorable day. I don't think Paul Allott was a great admirer of the pitch, though.
Well, I've just Googled it, Anthony. It's 2018 it was.
It was 18, was it?
And as part of the BBC match report is the headline, "Pitch was below average," says Allott. Yeah. Yes, he wasn't. He was a bit grumpy that day.
He was very grumpy.
He was grumpy, yeah. Somerset's director of cricket, Andy Hurry, said Paul Allott is entitled to his view. But there were 5,000 people who watched a really entertaining game.
He was chuntering around.
He was. He had a bit of a stomp on that day.
Right, we've got a bowling change from the Grosvenor Road end. Lewis Gregory is going to have a go. Latest one to take up what's been a pretty thankless task so far for Somerset bowlers. They've toiled away for 90 overs and just picked up 1 wicket. Here comes Gregory. Bowling to Jennings. He's there and bowls, and Jennings strokes this away. It'll be cut off by Peter Siddle, but he has to make 10-15 yards to his left, so batsmen have plenty of time to complete a single. 282 for 1. 118 now to Keaton Jennings. Somerset in no hurry to bowl their overs at the moment. More discussions about field placings. George Bartlett is being sent across to shortish extra cover, I think you'd call that. Short extra cover. We've got a cover point, we've got a deepish mid-off and mid-on. We've got a straight mid-wicket, Lewis Goldsworthy. And we've got Lewis Gregory with ball in hand. He's there and bowls, and Bohannon defends. Slip and a gully. Close catches with Matt Renshaw at first slip. Well, it's actually more a sort of 1.5 slip place, halfway between where first and second slip would be. And applause and merriment from the chairman's marquee. Somebody making a speech.
I think I just heard someone sing happy birthday.
282 for one.
Someone's celebrating a birthday.
Yeah, 282 for one in the Lancastrian sunshine. Is Gregory in and bowls, and this is turned away out towards deep backward square leg. Jack Brooks has ground to make, does so, and that brings up Josh Bohannon's 50. Lifts his bat to acknowledge the applause around the ground. There we are, 101 balls and 9 fours. It's been an innings without many frills, just gone about his business in a very professional way. As Gregory comes striding in over the wicket to bowl to him, back on his stumps, defending. They've just been content to play the bowling on its merits, these two. And they haven't been offered, much to Somerset's credit, too much in the way of loose deliveries. Bowlers have stuck to their task well and have been well supported in the field, as is always the case with Somerset sides these days, even without their inspirational captain Tom Abel. As Gregory bowls through to Stephen Davis outside the off stump. Peter Hartley is the umpire holding Gregory's sweater. Again, I think, well, we really must be in the hottest corner of the ground, because actually when we walked over to the press tent to collect our sandwich lunch, it was noticeably cooler away from this particular corner than it is here, where it's baking hot. Here's Gregory. Train goes past, Gregory bowls, and Bohannon declines to offer a shot at that one outside the off stump. End of the over, 284 for one. That was the 91st over of the innings, so Lancashire have another 19 overs in which to score the 66 runs that they need to secure a 4th batting point.
Could be tricky, that.
Or the 116 runs for a 5th, which wouldn't be beyond the bounds of possibility, would it?
It's some going, that, though, isn't it?
6 and over. I would think nothing of it in a
well, that's very true, yeah.
Limited over game.
Brooks is going to continue. And that's driven by Jennings up to mid-off. And there is.
It's not easy fielding on this, is it?
No, it's
just,
not.
I mean, you know, this is not to be critical of the outfield, but by standard of the bigger grounds, it is a bit bumpy, and fielders have got to get everything behind it.
Yeah, and that did take a pretty nasty-looking bobble, didn't it, in front of Verdi? Dry, firm outfield. Quick scoring. 284 for one. Brooks to Jennings. Play 4 in defence and there is no run. It's in Richard Gleeson, who's walking back over to the pavilion. He's had a good couple of weeks. England debut, wickets on his England debut. There he is. He's enjoyed a special few weeks. Didn't think he'd play again 18 months ago. This is hammered away through the offside by Keaton Jennings. Beats the dive of cover. And it's all the way for 4 runs.
Yeah, just overpitched by Jack Brooks. Give him credit for keeping the ball well up to the bat, giving it a chance to swing, but I don't think there is much swing for the Somerset seamers.
288 for one. Jennings moves on to 122 not out. decent effort at cover to try and stop it, and that's Renshaw. And Brooks to Jennings, just drops it away to mid-wicket. There is no run. Third century of the summer for Keaton Jennings in this game. His 8th in total for Lancashire and 23rd of his first-class career. Here's Brooks into Jennings. Again, he looks to drive. Stopped by Verdi, who's gone tumbling away to his right-hand side at mid-off.
Well anticipated by Amar Verdi then. He saw Jennings lining up for the big off drive, and remembering what had happened to the previous one, he was already moving to his right to cut it off even as the ball was delivered.
289 for one. 123 now to Keaton Jennings. It brings Bohannon back on strike. Here comes Brooks and bowls, and Bohannon plays forward in defence. And there's no run. That completes the over then. 289 for one. And a healthy looking crowd. One or two gathering underneath the tree to our left hand side. There's a little bit of shade there. The overhanging branches of the tree. It just gives a little bit of shade. There's not too many shady spots in the ground.
I haven't decided what those trees are. I think they're a type of poplar, probably. Judging by the way the leaves are sort of sparkling as they move in the wind. Another big conference going on between bowler, skipper, and I suppose you almost call Roloff van der Merwe senior pro. But the upshot of it is that they're going to ask to umpire Hartley to have a look at the ball. What a surprise. How many overs have we had?
12.
12.
Well, you went for 17.
17.
I went for 7.
Umpire Hartley's having a look at it. Yeah, they're going to change it. You couldn't make it up, could you?
They've gone through a fair amount of balls this season.
But I mean, that's absurd, though, for a ball to go out of shape after 12 overs. Here come the 12th men, with Casey Aldridge running on with drinks for the Somerset fielding side. Who's the 12th man for Lancashire, Scott?
Tom Hartley has been doing it in this game.
He's a big lad, whoever he is.
Essex have won. They've beaten Gloucestershire by 9 wickets.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Liam Hurt, who's out there having a chat with
Liam Hurt. What does he do?
He's a bowler, Liam. He's not bowled much. He's not really played too much this season, actually. He's certainly not played a county championship match. He may have played a T20 game. Went out for a short loan deal at one stage. This is a big job, isn't it? Someone's snoozing there in the background. Someone's fast asleep.
I don't blame them. I mean, there's nothing happening except the umpire's gone into to try and find a ball that's got 12 overs of bashing into it, because they were out there at close of play last night, thumping new cricket balls around in order to get them into the sort of shape that they would be after 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, etc. overs.
He's having a right old snooze then. New ball has been, a different ball has been selected. So we've had a little bit of a delay while that occurred.
John Hayes on Twitter has 2 questions. Are the headset microphones only for the home team commentators? No, I prefer the lip mic. Would we, Somerset, have taken a draw at 11 AM on Monday? He says, I think so. No, I don't think we would, actually. I think Somerset would, especially after they won the toss. they would have had ambitions to put big runs on the board and then get in amongst the Lancashire batting. But the pitch has got easier as the game has gone on, not more difficult. Right. It is my over, isn't it?
It is.
It's Lewis Gregory who's got a different ball in hand. Hopefully one that does a bit more from the Somerset perspective. He's bowling to the left-handed Jennings down the leg side. And taken by Stephen Davis. Stephen from Berkhamsted said outgrounds will find it really hard to match county grounds for pitch quality. However much effort they put into their square, Taunton is like a carpet. Yep, and my limited observation of outgrounds is that they don't match it. Well, yes and no. I mean, this is a really good pitch and a pretty good outfield. And there've been some big scores. I mean, Beckenham in Kent. Been some big runs scored there this year. Gregory's in and bowls, and this is driven. But there won't be a run. I don't think as a rule of thumb you could say that pitches are necessarily poor at outgrounds. I mean, the chances are that they would be, but I mean, Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire play the Cheltenham Festival, is usually a very good pitch. But certainly historically at Bath there have been one or two very dodgy ones. Gregory bowls, and this is driven by Jennings but fielded by Peter Siddle at the second attempt. That was travelling, that ball, and even though Siddle is over 20 yards behind the stumps at the non-striker's end, still reached him very rapidly. The outfield getting faster by the over.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Here comes Gregory. Just going a little bit, his hairline is receding. I think that would be the polite way of putting it. As that's bowled to Jennings, who plays it square of the wicket on the offside.
You know the feeling.
Well, so do I. That Lewis Gregory's a lot younger than I am. Just 30 is Gregory still. I was going to say still very fit, but of course he's had this chronic back problem, poor chap. He hairline fracture of a vertebrae at the base of his spine a good many years ago now, which was operated on 2.5 years ago. He's in and bowls, and this is driven nicely by Jennings, but straight to Roelof van der Merwe. And then of course he had a recurrence of back problems at the tail end of last season, which meant he couldn't bowl in Somerset's last 4 county championship matches, all of which they lost, including one against Lancashire, which put Lancashire in pole position for the county championship.
Yeah.
That Somerset denied them.
Yeah.
by collapsing against Warwickshire.
Thanks for that.
Well, it was a dreadful afternoon, that was. Gregory in and bowls, and this is played into the onside for 4 runs. Picked his spot. That time did Keaton Jennings, well wide of Peter Siddle, and it raced away to the straight long on boundary for 4 runs. 289 for 1. Jennings onto 127. Moving remorselessly, one feels, towards his second 100. I guess Lancashire will save the sort of serious acceleration until the last session today. Probably just go along steadily through the afternoon and then put the foot down towards the close of play when the bowlers are tired and the fielders are hot and weary.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they'll have a go at 350, won't they? I mean, we're in now 93 overs, so there's still plenty of time left to get themselves to 350 to secure that extra batting bonus point.
Well, they'll want to be ahead by the close of play, won't they?
Deficit's 153 now. As Brooks is in and Bohannon just jabbing forward, the ball goes past his edge and through to the keeper, no run. Yes, yeah, and there's every chance that they're on course for doing that, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
1-5-3 behind. It's a balancing act because it does feel like the game is looking like a draw. So you also want to take batting bonus points, get that balance between attacking and scoring quickly. It's cut away down towards this boundary below us. It's a deep backward point. Come back for 2 more. So Bohannon moves to 52. And Lancashire now to 295 for 1.
Yeah, that's why I think they'll go steadily through the afternoon.
Yep.
They don't seem as if they're going to put on a big spurt and try and get the 5th batting point so far, but it's still an option with 16 overs after this one. 105 runs required.
Slip waiting. He's turned away off the pads through the leg side by Josh Bohannon. Again, he comes back for 2. He's a pretty comfortable 2. I think Paul Allett's going to come and join us for a few minutes if you'd like.
Shall I vacate?
A break? That's all right. 297 for 1. Brooks bowls again. Forward goes Bohannon, plays the ball safely out through the offside, and there is no run. So Anthony Gibson will be back at some stage. Paul Allett, Lancashire's former director of cricket, amongst many other roles at the club, is he's alongside me in our commentary position as Brooks is bowling. A bit of width, and Bohannon tries to cut it. Playing a miss and through to the keeper. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reid. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah,
Good,
nice
good.
to be back at Southport. It's taken a while, but
yes.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Glorious day, good crowd, vast outfield, good pitch. Perhaps too good at the moment. It's good. This is what county cricket should be about, in my view.
Brooks to Bohannon. That's an edge down to 3rd man off the back foot for a single. 55 to him now. 298 for 1.
Yeah, Scott. I think you know, bringing the game out to various parts of the county. I think that's a fundamental part of the game now. And it was always the way, wasn't it? Liverpool, Southport, Blackpool, Lytham at times used to get games. And it's good to come out of Old Trafford and play the odd game here. I mean, obviously the weather makes it, but it's always been very well supported here. The club have done well to look after us and have always done that. We had a bit of a hiatus because of the pitch and the standard of the ground, and they didn't have a full-time groundsman, but that's been sorted out now. And the results are here to listen to and see and read about in the papers now.
Yeah, because this is the first time that Lancashire have been back here since you were director of cricket.
Yeah.
So it's a 4-year gap between the games. So it's obviously, I mean, I appreciate COVID's in the middle of that as well, so that clearly impacts things. But they've obviously done enough to improve things. As Gregory's in and bowling, that's driven to mid-off by Bohannon for no run.
Well, the main issue was the fact they didn't have a full-time groundsman, and it's a bit of a catch-22 really, because the county, all counties, I think, want to take games away from headquarters occasionally, but you can't rely these days on sports grounds, sports clubs, cricket clubs to be able to provide the requisite facilities, pitch, outfield, seating, whatever else.
Gregory to Bohannon, that's flicked out to mid-wicket but for no run.
They haven't got the money half the time.
Yeah,
you know. And even though Southport's in a relatively affluent area with a tennis section and a decent cricket team, you know, it takes a little bit more than that to stage a county game. And that's been done now. Andrew Carney's the chairman at Southport, and he's put an awful lot of effort in over the last 2 or 3 years, and here we are.
And it does look a picture.
It does.
298 for 1. And Bohannon cuts out through the offside. Picked up at deep backward point. Jogs through for a single. Edging towards another batting bonus point, Lancashire here. 299 for 1. And there's a lot of runs out there. You mentioned the pitch was a bit of an issue in between the 4-year gap between Lancashire being here, but this looks like an absolute belter.
Well, the last time we played here, we chased down 320, didn't we, to win? Beat Worcester when Bohannon and in his very early years, and Villas put on a match-winning partnership. So you know, I was just talking to Mark Chilton now. We always expect this pitch to deteriorate and turn, and if you look back through recent history, then it has done to a degree, but the most recent games,
as Gregory balls to Jennings, just dabbed away into the offside for no run.
Most recent games, you know, it's been a good batting strip. And of course, you get value for shot, don't you? Look at it, it's parched brown outfield, and boundary size is okay. We looked at trying to play white ball cricket here as well, but just not quite big enough, I don't think, for white ball. Even though it's the same for both teams, isn't it?
So it would, in theory, be within regulations to play white ball cricket here. But you just feel
I think
it wouldn't
so.
be.
Well, I think the fact that you can probably only get a couple of thousand in as well, if that, you know, that doesn't help. Whereas you get double that at Blackpool.
That's hammered out through the offside by Keaton Jennings. And he wants to come back for 2. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end and safely run in the end. And that brings up 300 for Lancashire. So they've got themselves a 3rd batting bonus point. 301 for 1.
Yeah, in an ideal world, Lancashire get the skates on now and get up to 600 and bowl Somerset out. That's the plan.
Well, indeed, quite. Yes.
Easier said than done, and quicker said than done as well.
Gregory to Jennings, that's driven into the offside, there's no run. Somerset signed a spinner for this game, Amav Verdi, at the end of the over as well. That Lancashire signed a spinner with this game in mind. Obviously, he's not available in Washington Sundar. So it would suggest the logic would tell us that it will spin on the 4th day and will become more difficult to bat.
Well, I think it probably will a little bit. I was earlier today. I was watching in the first hour. There were a couple that Verdi bowled that just disturbed the surface a little bit. So there's a sign that that's going to happen.
Okay.
Whether it happens quickly enough and deteriorates enough to make a victory viable or possible is another matter. There are certainly no signs of that at the moment at 301 for 1, are there?
No. We're going to see a bowling change at the Harrod drive end. It's going to be Tom Lammonby to replace Jack Brooks. Just the 1 wicket to fall today, which is off the bowling of Brooks. Luke Wells for 109. He came out to speak to us last night on 99 not out. Would you have done that? Would you have gone out to speak to the media on 99 not out overnight?
Well, the day's gone by. You wouldn't be allowed to.
Oh, right, okay.
But I think we're a bit more laissez-faire about things now, aren't we? And quite right too. I mean, they talk to Formula 1 drivers on the starting grid seconds before they zoom off at 220 miles an hour.
True. Lammonby runs in and bowls, and Bohannon drives to mid-off, and there's no run.
I was always an advocate of, in my earlier days, doing some TV commentary of interviewing batsmen on their way out to bat. And on the way, even more pertinently, on their way out after they just nicked their first ball to slip. You'd probably have to have the blue button ready to dumb down on the expletives. But
sounds just cruel, does that really? There is a plan. There's a murmuring about something that might happen tomorrow. As Lammonby is in and bowls again to Bohannon, who's 4 in defence and there's no run. If the technology works, to get one of the Lancashire players mic'd up in the outfield.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, they've done it. They do it for some of the games, don't they? I think it's gone a little bit out of vogue this year. Not noticed it in any T20 Blast games.
I haven't. No.
Well, although I noticed that in the recent internationals, they've got helmet cam now on batsmen and fielders.
It just makes me sick watching it. Lammonby to Bohannon, that's carved away through the offside. Renshaw fields at cover.
Yeah, you do need your seasick pills, don't you, when you're watching 30 seconds of that.
Yeah. You got someone at short leg bobbing around all over the place, like being on a roller coaster.
Who was it? Ollie Pope had it on, didn't he, at the Test match?
Yeah.
That's right.
So that might happen tomorrow. At least the suggestion is that...
oh, that'd be good.
I'm going to
good
give it a
little
go.
experiment.
Yeah. Nice to try and head out to the middle and get
You'd
a
have
view
to be
from the
careful
player.
he didn't get Glenn Chappell in this seat, though, because then it'd be construed as coach to mid-off.
Bit of coaching.
Yeah.
This is Lammonby bowling. It's wide and left and through to the keeper, no run.
I was saying to Dane Villas this morning as he was having his watch charged, I said, do you wear that when you're batting? He said, no, we're not allowed to wear them. I said, they're smartwatches, aren't they? You can be in communication with anybody. So you can't wear your smartwatch on the field.
Right. Okay.
So what's your tactical nous like, Scott?
I'm to pass a few...
have you got any coaching badges?
I don't have any just yet, no. I can assure you, I won't be receiving text messages from the Lancashire dressing room to pass on. Lammonby to Bohannon. Oh, that's edged and past the keeper. And the ball ends up in the press tent. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, false stroke from Josh Bohannon, and well bowled from Lammonby. Left arm over, just slanting the ball across the right-handed Bohannon. He's just fended at that a little bit. No slipping though at 300 odd for 1, 305 for 1. So Bohannon profits from a slightly streaky shot.
I thought you were going to say at first, don't be asking Glenn Chappell to get mic'd up.
Well, that'd be worth listening to. He tends to go off on wonders, Glenn, at times.
Lammonby bowls, forward goes Bohannon. Defended into the offside for no run.
Plus the fact he's pretty knowledgeable about the game.
Well,
of course.
indeed, yeah. In fact, that would be coach. Yeah, get the coach mic'd up. I'm not sure Chappie'd be up for that.
No, he doesn't. No, not up his street.
No, really, no. 305 for 1. Jennings 129 and Bohannon unbeaten on 60.
I bet you were warm here on Monday, weren't you? Hey, why have you positioned yourself in the full glare of the sun and out of the breeze?
Well, this is just where we've been told to be.
Right, okay, yeah. You don't have any say over this?
I don't have any say in anything, do I?
No, probably not. Only for 6 hours a day on the microphone.
But no one listens to that. We could do with a brolly.
I've got my shorts in the car. Not much good in the car, though, are they?
No. I might inquire about a brolly. Is it going to be hot tomorrow as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I might
it's not.
Try and get a brolly.
It's not supposed to be super hot today, is it? But
this is Gregory to Jennings. That's clipped down towards fine leg for a single. 130 to him now. 306 for 1. Yeah, it's a bit sticky here at kind of 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's not much of a breeze around.
No, that's because you're in lieu of it, you see.
Yes. Yeah. This is where we've always been when we've come here. Might need to be readdressed for next year if we come back.
Yeah, it's not a bad view, is it?
Oh no, it's okay. It's just
yeah.
Just do with a bit of shade.
I always think it's good. You get a good view of the pitch from deep backward point.
Gregory to Bohannon. Doesn't play at that. Through to the keeper, no run.
Get a perception of pace anyway, if not movement, from this position. But judging by the scores, there's not been much movement. so there we are.
I think the scoreboard tells its own story. 306 for 1. Bohannon's got a great chance here. It's a slightly scratchy season, really. A terrific double centuries and some low scores in and around it, but what a chance now to fill your boots. Unbeaten on 60. Gregory's in and bowling, and that's driven to mid-on. And there is no run.
Well, you're quite right with Josh Bohannon. He came off a great season last season, was rewarded with England Lions spots, wasn't he, through the winter. Was talked up for the Caribbean tour, full tour, and started the season, as you say, with that big double 100, and since then just gone off the boil a little bit. Had a series of lowish scores, and then he had a bit of back trouble, and now here he is out in the middle and going well.
And he goes back and turns his next delivery off Gregory to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, he picked up a bit of a back twinge in Bristol, didn't he, a couple of weeks back. And good to see him back fully fit. Got good memories of this ground, as you mentioned, Paul. That wonderful partnership with Villas and that terrific win for Lancashire.
Yeah. Well, that was in his first year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was almost a breakthrough innings for him, that. Although he played well.
Gregory into Bohannon, that's defender back down the pitch, no run.
Played really well at the Oval.
That was his debut, wasn't it?
It was, a few games before that, when he was thrust in the deep end to a degree.
That was the pink ball match, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was short-lived.
Well, it doesn't really lend itself, does it, this country, to day-night matches. I did a game on Monday, the Women's One-Day International at Northampton. They had the floodlights on most of the afternoon, and it was like that, glorious, and it's not dark till 9 o'clock at night, is it?
Gregory bowls, and Bohannon turns the ball just in front of square on the leg side and comes back for 2. They might even flirt with the idea of 3. No, just the 2.
It's not as if we're in a bit of a crisis with our power at the moment, is it? I thought of all the people whose power bills were leaping through the roof, poor souls, and then you've got 6 floodlights blaring out light through the warmest day of the year.
It's nonsense, isn't it, really?
It is stupid, yeah. It needs to be looked at, that.
It does. Well, that means just the general rule about floodlights.
Exactly. I mean, something about I think there's a playing regulation that the floodlights have to be on throughout the second innings of the match, which in a ludicrously entitled day-night match, which probably finishes at 9:30, when it's still light enough to play in natural light, seems ludicrous to me.
Bizarre. 308 for 1. You see Malcolm Lorimer's coming up now with a book in his hand.
They're all at it now. Now you've let one in, you're going to let them all in, aren't you?
Well, I agree that he could come and talk about this new book that he's got his help to publish. It's a book, right? As Lammonby's in and bowling, and that's played into the offside for no run. It's a book about cricket and clowns.
Well, yeah, he thrust this upon me earlier last week.
Right.
And I must admit that I had no knowledge of this at all.
No.
But I would imagine it's quite an interesting read. There was always a saying.
Lammonby bowls to Jennings, who drives into the onside for no run. Bohannon was sent down and it was sent back, and then the throw comes in and I think it hit him.
Yeah, that was a error of judgment from Keaton Jennings initially. Don't know whether he said yes.
There's a bit of yes-no about that, wasn't there?
I thought he meant 5 o'clock to start with.
Well, I'm not sure he'd be sober by 5 o'clock.
Kicking me into touch.
Well, you mean you're more than welcome to speak to him if you want to.
No. I was going to say, clowns and cricket knew nothing about it. Circuses and cricket were, if anything went wrong on the field, we always used to say it's a bit of a Fred Carnot's, as in Fred Carnot's circus.
A bit like this setup in front
well, of yeah, it's very interesting setup, isn't it? I've broadcast in areas of the world where this would be classed as high-tech. Southport now being another one.
Josh Bohannon just been checked out there by Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio. I think the ball must have deflected onto his helmet, because it was I don't know whether it was. I don't think it was a direct hit on the helmet, but he's been checked out. He's okay. Lammonby into Jennings, who's a step down the pitch, and that's eased away into the offside for no run. All right, so I've told Malcolm to come back then. We're going to have a chat about this book about cricket and clowns.
It's a strange topic, isn't it?
Absolutely bizarre.
There you are, Fred Carnot.
There he is. There's your man.
byword for chaos, it says. That's it. So there we are, Fred Carno. There he is in his hoopy suit.
His Lammonby balls to Jennings down the leg side, taken by Davis, who pretends that he heard a little flick of the bat.
That was a classic resigned appeal, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a bit.
308 for 1. There we are, Dan Lino. Well, prepare to be entertained.
Looking forward to it.
Or, if not entertained, educated, I suppose.
Or bemused.
Or bemused.
Yeah. Lammonby back in to Jennings.
I've got one question, in a list of questions that you have in an interview.
Yeah.
Number 1 on the list for me would be why.
Yes. I think I'll start with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then the problem is after that I don't quite know where else to go from that.
Just hope that the one-word question prompts a 15-minute answer.
That's basically what I'm hoping is going to happen. Yeah. Lammonby into Jennings. He just defends into the offside for no run. 308 for 1 at the end of the over. Lancashire trail by 138 runs to batters meet mid-pitch. Little punch of the gloves. Little chat. Here we go. This is the book I'm looking at. I'm referring to. It's this one. So what are you supposed to? What questions do you ask about this? But maybe, as Paul said, the main question is why.
Why? What interested you in this?
Yes. Yes.
And do you really think there's a market for anyway?
Good questions. I'm making a note of them. Gregory to continue.
He's not written it, Malcolm, has he?
No. I think he's
published it.
He's published it, yeah. Gregory to Bohannon. Oh, he'd be not happy with himself there. The ball short of the length and tried to muscle it through mid-wicket and didn't quite time it.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at this sort of 20 to 3, isn't it? And time left in the match, 4.5 sessions. Look, Lancashire, I think, have got to make a move here. It's very easy to sit in the dressing room and say, "Oh, we'll get 600," but they've got to push on now up towards 400 and then 500, and then see where they are. That should be the plan, without being overly reckless.
There's Gregory into Bohannon. It's punched up to mid-on. There's no run. Well, the difference is 138, so they'll be. I mean, they should be in front, shouldn't they, by the close of play?
Well, what I'm thinking is try and be in front by 40 minutes after tea.
Right. Okay. And then have a bit of a go for it after tea.
And then have a go, yeah. And probably for an hour in the morning.
Okay.
Now, I mean, this is given the best possible circumstances and not losing many wickets, etc. And so we take on a bit of a T20 cue in terms of batting, or a bit of baseball, if you like.
He doesn't like that phrase.
No. Well, I'm not surprised, really.
Gregory in and bowling to Bohannon. Looks to cut the ball, the bottom edge. It bounces down towards, just beyond the reach of Renshaw at slip, and down to third man for a single.
Well, aggressive red ball cricket then, batting. Aggressive red ball batting.
Actually, a serious question.
Yeah.
And I know we'll be talking about clowns. What did you make of Ben Stokes and the comments about how the way that they chased down that latest total against New Zealand, and he said this should send a message to county cricket that this is what we're looking for in our type of players? What?
Well, fair enough as a comment. It's an interesting turnaround in the space of 4 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that's not what they were looking for initially, since probably time immemorial. But what you're saying now is the way we're going to play, and under this regime especially.
Here's Gregory, right arm around, bowls. Jennings goes forward, and the ball bursts through the gloves of Davis, down towards the boundary. Oh, it's a good effort to try and flick it back. They've run 3 in the end, and it's 3 byes. There's nothing on it. It's a 3 bye, but great work out in the deep on a hard surface, right by the boundary rope. I think that's Matt Renshaw.
Well, you're talking about Fred Carno's and his circus. I mean, we've had examples of it there with the keeper missing it first of all and it ricocheting down to third man, and then there was a swallow dive, wasn't there? I mean, it was a sliding, skidding, swooping stop in the end. Anyway, back to aggressive cricket. Well, if that's the way the game is going to be played now by England, then it stands to reason that that's what they'll be looking for in terms of batting.
Gregory bowls to Bahan, who defends, no run.
And batsmanship. I would be a little bit wary, but I appreciate the way they've played, and I think it's been fantastic. I'm not sure you've got the ideal top three at the moment, even though the openers did better in the last test and Pope's scored runs. There will come a time against different attacks in different circumstances on different pitches where you will have to be a little bit more circumspect. Otherwise, it'll end up 110 all out like the one-day side was yesterday. That's the only caveat. But you've still got to be slightly selective.
If you were still a director of cricket at a county club, with your own individual, as Gregory bowling to Bahan and it's wide and left and through to the keeper, there's no run, end of the over, 312 for 1. It might be time for some drinks as well. It is. So 312 for 1. Lancashire trail by 134. So you've got your own priorities, your own ambitions, your own vision, the way of doing things. Would a comment like that from an England captain make you feel a bit uncomfortable because it might filter into the mind of batsmen, or am I reading too much into it?
I don't think it'd make me feel uncomfortable. I think you've still got to do your job as a county player in the environment that you're in. And for instance, we're in a match now which is set up to do what Brendan McCullum might want. So we're in a situation here on a good pitch on a fast outfield against tiring bowlers where the batsman can start to, well, run right might be the wrong phrase, but be overly aggressive. It's interesting from a county perspective doing what England want. You know, there's plenty of that goes on already, isn't there? You know, the sacrifices made by counties in terms of fixtures and competitions, primarily T20 at the moment. It's causing a little bit of angst and grief around the counties that players aren't available, and the highlight of the county season is overshadowed, if you like, by international one-day cricket. I think that could be better planned, and that's something that England dictate to the counties, whether they like it or not. So I have a little bit of a mixed feeling about it.
Okay.
Do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I absolutely do, yeah.
A little bit of reading between the lines, I suppose, but I don't think it had perturbed me particularly as a director of cricket, or as a, you know, he's perfectly entitled to say what they want and what they're looking for in terms of the next generation of cricketers, or how cricketers will play in the next 12 months, 2 years under this regime. Let's just see how it all goes. I think it's been brilliant. Those 4 test wins have been fantastic, haven't they? And they've ignited the public's imagination and probably cricket's imagination to a degree. And I can't help but smile at the irony of the white ball team losing a series and then getting bowled out for 100 yesterday, when for the last 5 years everything has gone before the one-day team. Anyway, you better get your questions ready, because I can see Malcolm. He's coming round the boundary now with the book in hand.
Yeah. Right. You sure you don't want to stay and chat to him?
Well, I mean, you know, talk about bringing it on yourself. You said 5 minutes, didn't you?
I did.
You did.
Felt pressured into it. But,
you could have said, well, let's just do it next match, should we?
Here's Lammonby after a drinks break, in and bowling down the leg side to Keaton Jennings, and taken by Stephen Davis, and there's no run.
He's wandered off though.
Oh, that's good. 312 for 1. Well, can you stay for a bit? No, can you stay for 20 minutes? Can you stay till 3 o'clock? Could I bring Anthony in for a chat? If you can do 15 more minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's keen to come on and have a chat. Here's
All
Lammonby.
right. Yeah, I'll do another 10 minutes.
Lovely. In and balls to Jennings. It's a full ball, just played away into the offside. There's no run. And then I'll get Malcolm on after 3 o'clock then.
Yeah, well, that's you carry on. You're in charge.
I won't go that far.
You'll incur his wrath, though, because he'll come round that corner in a minute.
Oh, sweet talking. Be all right. 3:12 for 1.
Incurring the wrath of the vicar is not what you want to do, really.
Jennings, 130 not out. Here's Lammonby. Balls to Jennings. That's heaved away through the onside. He's going to come back for 2. There's at least 3, and they do run 3.
Don't get many 3s at Southport.
133 not out. He's batted well here, hasn't he, Keaton Jennings? Done it his own way. I thought it was quite interesting watching them both bat, Jennings and Wells, yesterday. The contrasting styles. I liked it.
Wells gets a bit of a shift on these days, doesn't he?
He does a bit, yeah.
Yeah, and Keaton is Keaton. Keaton plays the way he plays. I mean, he's quite capable of pushing things along, but in red ball cricket, he'll bat conventionally.
Lammonby into Bohannon. A bit of aggression shown here as well. Pull the ball away, just swats it down towards long leg for a single.
We've had a message, haven't we?
Yeah, I think that feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hit out or get out.
It's quite
pretty simple.
3:16 for 1. Had a bit of a drinks break and putting the pedal down. 2 balls left of the over, and then Anthony will come and join you for a few minutes, Paul.
Okay.
There's Lammonby in and balls to Jennings, who drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. So 130, the difference between the two sides. How many overs have we got left today? We've got 50 left after this. It's quite a bit to go today. 130 deficit, 50 overs left today.
Well, 50, I mean, you could get 500. England do, don't they?
Well, this is what they want. Now's the time to show it. Lammonby in balls, and that's heaved out through the onside by Keaton Jennings for 4 runs out towards square leg to complete the over. 320 for 1. Paul, a few thoughts from you, please, and then Anthony will join you.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, well, I think it's clear from that first over after drinks what Lancashire are looking to do now. They're going to try and pick up the pace and push this score along. 376 for 1 is 316 for 1 is a really good position to be in, quite obviously. And 2 batsmen well set. 50 overs left in the day. I mean, even conservatively at 5 and over would get to 570.
What, by the end of today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe even more if they pull the finger out.
Could be. Well, good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Anthony.
We've worked together before, you know. Back in 1990.
Right.
Quarter-final of NatWest at Old Trafford, Lancashire against Gloucestershire. Wasim Akram bowled Gloucestershire to victory. It must have been one of your first...
Bowled Lancashire to victory.
Yeah. Must have been one of your first commentary.
Why was I commentating and why wasn't I playing in 1990?
I don't know, but it was one of your first ones, I remember.
Because 1990, we won the Benson and Hedges, and we won the NatWest. So we won both one-day competitions.
Here's Siddle in a bowls, and this is cut hard by Bohannon, but it'll be fielded out in the deep by Lewis Goldsworthy. It's just a single, 321 for 1.
My memory's not perhaps as good as it used to be, but I thought I played every game.
No, you were summarising and I was commentating, and at the halfway stage I was asked to summarise what had happened in the Lancashire innings, and I wittered on for about 4 minutes.
Yeah,
and and then I said, and what, you know, and then I asked you for your opinion, and you said something like, "Well, Anthony, you seem to have said it all."
There we are.
He's Siddle in and bowls, and that's played into the offside. Yeah, maybe you'd picked up an injury, but it was most definitely you.
Okay, that was fine. I believe you. I believe you. I'll be checking it though.
It was a fantastic bit of bowling by Wazim Akram.
Well, he didn't have many bad spells.
No,
that
he
lad.
didn't. But Gloucester, I can't remember. Lancashire got a good score, sort of up around 300. As Siddle is in and bowls, and Jennings just drops this into the offside, sets off straight away for a single. 322 for 1. And Gloucester weren't going too badly in reply. They were about 90 for 2, I think. And then Wazim Akram came in and bowled them out for about 130 something.
Okay.
Terrific piece of bowling. But, yes, it must have been one of your first summer. This was for the BBC.
Yeah, well, as I say,
Radio
I was still
2,
playing,
Radio
and
2 it would have
I
been
played
in
in
those
both finals that year. So.
Yeah. Siddle is in and bowls, and this is cut down to third man, where Amar Verdi is waiting for it. Another single. Runs coming quite freely at the moment. 323 for 1. $66 to Bohannon, 138 to Keaton Jennings. Lancashire in search of batting points. This is swung away, and it comes off the bottom of the bat, I think. Goes for a big pull shot as Keaton Jennings. It's picked up at in the covers.
Yeah, that 350 is obviously an initial target for a batting point, and then who knows?
Will they make a run at a fifth batting point?
How many overs are there?
They've got 10 to get 76.
Oh,
well,
well,
9 after this to get 76.
You'd think they might make a bit of a burst at it.
Yeah. Siddle is in and bowls. This is pulled fiercely out, bang into the picket fence in front of the club chairman's marquee, and it's gone underneath the groundsman's roller. And young Harry, on work experience, is going to experience the pleasure of getting the ball out from underneath the roller, which he does successfully.
Yeah, just in front of us. No more than 5 paces.
Well done, Harry.
No more than 5 paces in front of us. That was a fearsome stroke from Josh Bohannon. Picked up the length of that very, very quickly indeed, and hammered it through mid-wicket all along the ground.
The last time I saw you,
Yes.
as opposed to working with you,
Yes.
was back in 2018 in the famous Tide match, when you weren't at your happiest about the state of the pitch at Taunton.
Yeah, I wasn't. You're right. Only because the playing conditions clearly state that you've got to play on the best pitch available, best surface available, and it clearly wasn't. So, you know, same for both sides.
It was. It's all water under the bridge.
But yeah, I mean,
Maharaj did the business for Lancashire.
Somerset, yeah, Somerset have produced some really good pitches. I was there for the women's test match, which was a really good pitch. And they can produce good pitches, which again is the essence of why I was a little bit perturbed. But there we are.
It's all water under the bridge. And it finished in a tie. Somerset set 88 to win.
Yeah, it's
Bowled out for
extraordinary,
87.
that, wasn't it? Extraordinary.
Well, the oddest thing was that Jamie Overton, if you remember, played out a
maiden. He did.
to Graham Onions.
He did. He did.
Here's Roller van der Merwe into the attack, and Jennings is down the pitch driving. And where's that gone? Bang into the sight screens for 6. That's more like it. 145 to Keaton Jennings, 334 for 1.
I think we're going to see the field push back now. It's deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep long on anyway. So we're in the realms of a one-day field here. And I can't say I blame Somerset, to be honest.
No, it's almost too good a pitch, isn't it?
It is at the moment.
As van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Jennings just milks that into the offside for a comfortable single as Lammonby picks up. Everything's in the batsman's favour. Bright sunshine, flat pitch, fast outfield, soft cricket balls. They've already changed this one once.
Well, that's only once.
We're only 21 overs into it.
Well, that's true.
Changed it after 12. It's hard slog out there for Somerset's bowlers and fielders on a most beautiful day. You've got happy memories playing here at Southport?
I have, yeah. Used to enjoy playing here. It was a good place to play cricket with good result pitches, good for batting and bowling.
Van der Merwe's in and bowls, and this is cut backward of point by Bohannon, picked up by...
We used to play one-day cricket here back in the late 70s. We played Middlesex here in 79, I think. Good crowd, more than are here today. Although this is a decent. I mean, it looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I think
lovely.
This is, as I was saying to Scott, I think this is the essence of county cricket. Take it out to the Shires.
Jennings cuts this hard, square of the wicket. That's going to go for 4 runs because the fielder out on the boundary is well backward of square. 4 more runs, and that's Keaton Jennings, 150. 150 in 291 balls. A fine innings. He's gone through the gears, has Keaton Jennings. Slightly uncertain start yesterday afternoon, but now batting with supreme confidence down the pitch, and didn't quite get there, so just checked his shot, played it back to the bowler.
Well, he set off so early that Van der Merwe had plenty of time to adjust and fire it in quicker, flatter, shorter.
It reminds me a bit here of Weston-super-Mare, where you must have played as well in the Western festivals.
Used to played Sunday League at Weston-super-Mare.
That's turned into the onside for another single, 341 for one. I don't know if Scott mentioned it, but we had Roland Butcher summarising here yesterday.
Oh, right.
And you would have played against him, I expect.
Played against Roland a few times, yeah.
For Middlesex in 1979.
Well, you were mentioning Wasim Akram before. Well, we played Gloucester here one year, and Wasim was in his pomp and bowling those fearsome combinations of throat balls and Yorkers. And in the last over of the day, he hit Jack Russell, left-handed obviously, on the right toe, full toss. Hobbled off, retired hurt. And David Graveney came in, and he got hit on the left foot, full toss, and managed to survive the last couple of balls.
Here comes Siddle. He's into Jennings, who swings this away down towards deep backward square leg. Was in the air for a time, but fielded on the bounce out there by Matt Renshaw.
And you will remember, as I do, the days of the old carpet slipper.
Yep.
The Czech carpet slipper.
Yes, yeah.
A broad piece of kit, very soft material. Well, the next morning, David Graveney had been to Woolworths in Southport, bought a pair of these brown Czech slippers, and he wore the left foot.
And Jack wore the right.
Jack wore the right.
He was a fearsome bowler, was Wasim Akram. Here's Siddle, and that's played into the onside just for a single again, 343. I mean, he got it to swing so much, didn't he? At extreme pace as well.
Well, he bowled very quick arm, great control, and was, well, I mean, reverse swing virtually came into its own with him and Wakar. Imran probably was fundamental in developing it from Sarfraz, Nawaz.
Siddle is in and bowls, and this is driven by Jennings, and it's a good stop by Roland van der Merwe in the end. They take a single, 344 for 1. We've got 7 overs after this for Lancashire to score another 56 runs for a 5th batting point. And you never know how valuable that extra point might be at the end of the season, especially with Essex having won again. 13 wickets for Simon Harmer in the game down at Chelmsford.
Well, he's going to be missing now.
Of course, he'll be with the South Africans, won't he? Yeah. Siddle is in and bowls. This is pulled, and it'll be fielded in the deep by Lewis Goldsworthy. Ball flashing across this fast outfield.
He's a good little player. Goals with you, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I'm so pleased for him to get his maiden first-class 100.
Well, he'll remember Southport.
Yeah, yeah. And so will James Rue, who got 70 on his
debut, was it?
Yeah, his debut for Somerset. He played for the county select 11 against the Indian tourists up at Durham last season.
Yeah. Well.
This is pulled and it's in the air and it's landing short of Renshaw out in the deep, who sends in a rather wild return, which is fortunately backed up, and they take another single, 345 for 1. Thank you, thank you, Paul. Scott, you're back on. Well, it's a great pleasure to work with you again after 32 years, Paul.
Thank you very much. Yes, nice to see you again too.
That's Paul Allett there. As Siddle bowls, and this is cracked away through the offside by Bohannon, but again, Matt Renshaw will do the fielding in the deep, 346 for 1. That was the 102nd over, so was it the 103rd? It was the 103rd because it was from the Grosvenor Road end, and the first over was bowled from the Grosvenor Road end yesterday afternoon. So 347 for 1. These two have added 161 so far, to go with 186 for the first wicket between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Hot and tiring work out there for Somerset bowlers and fielders. What were you doing in 1990, Scott?
Probably doing something at primary school, I would think.
Just saying to Paul, that's when we last worked together.
Van der Merwe is in bowling, and that's hit too long on for a single. So you were working together in 1990, commentating? Or?
Yeah, I was commentating, he was summarising. It was one of his first goes at summarising. I think he was injured because he was still playing for Lancashire that season. It was the NatWest quarter-final at Old Trafford, Lancashire against Gloucestershire.
And did he remember it?
He didn't, which I did, obviously. Because
oh, clearly.
But he couldn't. He thought he ought to have been playing, but he definitely wasn't. He was definitely in the commentary box.
348 for 1. We've got Van der Merwe bowling for Somerset. There's a very intricate fielding positions being altered here. He's moving extra cover to or behind square, mid off to cover. So there's now a short third man, short fine leg. There's a mid wicket, long off, long on. Good off the back foot and slices the ball away. It's a good looking shot by Jennings. It's a clever shot. He hit it exactly where the fielder had just been moved from to bring up the 350 for Lancashire. 352 for 1.
Wasn't a very intelligent piece of bowling, was it, though? I mean, bowled it on off stump with a huge open space, empty space in front of the wicket on the offside.
Yeah, it just sat up from him and just hit it exactly where he moved the fielder from. What's he on to now? 158. So it's 352 for 1. And a little tickle out towards square leg, and he comes back for 2. Keaton Jennings. Score moves on to 354 for 1.
What's happened to Malcolm Lorimer then? Is he?
He's coming back at 3 o'clock apparently.
Oh, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, it's 5 past now.
Well, I know, but I kept delaying him and delaying him. I cancelled him twice. Down the pitch comes Jennings and hammered back over the bowler's head. It's stopped on the long off boundary, just about. Jennings moves to 160. 161 in fact, and it's 3-5-5 for 1.
Still looks as if they're going for this 5th point, doesn't it? 5th batting point.
There's been a noticeable change since the drinks break.
Yeah.
Great deal of positivity shown. This is worked down to backward point by Bohannon just for a single. 3-5-6 for 1 now. Brings Jennings back on strike.
Runs coming thick and fast just at the moment. It's almost like commentating on a Vitality Blast game. But it's not a blast field because the fielders are all out around the boundaries.
This is a little reverse paddle by Jennings.
Couldn't have missed the stumps by very much.
Look from this angle like it almost paddled it onto his stumps. End of the over, 357 for 1. Lancashire, 104 overs gone, so 6 overs left. If they are flirting with the idea of scoring to get up to 400, sure.
Well, 6 sevens are 42, so it's, you know, it's not beyond. So I'm saying it's well within their compass. Here's Malcolm. I'll make way, Scott, for Malcolm Lorimer.
Siddle is in and bowls, and that's flicked behind square on the leg side. Siddle again running in. Balls, and Bohannon looks to drive. Let's get the ball away into the offside. Jogs through for a single. 3:59 for 1. Malcolm Lorimer, Lancashire's president.
Vice president.
Lancashire's vice president.
Don't promote me.
Oh, I think you're well overdue a promotion. He's alongside me. Good afternoon, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Are you
nice
okay?
to be here. Yeah, lovely. Enjoying Southport and enjoying the atmosphere and the cricket and
watching Keaton Jennings hammer this for 4 through mid-wicket.
Very nice, yeah.
And he moves on to 167 with that. So, thank you for popping out of your hospitality tent to spend a few moments with us to chat about this book. Now, I've been giving this a big build-up with Paul.
Right.
Because I don't really understand it.
Okay, well,
hang on. Here's Siddle in and bowling to Jennings. Oh, it's a top edge down towards backward square leg, but he's swung right through it, and I think it'll clear the rope for 6. It does. I think he's signalled that as a no bowl as well. 6 down to deep backward square leg, and Lancashire on the attack now, certainly. And Jennings eyeing up a double century. So there's
well, I'm surprised you don't understand it, because there are a lot of words in it.
There's not enough pictures for my liking in this, Malcolm.
Can I explain what the subject of the book is?
Please do.
Right. It's called Lords of Mischief. I'll just pause for a moment.
This is thumped to mid-on for a single. 174 to Jennings, 372 for 1 now.
Yeah, Dan Leno and clown cricket. Now, there's 2 things here. One is that in the 1850s, there was something called clown cricket. Now, if you imagine groups of acrobats, jugglers, clowns, circus performers.
Siddle to Bohannon, short and pulled to square leg for 2. He's going to come back for a second. Yeah, they do force 2 out. 374 for 1.
Now, all these people always went around England playing cricket and playing cricket matches. Now, you can imagine what acrobats could do in a cricket field. There were circus performers, and they had a cricket match in the afternoon, and then in the evening they would do a circus somewhere in a little town. And so they travelled around England in the 1850s and were very popular.
Siddle bowls and Bohannon drives along the ground to mid-off and charges through for 1. End of the over, 375 for 1.
They were getting crowds of about 5,000 or 6,000, you know, people coming along, and there were people enjoying it. And they even sent teams to America in the 1870s. There was 2 or 3 teams that went to America playing clown cricket. And so clown cricket was, you know, popular. A few first-class cricketers transferred over from being clowns to cricketers. You could argue that the other way around happens as well, that cricketers become clowns, but we'll go on to that later on perhaps. So you had this clown cricket being played. Now, it went over England, but there were certain parts of England that didn't understand it.
Yes, I don't understand it.
Right, okay. Well, one of the parts of England that didn't understand it was Yorkshire, not surprisingly.
Right, okay.
Because
here's Van der Merwe bowling to Josh Bohannon. Goes back and cuts, and there's no run. Oh, yes, they will. There's a misfield there to get through for a single. 376 for 1.
Because there's stories of when the clown cricketers went to play at Barnsley, the crowd booed them.
Right.
Because they didn't understand that cricket could be played in this way, you know, with people fooling around. It was a serious game, and here were people making a mockery of the game, you know, by you know, doing acrobat stands, and there were, you know, silly things happening on the field, and you know, all this kind of thing.
Reverse sweep by Keaton Jennings for a single, 377 for 1.
And so, you know, you had all these clown cricket matches, and then it sort of died a little bit, clown cricket. You could argue that the 100 has reinvented it, but we won't go there perhaps.
Van der Merwe bowls, and Bohannon off the back foot muscles the ball away through mid-wicket for a single, 378 for 1.
I don't want to get in trouble with the ECB
no,
and their advertising policies. But then in 1900, Dan Leno, who was a very famous theatrical performer, invented comic cricket. And
Van der Merwe bowls, and Jennings slaps it away to the onside, but for no run.
And comic cricket was where you had the comic cricketers, and Dan Leno would come on dressed in all kinds of strange garb. You'd have policemen that be playing. You'd have jugglers and clowns.
Reverse sweep by Keaton Jennings for a single, 379 for 1.
And they were playing charity matches. There was a very famous one at the Oval, and that's on the back of the book actually, where the musical artist team, the comic cricketers, got 250, which included 600 runs from one of them, and you know the way they were out, things like kicked out, can't stop, gone to sell match cards, carried out, shot out, running out, slung out, gone to the football match, called home by the wife, you know, and so it was a bit of a laugh, and they're raising money for charity, and the one at the Oval raised about £7,000. It was an amazing match, and Dan Leno had a particular way of playing, because he invented a bat, and I don't know why anybody else hasn't done this really, because he invented a bat with a trap door in. So the bat would have a little trap door and a little door. So
right.
Bowler would bowl to him, lift the trap door up, play forward.
Yes.
The ball would disappear into the bat, drop the trap door, and you start running.
And you keep running.
I keep running. and nobody could catch him. And it was great fun, you know. So, yeah, there's this great thing of theatre and cricket being played together, because again, Dan Leno and the comic cricketers, they were playing in a theatre at a particular town, and so they'd have a cricket match in the afternoon, and it was great fun really.
379 for 1. Brooks replacing Gregory, and that's cut by Jennings, and it bounces horribly actually in front of the field at deepish cover, and he gets through for a single. 380 for 1.
And I think this book actually shows something about cricket being played for fun, really. You know, that it could be a fun kind of game, really.
So who were the clowns playing against? Was it fellow clowns and fellow performers?
No, it was serious cricket teams.
So they would play, clowns would play against serious cricket teams?
Yeah, and the serious cricket teams wouldn't know what was happening.
And then they would then perform at their circus later on?
Correct.
This is pulled away by Josh Bahan, out towards deep square leg. 381 for 1. I mean, I've obviously never heard of this before, and I suspect quite a lot of people listening will not have heard of this either.
It is one backwater of cricket. I'll say a backwater, but I think it's an important part of cricket. It's never been researched properly before. Now, I've not written a book. A guy called Eric Midwinter has written a book, who's very good on theatre and also as a social historian, also a cricket historian as well.
This is Jennings driving back over the bowler's head.
Very good. 1
bounce and 4 runs. Lancashire on the attack here, eyeing up 400. And that extra batting bonus point. 385 for 1. Jennings moves to 181 not out. So does the book kind of compile reports and stories about these games and that type of thing?
There's stories about the games, and there's also quite a lot of pictures in as well.
Let's run down to backward point by Jennings for a single, 386 for 1. That's the 200-run partnership as well, that. So Keaton Jennings and Josh Bahan have had 200 runs for this second wicket. 386 for 1.
You see, things like happened, like at lunchtime, the Dan Leno's team were all out. Then came the rub, owing to various eccentricities on the part of the players.
Brooks bowls, Bahan runs it down to third man for a single, 387 for 1.
A detailed score had not been kept. Captain Leno was appealed to. He said he didn't actually know how many they made. Runs were so numerous he couldn't keep up with them. However, observed that his side felt as if they had made at least 275 runs. They had probably made twice as many. And so all kinds of stuff happened. You know, I mean, you couldn't. It was games you couldn't really take seriously.
Brooks bowls and Jennings works it off his pads and goes through for the first pretty quickly and wants to come back for 2 and does. Running hard, Lancashire, and pushing hard for runs here. 389 for 1. That completes the over as well.
And often Dan Leno, they played as policemen playing cricket. So, and they'd kind of go and arrest players and things like that. And things like, you know.
So they'd be dressed as a policeman and go and arrest a player on the outfield type thing?
Yeah, that kind of thing, yeah.
So, the idea behind this book is to compile all these different stories and different kind of quirky reports and things.
Yeah.
Nice.
About what happened. And then we've also gone into a few other things as well. We've also gone into theatre and cricket. You know, the only Nobel Prize winner to have played first-class cricket. I mean, you bet you don't know that one.
I do not know that one, no.
Samuel Beckett.
Right.
Yeah, Irish prize, you know. And so he did something on the theatre. And, of course, there was a...
There's Van der Merwe bowling to Bahan, and that's cut to point for a single, 390 for 1.
There was a great sense of the theatre, and also writers as well playing cricket, people like Conan Doyle. Sorry, not Conan Doyle. Sorry, Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Holmes and Watson, Sherlock Holmes. Of course, he played against W.G. Grace, P.G. Woodhouse, you know, and also the Hollywood cricketers who also played cricket for fun. There was a side in Hollywood when Boris Karloff and Peter Cushing played cricket at the Hollywood with C. Aubrey Smith.
Van der Merwe to Jennings and cut through the offside for 1. Jennings moves on to 185 and Lancashire to 391 for 1.
So then we've done a little bit about boys' comics as well. A thing like Billy Bunter playing cricket, you know, and some of the things that happened in cricket.
Van der Merwe to Bahan, that's driven into the offside. And I'm going to come back for 2, edging nearer towards the 400. Lancashire now at 393 for 1.
And thinking of Southport, you got a wonderful picture of circus elephants playing cricket on the beach.
A what? Elephants playing cricket on the beach. Oh, that's lovely. They've got lovely caps on as well, haven't they?
They've got caps on as well.
They've got pads on.
And pads on.
It's Bohannon off the back foot. That's cut away through the offside. That's going to be 4, actually. Goldsworthy got round and looked to try and stop it, but this fast, hard surf outfield is to the absolute benefit of the batters, and it's torrid for the fielders. And it's 4 more, so 397 for 1 now.
But, you know, there's also, bringing it up to date, there's also been modern players who've, you know, exemplified some of the comic things in cricket. You know, like
Van der Merwe in and bowls to Bohannon, who is bowled.
Oh.
And that is the end of the partnership between Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings. And Bohannon misses out on the century as well. Jennings comes up to say, well battered. It was really enthralling the last 45 minutes or so of cricket, with Lancashire pushing on. But Bohannon's gone for 91, bowled by Van der Merwe. It ends a terrific partnership between the two batters, who put on in excess of 200 runs for that second wicket. He'll get a good hand as he makes his way back towards the dressing rooms, and richly deserved as well. But Bohannon is the man out. Lancashire lose their second wicket, 397 for 2. Bohannon bowled for 91. With Lancashire edging towards the 400 mark and the additional batting bonus point. Just trying to get details of that partnership. They'd reached 200. It was 211 they added from 285 deliveries between Bohannon and Keaton Jennings. Lancashire are 3 runs away from 400, and the batting bonus point. Somerset need another wicket to pick up their first bowling bonus point. Lancashire trail by 49 runs with 42 overs remaining. I've got Malcolm Lorimer, Vice President of Lancashire County Cricket Club, here, talking about a book which involves all sorts of characters who have played cricket over the years, from clowns to Hollywood actors to theatre goers. And
I say, even in modern times, you know, people like George Duckworth, a great comedian, you know, his appeal apparently could have been heard, you know, outside the ground whenever he appealed as a wicket-keeper.
Stephen Cross, the new batsman, he gets forward to this first delivery and pushes into the offside for no run.
And it was said when he did his benefit, he walked around the ground with a collection bucket and a duck following him.
Right.
Other people like Ray East of Essex, you know, there's always somebody could always, you know, amuse people, you know, whether it's been, you know, county cricket has had its moments, you know, when he was asked to field it long on and long off, you know, from one bowler to another. So they had to go from one end of the field to the other. And there was a spectator with a bike. So he borrowed the bike and drove around the boundary on the bike. Yeah, it's those moments, really, that...
Here's Brooks in and bowls to Jennings. That's heaved out through the onside. And
I think, you know, people like those moments, really. People like Derek Randall, who could, you know, if it was a boring part of play, Derek Randall would entertain the crowd with doing, you know, he would do acrobat stands, and he would, you know, catch the ball behind his back. He did that a few times, which, you know, I don't think amused his captain.
Jennings off the front foot, nudged away into the onside. That's 400 for Lancashire. Jennings to 188 not out, 400 for 2. And they've got on with it here, Lancashire, in the last hour or so, and they've managed to get themselves up to 400. And they've secured the that batting bonus point that perhaps looked a little bit unlikely, really. But they've got themselves 5 batting bonus points from the match, and they trail by 46 runs. So there's lots of amusing little stories and such like Is the book, I presume the book is out now?
It is, through Max Books. It's got also at Lancashire Library or Bookshop as well.
Okay.
It's only £15. Post free.
Excellent. Well, Malcolm, thank you for joining us and
thank you,
and explaining what the book was all about, because I was a bit puzzled. As Brooks is in, and that's driven down to backward point for a single by Croft, 401 for 2. It's a bizarre book full of bizarre stories and lots of character and lots of laughter. Thank you to Malcolm. 401 for 2. What's going on? I have no idea. Keaton Jennings, 188 not out. Deficit is 45. Anthony's going to come back in and restore some sense of credibility to the broadcast. There's Brooks bowls again. And that could be 4. It is. It's off the back foot. He's timed that nicely. Hammered away through extra cover for 4 by Keaton Jennings. He's eyeing up a double century now. 192 not out. 405 for 2. With the new batsman Stephen Croft at the non-strikers end. It was a terrific partnership between Bohannon and Jennings. 211 runs they put on for that second wicket. And as he's dropped out just in front of square on the leg side for another single. I've got some details on that partnership as well. It's a ground record partnership for the second wicket between Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings.
Is there a record for Lancashire against Somerset?
Well, in terms of the ground record here, as Brooks is in and bowling, this defended by Croft into the offside for no run. This is the highest, though that was the highest second wicket partnership in first-class cricket at Southport and Birddale. The previous best for the second wicket was 152 by Paul Atkins and Alex Stewart for Surrey in 1988. And it's also Lancashire's highest second wicket partnership of the season as well. I'm not sure if it's a record against Somerset. I've not received that information.
Well, if anybody knows, do by all means tweet us at AntGib, or what's yours, Scott?
At BBC Lanc Sport.
At BBC Lanc Sports. We've got another over to be bowled by the untiring Roelof van der Merwe. It's been a, I think you used the word torrid afternoon, and I think that just about is the right word for Somerset's bowlers and fielders. Van der Merwe to Jennings, who's on 193. He turns this down to long leg, where Jack Brooks wrong foots Lewis Goldsworthy, and the result is 2 runs where it would probably only have been 1 run. 408 for 2. Do you want to take over, Scott? Jennings is on 195. 1 blow to bring up 200.
And he's been having a bit of a swing, hasn't he, in the last hour or so? He doesn't on this occasion, just plays it slightly more sedately. Flicked out to mid-wicket for a single, 196 now.
Well, we're in the 109th over, and it was 54 overs overnight, I think, so, well, 55 overs, so there's still another 41 overs in the day. So, conceivably, Lancashire could be up around 600 by close of play. Van der Merwe bowls, and this is played into the offside by Stephen Croft, not fielded cleanly by George Bartlett. Just some scrappiness creeping into the Somerset fielding in the last half an hour, but it is hot out there and the outfield is a bit bumpy. Here you are, Scott. Keaton Jennings on 196.
Made that 197 think it'll just be that. It will. 197, just a single, played up towards long on.
No close catches at all. The only company that Stephen Davis has is the batsman, Stephen Croft.
In it to win it, guys. Come on, man. In it to win it.
There's Van der Merwe in the bowls, and this comes off the bottom edge of Stephen Croft's bat, hard down into the ground, collected by wicket-keeper Davis. Van der Merwe bowls, and this is turned around the corner by Stephen Croft, just for a single. And that brings the over to a close, 411 for 2 at the end of it. So Somerset, and I think that was the 110th over. So Somerset have not been able to claim a single bowling point, just taking the 2 Lancashire wickets in 110 overs. It's almost the definition of cricketing purgatory.
Well, yeah, it's felt a bit that way, hasn't it, for Somerset? I mean, whatever message was sent out during the drinks, or whatever was said during the drinks break, Lancashire got on with it.
They did.
And they've got themselves up to 400.
The only surprise, I think, was they didn't start getting on with it a bit earlier.
Yeah.
It is a very flat pitch and a very fast outfield.
Well, 2 of the Lancashire players enjoying a bit of ice cream as they wander around the...
Is that Josh Bohannon, one of them?
I could definitely see Luke Wood. He's flicked away off the pads by Stephen Croft, down towards deep backward square leg. Croft comes back for 2, so he moves up to 5. Score moves on to 414 for 2. The deficit is 32 runs. And Luke Wells enjoying an ice cream.
Yep.
Why not? And there's Brooks to Croft, and that's driven away into the offside, but for no run. They've made the sensible decision to buy the ice cream and eat it back en route to the pavilion, because if you try and wait for it to get back to your seat, it's going to be dripping down your hand. It's going to be a real soggy mess, that ice cream. You just got to buy it and eat it on the go. Brooks in, balls, forward goes Croft and defends, and there's no run.
Elsewhere, Hampshire in a good position against Warwickshire. Hampshire 370 for 9 declared, Warwickshire 217 all out, now 134 for 6, so still 19 runs behind with only 4 wickets remaining. Kent against Northants, evenly poised.
Brooks to Croft, and that's flicked away to backward square leg for a single. Moves to 6.
Surrey and Yorkshire, that looks as if it's heading for a draw. Yorkshire 521, Surrey 397 for 6. And this match looking as if it's heading for a draw, so it looks as like the 2 Division 1 winners. We know Essex have already won, and Hampshire looking good for a win against Warwickshire.
Jennings 197 not out. Brooks in and balls a short ball, tries to pull it through to the keeper. There's no run. Might just become a little bit more calm now. Keaton Jennings, he's 3 away from a double century.
Jack Brooks plugging away. He's in his 23rd over.
Been a lot of plugging away by bowlers in this match.
1 for 84.
Yeah. Brooks to Jennings, and it's short and left, and that's through to the keeper, and that completes the over. 415 for 2. Trailed by 31.
Yep, and they should have a handsome lead by close of play. How many overs have we had so far today? We've had 46, 57, so we've got
39.
39, so another 7 overs to go before the tea interval.
Yep.
Which is going to be at around about 4 o'clock. Somerset have not been bustling through their overs this afternoon. They did this morning. They got the full ration of 32 in, but as the heat has taken its toll, the heat and the runs have taken their toll. Peter Siddle right back on the defensive. We've got saving one. Short fine leg and short third man. Van der Merwe in and bowls, and Stephen Croft drives into the offside, which means that Keaton Jennings will be on strike on a 416 for 2. Jennings on 197.
A lovely message through from Sam, who said, just want to say, really enjoyed the talk that you had with Malcolm about the Lords of Mischief book. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. Me too. And he promptly bought a copy of the book.
Hey, well,
thank you.
Well worth it.
Jennings off the back foot, works the ball out towards square leg. Jogs through for 1, 198 not out. 417 for 2. I'll show Malcolm that tweet, he'll be absolutely delighted.
Right, Croft on strike, Van der Merwe to bowl. He's there and bowls, and Croft works his way into the offside for a single, 418 for 2. Yes, and Ian Shepherd on Always Look on the Bright Side of Life. Great listening to Anthony and Paul Allett. Benno on the BBC and Walt on Sky, the voices of cricket in my formative teenage years. Yeah, he's a very, very good commentator stroke summariser, Paul Allett. And glad to hear that he's back doing some commentary. Even if he didn't remember that game back in 1990. But he's now conceded that it did take place,
okay,
and that he wasn't playing.
Right.
But he has no recollection of summarising for me, which I'm quite hurt by.
Yeah, I would be as well. Yeah, he's got a dodgy memory. 2 away from a double century, Keaton Jennings, 198 not out. It's Van der Merwe bowling for Somerset to Jennings. Force the ball away through mid-wicket, but there's no run. It's been an afternoon of runs, really. It's been a thankless task for some of the fielders on this hard, bouncy, firm outfield. Batters have cashed in. Van der Merwe to Jennings. It's off the back foot. He hits it through the offside, gets through for 1. Moves on to 199. Not out, and 419 for 2.
Yeah, Stephen Croft back on strike. I mean, Croft got 8, I think, and from memory, I think they've almost all come in singles. Waits now as Van der Merwe is in the bowls, and he just plays that quietly back up the pitch. End of the over. 419 for 2. So just 27 runs behind. Now are Lancashire with 8 first innings wickets in hand. And if this wasn't limited to 4 days, you wonder for how many days it would go on before they've reached a positive outcome, don't you?
Yeah.
And Lancashire, could certainly look as if they could bat all through tomorrow as well. Put 1,000 on the board. Like Australian state cricket back in the 1920s, when several times more than 1,000 runs were scored in the first innings of a Sheffield Shield match. That's when Bradman, in the era when Bradman made his 452, which for a very long time was the highest score in first-class cricket.
Amar Verdi is the new bowler from the Grosvenor Road end. And Jennings again removes the bail and hammers it into the ground, Shivraj Chandapal style.
First time that Verdi's bowled from this end, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. He's got long on, mid-off, cover, mid-wicket.
He's got one or two saving one. They're not all out on the boundary.
Here he is, Verdi. Around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Jennings will just turn the ball away to square leg and jog through ever so casually for a terrific double century. He's 200 not out, Keaton Jennings. It's the second time this season he has scored a double century. And it's Stephen Croft who goes up to embrace him. It's a magnificent knock from Jennings. 325 deliveries, exactly 200 not out. And the Lancashire supporters inside the ground have loved every minute of it. 420 for 2.
And I fancy he hasn't given a chance.
19 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah. Terrific knock.
Croft looks to reverse sweep it and does. Gets through for a single. Moves on to 9. The score moves on to 421 for 2. Verdi in and bowls, and Jennings drives to mid-off for a single. Verdi back in to Croft again. Croft with a little flick away towards square leg for 1 run.
Things are getting livelier in the chairman's tent. There's a lady there with a very, very large glass of what I take to be gin and tonic.
Verdi in, bowls. Jennings comes down the pitch. Oh, it's misfield at mid-on. And they get through for 1. 424 for 2.
That has got to be Matt Renshaw, isn't it? It is Matt Renshaw. the two-footed tackle that was. Missed the ball.
423 for 2. Verdi bowls and Croft defends to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over. 424 it is. 424 for 2.
I bet Amar Verdi's really glad that he signed up for Somerset for this game.
Oh dear. A special moment for Keaton Jennings. That celebration, removing his helmet and acknowledging his teammates. Stephen Croft comes up to say well battered. Second time this season, double century for Keaton Jennings.
John Luxton says, you're calling the draw here middle early, and with 37 overs left tonight, Lancashire can be 250 ahead an hour before lunch tomorrow. And we know what our batting is like under pressure. Yeah, well, they will have to bat really, really badly, even by Somerset middle order collapse standards, to allow Lancashire to bowl them out in 2.5 sessions on this pitch, which is showing no signs of deteriorating as Van der Merwe bowls to Jennings, who turns it away into the onside. George Bartlett is there to do the fielding, and they decide against a single. Van der Merwe again. Jennings down the pitch again, plays that to Bartlett at mid-wicket, and again won't get a run. Matt Cave reminds me of the details of that game back in 1990, as this is turned around the corner and there won't be a run again, as Jack Brooks is there. He said Paul didn't play in that quarter-final in 1990. Well, I know he didn't because he was summarising. But it's not especially accurate to say Wasim bowled Lancashire to victory. Watkinson made 90, Mendes 88, Fairbrother 86, as this is played into the onside. And amongst the bowlers, Watkins Watkinson took 3 for 14, Wasim 3 for 29, and Atherton 2 for 15 with his leg brace. I remember that. But it was my most vivid memory of that game is of Wasim Akram mopping up the Gloucestershire tail with some ferocious, fast swinging Yorkers as that's played back defensively. He was a sight to behold, was Wasim Akram in his pomp. 4.25 for 2 here as Van der Merwe is persevering from the Harrod drive end. That's driven up to long on for a single by Stephen Croft, who moves on to either 10 or 11. 11, 4.26 for 2 at the end of that over.
4 to go before tea on the third day. Lancashire eyeing up a decent lead by the close of play here. Deficit of 20 between the two sides.
Tweet from Tony Hardwick saying Lancashire players eating ice cream, sitting on the boundaries, signing autographs for youngsters. Brilliant. The essence of county cricket. In contrast to the anonymity of the competition that we don't mention and the larger test grounds.
There's Verdi and bowling to Croft. That's muscled out through the onside.
It's a high full toss.
Yes.
Lucky to get away with that.
Just
Probably
gets a single.
slipped out of his hand. I think it must be pretty hot and sweaty, although he's still got his short-sleeved sweater on.
4.27 for 2. Jennings works the ball up to mid-on for a single. 4.28 for 2. Yeah, spotted that picture of the Lancashire players signing autographs at the on the edge of the boundary rope. Loads of little kids were all flocking round to get their bats signed. Croft with the back foot worked away through the onside for no run. You do feel an awful lot more closer to the action, don't you, at grounds like this?
Yes,
you feel
absolutely.
part of it, really.
Mm.
Keeper crouching down behind the stumps. It's Verdi. He's in and bowling. Croft will push it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Remains on 12. Lancashire 428 for 2. Croft defends his next delivery. Back to Amar Verdi.
I think if I was Peter Siddle, I'd get Amar Verdi to bowl unchanged for the rest of the day, just so that Somerset get their money's worth.
Verdi into Croft. That's a late cut down towards deep backward point. And he comes back for 2. Moves on to 14. 430 for 2. At the end of the 115th over. You're more cheeky, aren't you?
What have we got? 2 overs? No, 4 overs the tea interval, isn't it?
3, I think.
3. Oh, right. Oh, they haven't clicked that over yet. If you see what I mean. This must be an odd number of overs because the first over was bowled from the Grosvenor Road end. Roller Van der Merwe, he won't mind bowling all day. He's in and bowls to Jennings, who maybe gets that one turned a little bit, taken on the pad as if it turned back into him from outside his off stump. We're not going to see a replay, but Stephen Croft gives the pitch a bit of a prod. It again suggests that one didn't misbehave. They took a single for it. 4.31 for 2. Van der Merwe to the right-handed Stephen Croft, who is forward defensively. And, Lancashire not going mad here. They've secured their 5th batting point with a burst of aggression, with the field spread far and wide. Van der Merwe to Croft. Drops this one a little bit shorter. It's turned round the corner for a single as Renshaw will make a bit of a meal of doing the fielding. He likes to turn almost everything that happens involving himself on a cricket field into a sort of mini drama. 4:32 for 2. Well, he does. I mean, if he dives to make a stop, he stays prone on the ground, you know, for several seconds afterwards. This is turned around the corner by Jennings. Easy as you like. Batting is looking the easiest thing in the world at the moment. Probably look a lot more difficult when Somerset go in a second time. But just for the moment, the batsman completely on top. 4:33 for 2. Croft on 15. Drives and diving effort to stop the single from Van der Merwe. And it goes all the way out to Lewis Gregory, who rolls the ball back along the turf to the bowler. 4:34 for 2. No big shots at the moment. Saying this, that's down the ground, and it's gone for 6. Miles over the top of the sight screen. 4:40 for 2. Handsome blow by Keaton Jennings. And new ball, please. Signals umpire Middlebrook.
Just
that one's out of the ground into a neighbouring garden.
Just as you said, no big shots at the minute. That's probably the biggest of the lot, that.
It was, definitely.
It's in someone's pond.
It is quite a short boundary, that, isn't it?
Yeah, they are quite short straight, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a big hit from Jennings, though. New balls required.
So just 6 runs short of Somerset's first innings total of 446 at Lancashire. And they've got there for the loss of just 2 wickets.
Well, they put themselves into a position where they could try and, will try to put Somerset under pressure tomorrow. They're going to have the chance to build a lead and declare and see if they can force a few concerns amongst the Somerset players. And as Luke Wells said yesterday, it means having to come back out and try and score themselves second time around. But they're in a position now where they can at least try and attempt to put Somerset under pressure when they come out to bat third in the match. Just 6 behind and 8 wickets remaining. 34 overs left in the day. It's a 2 until tea. And there's Verdi to Croft. It's worked off his front pad along the ground through mid-wicket for a single. 4:41 for 2. Croft moves on to 17.
There's a lonely seagull just gone across the ground. Don't see many. I mean, we're only about 300-400 yards from the sea here. Not very many gulls around.
Forward goes Jennings, pushes the ball beyond the reach of the bowler.
This is more like half a mile actually to the sea, isn't it? Because you've got the golf course first.
Yeah. Walkable, definitely. I hope the pier's open for you tomorrow.
Yeah, so do I. So do I.
4:42 for 2. Verdi to Croft. And it just taking the ones. Another single weaved out through mid-wicket. Croft moves on to 18. 443 for 2. So they're almost level. Double century for Keaton Jennings, who's back on strike. Not looking to add to it here, but there's no run possible as it's worked to mid-wicket. Should they regroup at tea and have a little chat to how they go about the final session? Lancashire. That's hammered down toward long on by Keaton Jennings. Real flash of the blade.
Yeah, he missed out there. That was not quite a half tracker, but definitely a long hop from Amar Verdi. It could easily have ended up on or over the railway line, that one.
It'd be quite tricky for him. He's not played all season, and you're signed to play in this fixture because Somerset, just like Lancashire, think the pitch will turn. You're going to rock up and try and bowl and take wickets. It can't be easy. Croft plays a little forward press into the offside for a single. 4:45 for 2.
Nearly an overthrow, rather a wild shy at the stumps from Matt Renshaw. Backed up after a fumble by Peter Siddle. And they thought about coming back, but decided against it. So one more over before the tea interval. 4:45 for 2. 214 to Keaton Jennings, 19 to Stephen Croft. Just 2 wickets have fallen all day. Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. Wells for 109 and Bohannon unlucky to miss out on a century for 91. Roller van der Merwe's going to bowl this last over before tea. Bowls to Stephen Croft, who defends into the onside. He's gone for 140 runs, has Roller van der Merwe in his 32 overs to date. He's really had to work hard for that 1 wicket. He's there and bowls, and Croft again, I think, settling for tea now, playing that quietly back to the bowler. Nice breeze suddenly comes past the Birkdale Tennis Club terrace where we're sitting.
Quite nice, huh?
Yeah. This is driven again back to the bowler. Buzz of conversation in the chairman's marquee to our right. Good crowd all around the ground. Must be 2,000 people here. And Croft is back on his stumps, turning it into the onside. And we'll pick up a single. 4:46, and that brings the scores level. A fact that has not passed unnoticed amongst the Lancashire faithful. Jennings, field goes back for the double centurion, and Jennings plays that uppishly into the onside, but well short of George Bartlett coming in from mid-wicket. Van der Merwe in bowls. Jennings plays this firmly off the back foot drive, and Lancashire take the lead. 447 for 2, and that will, I think, be tea. It is indeed, as the players march off in the direction of the pavilion away to our right. 447 for 2, 215 for Keaton Jennings, and 20 to Stephen Croft, and Lancashire are 1 run ahead with 8 wickets in hand. And on any other pitch than this one, which has been a batter's paradise really for certainly the last day and a half, you would have said that Lancashire are in a very strong position to force a win, but they're certainly in a strong position to put pressure on Somerset in the second innings. And I think we can expect some fireworks in the final session here today and again tomorrow morning. 447 for 2.
I think we can. That's the match summary then. On day 3 at tea, that 1 run lead for Lancashire, 447 for 2. After tea, Stephen Croft on 20 and Keaton Jennings on 215 will resume for Lancashire. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Peridot Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
So here we go then into the evening session, day 3. Two not-out batsmen, Keaton Jennings and Stephen Croft. Little fist bump as they walk out to the middle. We could be in for a few fireworks in these final 32 overs, with Lancashire looking to get a decent way in front and then try to put some pressure on the Somerset when they come out to bat third time in the match. Resuming with a lead of just 1, but with 8 wickets remaining. Scott Reed and Anthony Gibson with you for commentary from Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. Jennings on 215 not out, Croft on 20. 4 for 7 for 2. Verdi to bowl the first over of the evening session, and the run straight away here for Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, I think that the challenge here for Somerset is to keep Lancashire below 600 by the close of play. If they can do that, they will have limited the damage. But if Lancashire can get pushing up towards 650, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility, they'll be very well placed.
Verdi bowls and Croft off the back foot. Drives into the offside and
it's another wild throw from Matt Renshaw, and Peter Siddle is not impressed. Peter Siddle backing it up, but by that stage they'd gone through for the overthrow.
So 450 up for Lancashire. Should have been just a 1, but they've come back for 2. Verdi bowls and Croft cuts again. Gets another single. 24 now to Croft. It's a 451 for 2. Well, if they do get to, if they are at 600 by the close of play, then they're it's Verdi balls to Jennings. It's hit to wide, mid-off for a single. 4-5-2 for 2. They do have that option, don't they, of trying to pull out and put Somerset back in. There's 1 or 2 suggestions in the media tent about maybe even declaring tonight at some stage. A little surprise declaration at 120 in front, something like that.
Yeah, could do. Be surprised.
Verdi bowls. Croft will clip the ball out towards square leg.
I think on this pitch, with this outfield, they'll be fairly risk averse. Lancashire, not another overthrow.
Oh, yeah, there is,
dear.
Yeah. That helps.
Sloppy from Somerset. Now, they can't afford to become sloppy. I know it's been a difficult day out in the field, collecting only 2 wickets during the course of it, with the sun beating down, but they need to keep the pressure on Lancashire. Don't give away easy runs.
4-5-4 for 2. Verdi balls to Croft. Just drops out into the onside, and there's no run. That's the first over done after tea. 454 for 2.
Well, they've got 31 overs remaining in the day's play. Have Lancashire 5 and over. Will take them to 600. And 600 would be a lead of just over 150. They could bat for an hour tomorrow morning and put another best part of 100 on the board, and then get 2.5 sessions to try and bowl Somerset out, which is not a scenario that Somerset ought to be contemplating. They really, as I say, need to keep the Lancashire lead to something nearer 100 than 150 by close of play. But that's not going to be easy. Keaton Jennings on 200, and it says the board says 18. The live stream says 17. I'm not sure which is correct.
I think it's 17.
It's Roller van der Merwe to bowl to Man Jennings, who just drops that into the onside and trots through for a comfortable single as George Bartlett does the fielding. Some high hazy cloud above the ground now. It's not so hot as it was earlier on. There's a nice breeze blowing across the ground as well from the west, so it's a breeze off the sea. 455 for 2. Croft is down the pitch, hitting that high in the air. There's a fielder underneath it, and he takes the catch, and that's Jack Brooks. And that is the end of Stephen Croft, who was going for a big hit over the straight boundary, didn't quite get hold of it, and a comfortable catch in the deep for Jack Brooks. That's the third wicket to go down for Lancashire. 455 for 3. Stephen Croft caught Brooks, bowled Van der Merwe for 24.
That helps, doesn't it, for Somerset at the start of the evening session. Croft is certainly one of those players that, when he gets in, can score quickly. Aggressive player who has the ability to move a game on rapidly.
And here's another one who can score quickly as well.
He absolutely can, yeah.
Dave Villas, the Lancashire captain. He's another one getting on a bit, 37 now. Played 6 tests for South Africa. Back along. Only. And there you are. The ground PA, which I must say is impressively audible, unlike so many PA systems on grounds around the country. It tends to be the big grounds where it's harder to hear it, for slightly ironically. And the scoreboard has still got 2 wickets. It's just clicked over to 3. But it's come 9 overs too late from Somerset's point of view, from the point of view of a bowling point. Vilas just does a few stretches. He's got no close catches, just Stephen Davis for company. Roelof van der Merwe into his fellow South African, who punches that away square of the wicket for his first run. Lewis Goldsworthy, who's had plenty of work to do in the outfield, does the fielding for 56 for 3. The honoured guests of the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club chairman are mostly having tea at the moment, as Jennings punches this away into the offside, and Lammonby comes in from the cover boundary next to the railway line. We've got the spectators in their seats on that side of the ground, then some boundary advertising boards, then a high fence, some greenery, and then the railway line as this is turned away into the onside, and Renshaw is quickly enough onto it and sends in a good throw this time to deter them from attempting the single. 457 for 3. Dame Villas on strike. Roelof van der Merwe to bowl. Villas back on his toes, back on his, and again good piece of fielding by Renshaw. Prevents the single. 457 for 3 at the end of that over. 1 to Villas, 219 to Keaton Jennings.
Well, the wicket might just change the feel of it a little bit. If we're expecting a few fireworks through the evening session, for the wicket does naturally tend to slow things down a little bit. But Villas, as you mentioned, Anthony's a player that scores quickly, keeps the scoreboard ticking over. Seems to only be out there for 20 minutes, half an hour. He's already got to 30. It'll be Verdi to continue from the Grosvenor Road end. 4, 5, 7 for 3. And then balls, that's off the back foot and played out into the offside. There's no run. Verdi again to Jennings. He wants a single here. Gets one as well. Manoeuvred to backward square leg. Moves on to 220. Not out. Score to 458 for 3.
Nobody queuing for ice creams at the moment, which just about the first time today we would have been able to say that. They've been doing a roaring trade over there.
Verdi bowls. Villas goes back, hits it down the ground. Siddle's underneath it. Villas gets a single. Doubles his total, moves to 2. 459 for 3.
Not a great fan of captains fielding in the deep. Tom Avell is always in the thick of things when he's captaining Somerset. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket, marshalling his troops.
Verdi again bowls and Siddle fields again.
And even though Peter Siddle is not a Tom Avell when it comes to athleticism in the field, I still think he ought to be a little bit more central to the action. He's a bit peripheral at the moment, down at long on.
Oh, Villas swings and gets an edge on that. Get through for, oh, blimey, that'd be a tight single. I think a direct hit. I think Villas is struggling.
It's a bye, isn't it? So, I'm not sure whether that was a stumping chance or not.
No. There's a potential run-out chance as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Did he signal a bye?
He did.
Okay. Then a rather frantic, or at least hurried, single. 461 for 3.
Yeah, a little bit of turn there.
End of the over. 461 for 3. 221 for Keaton Jennings and 2 for Dame Villas.
Yes, the Jack Morley will have been encouraged by that last delivery from Amar Verdi. Jack Morley bowls slow left arm for Lancashire. Just a little bit of turn for the Surrey stroke Somerset off spinner. How is Surrey getting on over there? 446 for 7 up at Scarborough, Scarbados. Ben Folkes on 55. Tom Laws on 4. Rory Burns got a century for them. Here's Roller van der Merwe in bowls, and this is punched away into the offside and well fielded in the first instance by George Bartlett, in the sense that he got across there. He didn't pick it up cleanly, but still a decent piece of work. Aaron Hardy got 46 for Surrey, and Jamie Overton 32. This is forced into the offside by Keaton Jennings, who moves on to 222. 463 for 3. Dear old David Shepherd, if he was umpiring, would be hopping about now with Jennings on 222, or at least he probably would restrain his hopping about until Jennings was on strike. Dane Villas digs this out up to Lewis Gregory, who's at a long off. It's another single. 463 for 3. 121 overs have been bowled in this Lancashire innings, so the run rate still not up to 4, but 3.8 is more than respectable. It's a little bit uppish from Jennings, picked up by George Bartlett at mid-wicket. Yes, Jamie Overton, 32 from 28 with 5 fours and a 6. He's really come to life since he moved to Surrey. This is edged, and no, it's not edged. It must have come off the pad. It was taken at the second attempt by Stephen Davis. Again, a little bit of bounce.
Yep.
From van der Merwe. He's in and bowls. And that one just goes on with the arm. Played back to the bowler by Keaton Jennings. 464 for 3 at the end of that over. The 122nd of the innings, with Jennings still on 222, and Dane Villas, who's only recently come in at the fall of the wicket of Stephen Croft, he's got 4.
Looked like an edge from our angle, that didn't it? But
Yeah, I think it must have been. It must have been pad. It was certainly a noise.
12th man runs out drink for Keaton Jennings. And for Dane Villas as well. So spin from both ends will continue with Verdi on strike. He's in a bowling to Villas, who's right forward and then kind of shuffling half back, steering the ball away towards deep backward point for 1 run. Villas moves to 5, 465 for 3. Jennings back on strike, Verdi in and bowls. Now Jennings come down the pitch and plays the ball away through extra cover for a single. 223 not out. Keaton Jennings, 466 for 3.
Closing in on his personal best of 238.
You read my mind. I was just looking for that. This is Villas off the back foot, steering it down towards short third man for a single. .467 for 3.
Yeah, Jennings eyeing up that onside boundary.
Verdi bowls and that's hammered out through the offside by Jennings. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, so restricted to just the additional 1 run. 224 not out.
It's an outfield for the long barrier, this, isn't it? You need to get to get as much as possible behind the ball just in case you get a difficult bounce.
Verdi bowls and Villas off the back foot. Plays it into the offside, Renshaw fields, and there's no run. Yeah, a field for the long barrier. It's a outfield for a bit of good fortune as well. It's also an outfield for a few bumps and scrapes and bruises, I would think. Again, Villas right back, carves the ball away into the offside. He has that movement to go forward and kind of swings himself off the back foot and cuts away for a single. End of the over, 469 for 3. Villas has 7. And Jennings 224 not out.
Yes, the chairman's guests, good few of them, have emerged after tea and sitting out in front of the marquee, watching the cricket. Some very smart Panama hats there. Suits and ties as well. Most of the crowd are still here enjoying this Lancashire batting performance. This is bowled! Bowled! Dane Villas goes for a big swing and is bowled by Roelof van der Merwe with a quicker ball, which has knocked out one of the stumps clean out of the ground. So it must have been a pretty quick delivery from Roelof van der Merwe. That's 469 for 4. Just watching the replay, and it is
bottom exit, I think.
Yeah.
Off stump, out the ground.
Off stump, out of the ground. End of Dane Villas, who must feel he must feel pretty fed up on this, what's been a bit of a run feast for Lancashire today. 2 centurions, 91 for Josh Bohannon, and he's missed out. 469 for 4.
Yeah, but there's a few batters that I think, oh, I've missed out on some runs. Stephen Croft might think of something similar as well. A couple of quick wickets after tea, though, so that change a little bit the complexion of this now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's bound to check Lancashire's progress a bit. Well, I think they'll keep trying, keep their foot firmly to the pedal to the metal, as they say.
But the interesting thing for Somerset is that two players that really could do a lot of damage in this final session are out, Croft and Villas.
Croft and Villas, yeah.
Not that Jones can't score quickly, or indeed Balderson and Wood, they can, and Bailey for that matter, but Croft and Villas are the two that Lancashire would have looked at for the evening session as the two players to have scored quickly.
Rob Jones, indeed, is the new batsman. That was the first ball of that over, I fancy, from Roloff van der Merwe. It was indeed. Gives him figures of what's he got? 3 for 148. There's two of the who have we got? Who's got this cap the wrong way around? Is that
Josh Bohannon? Is that
Josh Bohannon? There we are. Flip-flops and baseball cap the wrong way around. Van der Merwe in and bowls to Rob Jones, who lets that run off the inside half of his bat out into the onside. Take a single, 470 for 4. Somerset will want to keep chipping away, picking up wickets, breaking the flow of the Lancashire batting. Keaton Jennings on 224 down the pitch, taken on the pad. There's a sort of appeal from Roloff van der Merwe. There are only two problems with it. One, Jennings was about 5 yards down the pitch, and the other is that he hit it. 471 for 4. Van der Merwe to Jones, who's forward defensively, taking stock of the bowling, the conditions, the pitch, accustoming his eyes to the light. The sunshine is slightly milkier than it was earlier on, and again it comes right forward to defend that into the offside. So 2 wickets have gone down since tea, both to Roloff van der Merwe, bowls there, and another good ball which is defended by Rob Jones, with Croft going for 25, caught in the deep by Jack Brooks, and Dame Villas bowled possibly off an under edge.
Yeah, he did. A little bottom edge onto his off stump. Looking back at the replay. This will just check Lancashire's kind of idea of scoring quickly and trying to get themselves something north of 100 in front by the close of play. Jennings obviously well in, but Jones will have to just get himself going a little bit here. It's hit firmly through the offside by Keaton Jennings.
Well fielded.
It is scooped up nicely. They come back for 2. 227 not out now, Keaton Jennings. 473 for 4.
You've got to keep your eye on the ball in the deep, haven't you?
Yep. Jennings knocks it back down the ground, fielded by Verdi off his own bowling, and there's no run. He's done well actually to come across from deep point to deep extra to stop the ball. It's such the pace of the outfield when it got underneath the man at cover. Verdi bowls, and Jennings swipes the ball away through the onside, up towards deep mid-wicket. Tom Lammonby trying to, well, if not catch it, stop it, but did neither. It's gone for 4. 231 not out, Keaton Jennings. 477 for 4. Ooh. This beats Jennings. Ooh. It thuds into the pads of the keeper, Stephen Davis.
Who hasn't had the tidiest afternoon, has he?
No, there's been a couple of slightly...
6 byes have been let through. Lammonby retreats to the boundary.
And 30 balls, and that's carved away through the offside by Keaton Jennings. And jogs through for a single. 477 for 4. Becomes 478 for 4, and Jennings now 232 not out. Rob Jones on strike, final ball of the over. Verdi in and ball. He'll shuffle down the pitch and hit past the bowler, who gets low to his right to get something on it. Jones does get through for a single, and he keeps the strike, Rob Jones. He's up to 2, and Lancashire are 479 for 4.
And the scoreboard at present is 2 overs behind. It's 125 overs have been bowled in this innings to date. And the close will come at 150, I think, because we were 54 overs overnight. Unless, of course, there's a declaration and a change of innings, in which case it'll come at 2 overs fewer. It's gone up to 24, but it should be to 25. There we go. There we go. The overs have clicked over. Van der Merwe in and bowls to Jones, who's back on his stumps, playing that back to the bowler. Still no close catches for the new batsman. We've got a shortish mid-wicket, be the nearest fielder to the bat, as this is turned into the onside, and that man, the short mid-wicket, Peter Siddle, the skipper, obviously heard what I said about needing to be in the centre of the action.
Clearly, yep.
He retreats to his fielding position revised for the left-handed Keaton Jennings at short fine leg. Short third man, short fine leg. Deep backward square leg. Van der Merwe bowls. Keaton Jennings forces that through a big gap in the offside. Tom Lammonby will field. It's just a single. 233 now to Keaton Jennings, so he's just 6 runs short of a new highest score. So he'll remember this game, this day, with a lot of affection. This is driven by Rob Jones and will be fielded away in the distance by Jack Brooks. Jones moves on to 482 for 4. The lead now 36. Van der Merwe bowls. Jennings is down the pitch and gets something on it, otherwise he would surely have been stumped. He gets a leg by, he gets a pad on it. 483 for 4.
Just looking at Lancashire's top 3, Anthony. So Luke Wells making 109. Jennings currently unbeaten on 233. And Josh Bannon making 91.
Van der Merwe bowls and Jones stretches forward in defence, no run.
This is just the second time that a Lancashire top 3 have all passed 90 in the same first-class innings. Previously, May 1928 against Northants. Frank Watson, Charlie Hallows and Ernest Tildesley.
Ernest Tildesley, that's the name.
The last 3 to have, of the top 3 to have gone past 90. In fact, those 3 all scored a century. So,
well, I was predicting at lunchtime for the BBC Sport website that all 3 of them would get hundreds, and
yes,
Josh Boyannon would have got 100 if he wasn't, if he didn't sort of sacrifice himself in the cause of securing a 5th batting point. I wouldn't say he gave his wicket away, but he played a shot that he probably wouldn't have played on 91 in a different situation.
Is Verdi into Jennings, who gets a bit of something on it, bottom edge on it down towards fine leg. It's not stopped by Brooks. It's gone for 4 actually.
Didn't deserve 4 for that, did he?
Wasn't it? It wasn't his best shot, was it? Brooks kind of caught up with it, and then the ball ran beyond him. And that went down to the boundary for 4, so 237 not out now. He's edging towards a new career best. This will bring him level with it. Just works it up towards mid-on for a single, so 238 is his level. Highest score in first-class cricket. .488 for 4 now. Jones on strike. Verdi in and bowls. Jones turns the ball out towards the leg side, but for no run. Goes back this time, Jones. Just drives the ball straight down the ground. Siddle comes up from long on to field. Jones gets a single. He moves on to 5.
Not really cutting loose yet, are they?
No.
Jones biding his time.
Lead of 43. And that 44 as Jennings just prods the ball into the offside, and that is a single to bring up his highest first-class score. 239 not out is the highest score for Keaton Jennings. And the news of that is relayed to supporters inside the ground. Career best score for Keaton Jennings. Rob Jones reverse sweeps and wants to come back for 2 and does. Moves on to 7 and the score to 492 for 4. So Lancashire 46 runs in front. Just got themselves a little partnership here starting between Keaton Jennings and Rob Jones. Got 23 overs left today. Losing the wickets of Croft and Villas after tea certainly have. It's just curtailed the onslaught that we were perhaps Somerset were perhaps fearing, and that maybe people in the ground were expecting and looking forward to watching. But it might yet come.
I was just going to say it may yet come. We've got 23 overs remaining in the day, so still plenty of opportunity to score quick runs for Messrs Jennings and Jones. Spectator moving near the sight screen just caused a slight hold-up. Van der Merwe to Jennings down the pitch and chips that into the onside for a comfortable single, because there's only one fielder saving a single on the onside. That's George Bartlett who picks that up. 492 for 4. What else have we got in the way of a fielder? The skipper is at short mid-wicket, which is the sort of place a skipper ought to be. As Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and Jones turns this to where the square leg umpire would be if the square leg umpire wasn't on the other side at cover point, because if he was at square leg to a right-hander, he would have the sun right in his eyes. So umpire Peter Hartley is at square leg to the left-hander and point to the right-hander. 494 for 4 as Van der Merwe is in and bowls, and this is played just square of the wicket by Keaton Jennings. The singles coming along comfortably enough, as they should do against a spread field as this is. How many boundary riders have we got? 1. Must be somebody out there. 2, yeah. 3, 4. Van der Merwe in and bowls, and Jones won't get a run this time as Bartlett's quickly onto it from shortish extra cover. Lewis Gregory is about 20 yards inside the boundary at long off. Van der Merwe bowls, and Jones back on his stumps, again plays it straight to George Bartlett. Good bowling this, good persistent bowling from Rollo van der Merwe. He's had a good bowl, but he won't mind that at all. He's in and bowls, and defensive shot again from Rob Jones, and there's no run. So the end of that over, 495 for 4. That was the 128th over of this innings. 22 overs remain in the day's play. 241 to Keaton Jennings and 8 to Rob Jones.
Yeah, already today a victory for Essex against Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. And Simon Harmer picking up in the second innings 8 wickets to go with his 5 he got in the first. So a victory for Essex. That's taken them up to 118 points. So they are, before this game finishes, 4 points away from Lancashire in third. So they've won a couple on the spin, Essex. Verdi in and bowls. And that's heaved out towards wide long on. And it's gone for 4 runs.
Almost hit the ice cream van.
It's going in that direction, wasn't it?
It was a dreadful delivery.
Yes, it was.
What is known technically as a pie.
Jennings quite enjoyed it as well. Verdi in to Keaton Jennings, who's nudged the ball up towards mid-on and wants to come back for 2. And it's good running with the fielders back. And that gets Lancashire to 500. Just dropped it right towards the very edge of the square, really, with the intent to come back for 2, because the fielders were all out on the rope. It's nicely weighted by Keaton Jennings. 247 not out. Verdi bowls. Jennings cuts out through the offside for a single.
Well fielded again by George Bartlett, because that one bounced nastily just a yard or so in front of him. He had everything behind it.
502 for 4. Jennings 248 not out. Brings Rob Jones back on strike.
Well, I think my prediction for the day's play has been proved pretty accurate. Plenty of runs and not many wickets.
Lead of 56 at the minute. 21 overs left for Lancashire to try and push that on, and push it on considerably, you would think. Will be their aim. Jones goes back. Works the ball in towards the onside, but for no run. Yes, just the 4 wickets to have fallen today. 14 in the match so far. We're coming towards the end of, well, the back end of the third day of the game. Jones will drive up to long on for a single. Just 14 wickets to fall so far in the match, and Lancashire to bowl Somerset out need to take 10 at some stage between now and the close of play. Verdi in and bowls to Jennings. Another single for Jennings. 249 not out. 504 for 4. End of the over. So yeah, it does feel like it's heading in one direction, but it just depends entirely, doesn't it, as to how Somerset respond when they come out to bat third time in the match, and if they get themselves into a bit of bother.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, there is an argument for Lancashire putting Somerset in tonight.
Yeah,
because I was just thinking, you know, if it's sort of middle of tomorrow morning, they'll be feeling pretty fresh and ready to go. Whereas, you know, last half hour here after a torrid day in the field, in the heat and dust, Lancashire might fancy their chances of picking up 2 or 3 wickets. But I suspect that caution will be the watchword for Lancashire. Although I don't see what they've got to lose by putting Somerset in sooner rather than later.
Well, no, they've got to give themselves as much chance to take 10 wickets, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, and they're not at risk of being defeated. Or, you know, if they've got, let's say, 550 on the board with, what would it be, 10 overs to go in the day, something like that. Have a 8-over burst at Somerset, half an hour. It's Lewis Goldsworthy who's having a go, and this is pulled away through the deep for 4 runs by Keaton Jennings, who reaches 253, and he gets a warm embrace from Rob Jones, his batting partner, and lifts his bat to acknowledge the cheers and applause all around the ground. 253, 508 for 4.
It was a juicy full toss, wasn't it? And he absolutely hammered it away. His eyes lit up.
Goldsworthy, he's in and bowls, and this is hammered through the offside. Lammonby will cut it off, not cleanly, but they've already decided not to risk a second. And this is Goldsworthy's first over in first-class cricket this season. Let's see whether he's bowled for Somerset. I know he's quite an effective T20 bowler, slow left arm, and this is pushed away firmly into the offside. They'll think about a second run, and they probably could have taken a second run, but they've got respect for Lewis Gregory's arm, even though he fumbled that slightly. So it's just a single, 510 for 4. Goldsworthy to Jennings, who swings this away, and it's half stopped by George Bartlett at mid-wicket, and they're able to take a single, but he probably saved his side 3 runs there, did Bartlett, by getting in the way of that.
Yeah, it was a good start, wasn't it? The ball bounced it awkwardly in front of him. You could see the dust bounce up as well.
Goldsworthy in again, bowls to Jones, who defends. Yes, he has bowled for Somerset before in first-class cricket, and that's pushed to George Bartlett. He has bowled 144 balls. I don't know, I can't work out how many overs that is, but he's yet to take a wicket with his slow left arm in first-class cricket. 511 for 4 at the end of that over, and we just had Keaton Jennings' vital statistics, which were, Scott Reed, I confess
Well, it was definitely 4 sixes and 23 fours.
No, well, that's the important thing.
I'm not sure how many balls he did it in.
I'll tell you, it was 255.
Thank you. No, it couldn't have been.
No, that's his score. 374. Oh dear.
It's a long old day in the sun.
It's a long day, yeah.
Jennings chopping away through the offside. This will be 4 more. Yep. Over the boundary rope and into the concrete step below us for 4 more for Jennings.
It looks rather a battered cricket ball, doesn't it?
Just a bit. It's been battered around Southport and Birkdale by Keaton Jennings for most of the day. It's the ball bouncing quite firmly up and down across the outfield. It is bone dry, hard and fast. It cuts the ball out through cover for a single. 516 for 4.
Can't say I've been over-impressed by Amar Verdi's off-spin. What's he bowled? He's in his 21st over. None for 99.
Verdi bowls and worked back to him by Rob Jones, and there's no run. I was saying to you before, I mean, he's not played all season, has he? So it's going to be tricky to...
It's going at nearly 5 and over, though, which is...
Verdi to Jones again. It's worked back to him, no run. .260 for Keaton Jennings. 516 for 4, Lancashire. Lead of 70. Verdi balls, and Jones goes back, trying to work it to fine leg. And he can't get it past short fine leg, so there's no run. Verdi bowls again, and Jones drives the ground. 517 for 4, and that completes the over. And Jones now unbeaten on 12. 517 for 4. Got some news of 250s scored at Southport to bring you as well in a second.
I've got news of Stagumber. We'll come to that in just a moment. We've got another over from Lewis Goldsworthy. First, but we've had a tweet in from Mike Unwin, who says, "And you think we have problems in county cricket? Stagumber Sundays." Stagumber is a village and cricket club in West Somerset, as Goldsworthy is in and bowls, and that's turned into the onside, and Peter Siddle leaves it to Tom Lammonby. 518 rather for 4. Stagumber says its remaining friendlies are to be played behind closed doors because of, as Goldsworthy bowls, and a reverse sweep which is picked up at third man by the ubiquitous Roelof van der Merwe. Another single is taken, 519 for 4. This is in the light of a wave of scout visits from representatives from local West of England Premier League clubs in the area over the last few weeks, looking to poach up-and-coming Stagumber players. Shocking as that's defended. "I'm not having it," said Hayes outside Stagumber Central Stores this morning. "Minehead have taken the Penny brothers, Steve Hayes, and St Andrews, they've taken all-rounder Dan Godfrey." Yeah.
Blimey.
As this comes off the inside edge and runs down to short third man. It's thought that the scouts had their eye on young bowling all-rounder Cameron Jenkins, who's been linked with a move to both clubs. Well, there you are.
It's outrageous.
Stagumber's best players being poached by Minehead and Taunton St Andrews. It's Goldsworthy in a bowls, and that's played to backward point where Matt Renshaw. The Stagumber's most famous cricketing connection is Jack White, who's Somerset's all-time leading record wicket taker with 2,170. And that's played to Renshaw again. This time they will get a single. It hits the boot of Rob Jones as he's running through, so they won't run the overthrow. 520 for 4. Jack White, who captained England, took over 2,000 runs, took over 2,000 wickets for Somerset. Was a farmer, and he played sometimes for Stagumber. That was close to his home village of Coombe and he had one shot which was a sort of pull through mid-wicket, which was known as his Stagumber. Farmer White Stagumber. "Give him the Stagumber," they used to say at the county ground in Taunton. "Give him the Stagumber, Jack." Yeah, it's a nice village, Stagumber. And obviously they're producing some good cricketers, which are being snapped up, poached by other West of England Premier League clubs.
Outrageous. Here's Verdi in bowls. Jones will drive it up towards mid-off and get through for a single. 521 for 4. Well, my news about batsmen scoring 250 plus at Southport and Birkdale is quite boring compared to that sensational story about players being poached. But Jennings becomes the third player to have scored 250 or more in first-class matches here at Trafalgar Road. As he gets onto the front foot and pushes it out towards the offside for another one. 262, no doubt. The top score by a batsman in first-class cricket is John Crawley, which came in a game against Somerset.
Against Somerset, absolutely.
1994.
Yeah. And he got 281.
Verdi bowls, and Jones defends, and there is no run.
But he must, I mean, Keaton Jennings got every chance of getting 300 here, isn't he?
5-2-2 for 4. Verdi bowls, and Jones whips it away for a single to Siddle, who comes up from long on. 5-23 for 4. Lead of 77. That's chopped out into the offside, and there is no run. And also on double centuries in the same season, there's Verdi bowls, reverse sweep attempted by Keaton Jennings. Gets a single, 263 not out, 524 for 4. Keaton Jennings with a double century earlier on this season against Yorkshire, making 238, and now 263 not out. The first Lancashire player to score 2 double centuries in the same season since Ashwell Prince. He did that in 2015, of which one came here against Derbyshire. He made 230, and the other against Glamorgan at Colwyn Bay in a big partnership with Alvaro Peterson.
Very interesting. That's both out grounds.
That's true.
Grounds, which rather gives the lie to the theory that if you play cricket on outgrounds, you get poor wickets. There's certainly been absolutely nothing wrong with this wicket here over the last 3 days, and Somerset will be hoping it stays that way for tomorrow. Goldsworthy to have another bowl from the Harrod Drive end, bowling to Keaton Jennings with a mammoth 263 under his belt. He's there and bowls. Jennings down the pitch, driving down the ground, will be cut off in front of the sight screen by, I think that's Casey Aldridge down there, fielding substitute. Not sure who he's on for. Well, we've got 2 substitutes on because there's Ben Green. Lewis Goldsworthy to Jones, who defends back up the pitch. Simon Hancock says, given the placid nature of the pitch, I can't see that Lancashire would want to declare at all. I just think, you know, they're not at risk of losing the game, so they might as well give themselves the best chance of winning it, as this is punched away through the offside to Roelof van der Merwe. So it's not him who's off the field. Who else it might be? I can't see Lewis Gregory at the moment. So it might be Lewis who's off. Goldsworthy bowls to Jennings, who pulls this away out towards van der Merwe. Just be a single as he fields in front of the main pavilion here, away to our right. 5:27 for 4. Jennings on to 265. Jones on strike. Goldsworthy bowls. Another single, as Emma Verdi will pick this up by where the square leg umpire would be if he wasn't at point. Ben Green jogs back to the boundary at deep square leg to the left-handed Keaton Jennings. Goldsworthy bowls a reverse sweep, which is going to be picked up at short fine leg, because it didn't go at all where Keaton Jennings was intended. Came off the inside edge. He gets a single, 265 to Keaton, 266 rather to Keaton Jennings. 5:29 for 4 are Lancashire, so the lead is 83.
Time for a drink too.
83 with 16 overs to go.
There's a rather comforting arm on the shoulder of Lewis Goldsworthy from Peter Siddle, then. It's bit of a tough task for Goldsworthy here. He's had a memorable match, scoring a century, but been asked to bowl to one set batsman in particular, and the other one looks in good, decent enough nick as well. It's a pretty tough challenge, isn't it? But
it is. Stephen at Berkhamsted was talking about Jamie Overton scoring some runs for Surrey today, and he says Jamie Overton's batting never averaged 37 while he was with Somerset. I suppose respect is due to the Surrey batting coaches. Well, not just the batting coaches, the bowling coaches as well. He's a much better bowler now than he was when he was with Somerset, but it may not be to do with the coaching at all, although he's certainly, the fact that he's shortened his run-up has certainly made him a better bowler than he was with Somerset. Much more consistently accurate and probably a bit quicker as well. And don't forget, when he was with Somerset, he scored 120 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston back in 2020, so he got runs for Somerset as well. But I think he's working harder on his batting now than perhaps in the past. And being given the opportunity with Surrey to bat higher up the order, he goes in 5 or 6 in their T20 batting lineup. But we're all pleased in Somerset that he's doing so well with his new county, and of course, magnificent 97 in the Test match for England. Just a shame he didn't get the extra 3 runs.
Yes. Lancashire 5:29 for 4.
What have we got? 16 overs remaining in the day's play, which is an hour, so at 6:15 probably we should be. That's assuming that Somerset persevere with the spin attack, and I can't imagine that they won't.
No, it's been pretty solid spin, hasn't it, before and indeed since tea.
Yeah.
There's Verdi. Balls to Jennings, who looks to reverse sweep it. There's no run. Tell you where Keaton Jennings has got his career best score. He's still going, looking to add to it here. Hit away through the offside for a single. Score moves on to 530 for 4. There's Verdi in again. Jones on strike. Again, he reverse hits it. That reverse sweep out towards the Jack Brooks, I think it is there, under the sun hat. So moves on to 531 for 4. Jennings back on strike. Another reverse sweep from Keaton Jennings, and he's through for a single. The throw towards the ball was end. I suspect he would be out had he hit, but long
yeah,
way.
that was fair enough, that from Matt Renshaw. He was just asking his captain, well, I'm not sure what he's doing. He's saying, what do you expect me to do?
It's worth a go, isn't it?
It was.
Runs him out if he hits.
I wouldn't criticise him at all for that.
5-3-2 for 4. This time Jones is on the sweep, but for no run. Well, it's tricky here, isn't it, for Somerset goodness to try and make the right decisions. You're going to get a few grumpy, tired, hot players out there that will be frustrated at one or two things. Jones goes back into his crease and works the ball out through the onside for a single.
Here's my post-match interviewee doing the fielding there. Roloff van der Merwe. He's a good talker.
5-3-3 for 4. You need one on a day like this, don't you?
You do. And you also need a positive thinker as well, which he most certainly is. Pete Trigo used to fulfil that role when Somerset had a disappointing day. But Peter Trigo now, of course, commentating regularly on Somerset live stream and acting as host at the county ground down at Taunton, and playing professional golf as well.
Yeah, of course. He almost made the Open, didn't he?
Yeah. That's going to be 4 runs away, just slightly to our right, bang, as it hits the steps of the tennis pavilion. Again, it was dragged down by Lewis Goldsworthy, not a good delivery. And Rob Jones latched onto it, takes him on to 23, 5:37 for 4. So the lead closing in on 100. And still 14 overs in the day after this one, as this is turned into the onside by Jones, and he won't get a run. Gentleman goes past us with a guitar and an amplifier, so it's obviously going to be providing some entertainment.
A bit more live music tonight.
Yeah. It's Goldsworthy in a bowls, and Jones plays the ball back up the pitch. He's quite short for us, I suppose spin bowlers. Doesn't really matter what height they are, but he's only about 5'6", Lewis Goldsworthy. Got a nice whip to his arm. That'll be a single to Jones, up to long off, Matt Renshaw. 5:38 for 4. Jones on to 24. It's all looking very easy for these Lancashire batsmen at the moment. I said to Paul Allett, you know, that the pitch is almost too good. It's too much weighted in the batsman's favour. Conditions today have been. Jennings is down the pitch, takes that on the full toss and drives it up to Renshaw, who again makes a typical Matt Renshaw meal of fielding it, going down his hands and knees and getting everything behind it. But he stopped it going into the boundary. It was just a single. 5:39 for 4. Gregory back on the field at backward point. Jones prods that to the bowler himself, picks it up, and that's another over gone, and that is the 136th over of this innings. So they're going along at just fractionally below 4 runs and over.
14 left in the day.
So what's that? Say they go 5 runs and over. 70 more runs. That'll give them a lead of, well, over 150. So they could put on another 100 tomorrow morning. Although I don't know why they would want to bat for too long.
No, well, no. Well, which goes back to the point we were saying before about even with the idea, which I don't think will happen, but the idea of declaring tonight to have a little go this evening, 6, 7, 8 overs at Somerset tonight. Give yourself the best chance to try and take 10 wickets, but we shall see. Lead is 93. And Verdi will continue. 23 overs, 1 maiden for 108. This is his 10th over of this spell. He's in a bowling to Jennings, who drives to Siddle at long off for a single. 9 for 55 in this spell. Omar Verdi.
Well, he's going at 6 in that case, isn't he? In this spell.
Yep. Jones on strike.
Ooh.
Jones off the back foot trying to force the ball away, but it was a poor delivery from Verdi. Moves in and bowls. It's flicked out through the onside for a single. Takes Jones on to 25 not out. 541 for 4. Partnership is worth 70 off 77 balls, so it's taken 45 minutes. Been good partnership. It's ticked along at a good pace. Jennings looks to reverse sweep. Plays it up in the air, actually. It loops up in the air towards backward square leg and comes back for 2. So he moves on to 272. And the score to 543 for 4. For Verdi, balls and Jennings hammers it down towards Siddle at long off. 5-4-4 for 4. Brings Jones back on strike. Little twirl of the bat from Rob Jones. Sunglasses on for Verdi. He's in and bowling. And that's dropped away to extra cover. No run, end of the over. And the lead up to 98 at 544 for 4.
And still 13 overs remaining in the day. So plenty of scope for Lancashire to add to their lead as Matt Renshaw goes off for running repairs, I expect, and Ben Green comes on as 12th man. Ben Green, who'll be in the Somerset T20 side for semi-final against Hampshire on Saturday. He's turning himself into a very effective all-round performer in 20-over cricket, big hitter. Down in the sort of lower middle order, coming in at number 8, and a more than useful containing medium pacer. So have we got Lammonby coming in?
We have, yep.
Underused. He's only bowled 7 overs, none for 24. He's been going at 3.4, which is one of the more economical rates amongst the Somerset bowlers. The most expensive has been Lewis Goldsworth, who's gone at 5.25, followed by Amar Verdi at 4.7. We've got Amar Verdi just in front of us at long leg or deep backward square leg to the left-handed Jennings, as the left-handed Lammonby is in and bowls, and Amar Verdi is in business straight away as he comes sprinting in off the boundary, picks the ball up, sends it in right-handed to Stephen Davis, and they take a single. 5:45 for 4. Keaton Jennings on to 274. Just 8 runs short of the highest score made here at the Southport and Birkdale Cricket Ground in first-class cricket. Lammonby to Jones, he's there and bowls, and Jones plays that comfortably away into the onside. They're coming back for the second run. The throw is coming in, and they get there comfortably enough, as it wasn't a particularly good throw from Lewis Goldsworthy in the deep. And Rob Jones collects another 2 runs, take him on to 27. 5:47 for 4. Ben Green with that guardsman's walk of his down to deep backward point, as he is. Walks in now as this one eludes him, and Amar Verdi will try and cut it off, but in vain, as goes into the boundary just to our left, and not Amar Verdi's fault. It was very well placed, that by Rob Jones. Takes him on to 31. 5:51 for 4. The lead is now 105. Is that an errant lead that's come off?
It's okay. I know we've got a lot of leads on the table.
Yeah, there's wires everywhere. Here's outside the off stump from Lammonby through to Stephen Davis, who's must be rather lonely for a wicketkeeper when you haven't got any slips to chat to,
Yes,
wasn't it?
yeah.
I mean, he's standing back. He's a good 20 yards back from the batsman, so he can't have a chat with the batsman. And he's got no one within, no fielder within 25 yards. Lammonby in and bowls, and this is driven up to a deepish mid-on, where Jack Brooks in his sun hat does the fielding. 5:52 for 4. 32 now to Rob Jones. Keaton Jennings looks around the field. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the deep. Jennings swings this away out to, and a poor piece of fielding out there. Well, it was hit very hard, and Peter Siddle going across to his left, put his left hand down to try and make the stop, couldn't do so, and that's gone for 4 runs. 5:56 for 4, and Jennings on to 278. 12 overs remain in a day that I'll bet the Somerset fielders will reckon can't end quickly enough.
Yeah, that was a tired piece of fielding, that, wasn't it?
It was.
And a long, hot day. 110 in front, 12 overs left.
With Renshaw coming back onto the field, so Ben Green will jog off. And Amar Verdi's going to bowl another over.
Do you want to take it?
I'll take it, yes, because I know you've got
Yeah.
to do a report. Yeah, I'll carry on commentating for listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, and indeed for Lancs TV. Verdi is bowling to Jones, who's back on his stumps and playing this up to Peter Siddle at mid-on, just for the most comfortable of singles. 5:57 for 4. The lead now 111. And my litmus test for this last session for Somerset as to whether they could keep the lead to something near 100 and 150. And it doesn't look as if they're going to be able to, as Jennings just pokes this into the onside quite deliberately, taking pace off so that they can come back for 2 runs, which they do. And fierce throw coming in from Lewis Goldsworthy, which Amar Verdi can't take cleanly, but Rob Jones comfortably home. 5:59 for 4. Jennings just 1 run short of the highest score made on this ground. Goes for the reverse sweep. It's in the air, but perfectly safe. And they will come back for the 2nd run, and that is the highest score that has been made by a batsman in first-class cricket at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. 282 to Keaton Jennings out of Lancashire's mammoth 561 for 4. Verdi in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground. I've rarely seen batting made to look so easy as it has done today. The batsmen have all the time in the world to pick their spots, to beat the field. It isn't as if they've gone mad with big hitting or anything like that, as Verdi bowls to Jones, who again just turns that into a gap on the onside and trots through for the single. 5:63 for 4, but nothing Somerset can do seems to be able to stem the flow of runs. 5:63 for 4. As Verdi bowls to Jennings, who turns this into the onside. Again, they'll think about coming back for the 2nd. They'll think about it, but that's all they'll do, because this time Goldsworthy is quickly in from the boundary to do the fielding. 5:64 for 4 at the end of the over. 283 now to Keaton Jennings. 34 to Rob Jones, and 11 overs remain in the day's play.
It also puts him into the top 10 of highest scores for Lancashire in first-class cricket. This now he's 283 not out, so he's into the top 10. The only players with higher scores in first-class cricket for Lancashire are Alvaro Peterson's 286, E. Painter 291,
Eddie, yep.
Tilsley, J. Tilsley 295,
It's John Tilsley,
Watson, Frank Watson 300, not out, Jason Gallion 312, Eddie Painter is in there again at 322, Neil Fairbrother at 366, and a man that you mentioned,
Archie McLaren,
indeed,
424.
Top of the list.
Yep. Here we. Oh, go on. It's yours, Scott. Yep.
It's Lavenby into to Jennings. That's driven up to mid-on for a single. I'm actually due another update, so you might as well carry on.
All right, I'll carry on. Yeah, that's fine. It's Lavenby from the Harrod Drive end. 565 for 4. Weary Somerset fielding side out there in the sunshine. There's just a little bit of a discussion going on between Peter Siddle, the captain, and Tom Lavenby, his bowler. Siddle polishing the ball on his cricket trousers, but judging by the look of the ball, when it almost came into our tennis pavilion, it'll take a bit of polishing. Lavenby is in and bowls, and Jones plays this up the onside of the pitch, and they're able to steal a single, as Lavenby didn't bother to get across to pick it up, and George Bartlett did his best to come across from extra cover to field to prevent the single, but failed to do so. 566 for 4. Lavenby bowls to Jennings, pick up a single down to Peter Siddle, fielding it in front of the sight screen. 567 for 4. The lead now 121. And still another 10 overs in the day after this one. Lavenby to Jones, and it's short and wide outside the off stump. No shot from Rob Jones. Content to let it fly through to Stephen Davis, who's keeping wicket in splendid isolation. The field spread, the fielders weary. The bowlers, I must say, have persevered pretty well. Lavenby in and bowls, and this is turned away out to deep backward square leg, where Lewis Goldsworthy will field it. Another run goes on the board. 568 for 4. The Somerset heads haven't gone down today, as well they might have done under such batting friendly conditions. Hard, unyielding pitch, and ditto for the outfield, as this is driven down the ground by Jennings, and a ripple of applause signals yet another century partnership. This one between Rob Jones and Keaton Jennings, who came together, seems like only half an hour ago when the last wicket fell, but they've added 100 runs. 469 when Dane Villas was bowled by Rolf van der Merwe, and it's now 569.
Yeah, third century partnership of the innings, with 186 for the first wicket, 211 for the second, between Jennings and Bohannon, and now exactly 100 for the fifth, in just an hour as well. A lead of 123.
Yeah.
See Matt Renshaw, I think, have a ball.
Oh, yep. He think he bowls off breaks from memory.
So Verdi's
spell
has come to an end. And Jennings drives a ball that's wide of off stump to begin with by Renshaw. Out through the offside for 4. And 11 overs for 68 was Verdi's spell. So 4 off the first ball sent down by Matt Renshaw. Full but wide and hit firmly to take Keaton Jennings to 291 not out. And now he pushes the ball away into the offside for another single. 292 not out for Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, I had a feeling he'd bowled before this season. He bowled 2 overs against Surrey up at the Oval without success.
Renshaw bowls and Jones eases the ball back along the ground for 1.
Yeah, Ian Shepherd always look on the bright side of life. Says he reckons we're missing Tom Abell's relentless enthusiasm. And do you think we can really ask Steve Davis to open after 150 overs in the field?
Renshaw in and bowls down the leg side taken by Davis. A fair point, that, isn't it?
It is.
Tough going for Davis to come out and bat.
And I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but we are on BBC 5 Live Sports.
I didn't. Renshaw in, bowls again, driven up towards long off for a single.
So welcome to listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra, where the score here at Southport is 576 for 4.
Renshaw bowls and it's played back down the pitch by Rob Jones, and there's no run.
Ooh, a little petulance there from Matt Renshaw. I think it was just play acting petulance as he flung the ball back to Steve Davis. But for the Somerset bowlers and fielders, this has been a day taken out of Dante's 5th circle of hell. It's been purgatory out there on this flat pitch, fast, really fast outfield, with balls having to be replaced at regular intervals because they're going soft. And superb innings from Keaton Jennings, who has, well, he's on the verge of a triple century. 293 he has to his name, which is the highest score ever made here at Trafalgar Road, eclipsing John Crawley's 281, also made against Somerset. We've got Tom Lammonby into Jennings, who pushes this into the offside and won't get a run. Yes, he will, because there was a sloppy piece of fielding and there could be an overthrow. There should have been an overthrow, really. Emma Verdi backs up. Keaton Jennings, 294 now from 404 deliveries, with 26 fours and 4 sixes. And he looks as fresh as a daisy, it has to be said, as Lammonby, medium pace left arm, is in and bowls, and that's driven up to the Somerset skipper, Peter Siddle. First time Siddle has captained Somerset, and probably hasn't worked out exactly the way he had in mind. Somerset putting 446 runs on the board in their first innings, which looked pretty good, but it's rather been put in perspective by Lancashire's 578 for 4. This is driven by Jennings, but picked up by George Bartlett. The Somerset outfielding has mostly been pretty good. The bowlers have stuck to their task. Things have just got a little bit ragged in the last half an hour. Also, we've got 8 overs remaining in the day after this. The lead is now 132 as Lammonby is in and bowls, and this is again turned into the onside. George Bartlett, who's had a lot of fielding to do, makes the stop at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Scott Reed and I have been speculating that it might just possibly be a Lancashire declaration to leave Somerset with an awkward 5 or 6 overs this evening. Well, if the declaration is going to come, it needs to come pretty quickly, because there'll be 8 overs after this one from Lammonby. This is played into the onside. There'll be 2 runs here, as Siddle has work to do. Takes Jennings on to 296, and means that I will hand over to Scott Reed in case he whacks this through the covers for 4 and brings up his triple century.
Of which they might declare.
They might.
What's the lead now? 134. Lammonby to Jennings. Just run down towards third man, down to the ice cream van. And Jennings moves on to 297 not out.
Keeps the strike as well.
Yeah, final ball of the over, that. 142 overs of this Lancashire first innings. 581 for 4.
Somerset have used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bowlers. Siddle, 21 overs, none for 79. Brooks, 23 overs, 1 for 85. Verdi, 25 overs, none for 121. Gregory, 20 overs, none for 58. Roloff van der Merwe, 38 overs, 3 for 156. Lammonby, none for 46 in 10. Goldsworthy, none for 21 in 4. And Matt Renshaw, none for 7 in 1 over. And he's just about to bowl his second.
Yeah, with Keaton Jennings on 297 not out. Renshaw bowls to Jennings. That's hit firmly back down the pitch, and he stops it low to his right, Renshaw. And then while led on his backside, he pretends to throw at the stumps at the bowler's end to try and run Rob Jones out. Bounces his way back in, Renshaw. Fizzes one in quickly to Jennings. He wants a quick single here, pushed away. And they do dart through for 1 to 298 to Keaton Jennings, and 582 for 4. Now Lancashire, a lead of 136. Brings Jones back on strike. Renshaw started and didn't like it, so goes back to his mark. Jones steps away towards the leg side, little tap of the bat, long off and long on behind the bowler. Renshaw into Jones, who's down the pitch and hammers it down towards Verdi at long on, who takes a really good catch.
Good catch.
He's had an awful lot of ground to make up.
Yeah.
Hit it firmly, Jones, and he's running to his left, Verdi at long on, and takes a really, really good catch behind the bowler. And Lancashire lose their 5th wicket, 282 for 5.
Yeah, very, very good catch by Amar Verdi, because he had to make good ground to that. He was really travelling as the ball fell from the sky towards him, and a really good grab, as they say. Nice innings from Rob Jones. Did exactly the job that his captain would have wanted from him.
Yeah, shared a partnership worth, in the end, 113 off 115 deliveries.
Yeah, he played the supporting role, 38 off 60 deliveries with 2 fours.
So George Balderson, the new batsman, would be surprised if Lancashire didn't declare when Jennings gets to 300.
That will be the acid test, won't it, when Jennings reaches his 300, as to whether they declare then.
Not going to lose the match, Lancashire, and you need to take 10 wickets to try and win it on a pitch that's only seen 15 fall across 3 days so far. But we'll see. So George Balderson, the new batsman. Of course, the batters did cross, but the new rule is that Jennings is still at the non-strikers end on 298. And a wicket for Matt Renshaw. Grateful, I'm sure, to Amar Verdi.
Top man on Twitter said, "My God, this is a game for the purists only." Pitch far too good for the bowlers available to both teams.
582 for 5. Renshaw in and bowling. That's played back along the ground and gathered by Renshaw, and there's no run. He's in quite lengthy conversation with Keaton Jennings. He's chirpy, isn't he, Matt Renshaw?
Oh, he never shuts up.
He's not shy. Balderson off the back foot, tries to flick it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's his first wicket of the season for Somerset in his fifth over for them. 2 overs up at the Oval, and this is his third.
Into Balderson, who's playing forward and beaten. And Renshaw says, oh, how have you not edged that one behind?
Yeah.
He is all the drama, isn't he? End of the over, 582 for 5. Lancashire lead by 136 with 7 overs remaining today.
Another train with that. There's rather imaginative designs on it, going from heading towards Southport. Just come out of Birkdale Station, up the line, and that's nice. Amar Verdi getting a round of applause from the spectators as he walks to his fielding position. Well deserved. It was a fine catch, especially after a long hot day in the field.
Well, they're making Jennings wait here, aren't they? They're having a big conversation. Peter Siddle and Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, you take up commentary.
Van der Merwe having his say as well. So a little mini conference before Lammonby runs in. Jennings looks pretty chilled out, leaning on his bat, waiting for the bowler and the fielders to get themselves ready. He's 298 not out. This already is his career best score. And Lammonby comes in and bowls to Jennings, who heaves the ball away through the onside, but only for a single. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, it took a horrible bounce on this firm, hard outfield. And Jennings, for a second, thought there was a chance to come back for 2. Just the 1 takes him to 299 not out. 583 for 5.
And that wicket in Renshaw's last over was his first wicket for Somerset. Played for them back in 2018 as well as this season. And he has Amar Verdi to thank for it. Fine piece of fielding. We've got Lammonby from the Harrod drive end. He's in bowls to Balderson, who turns that round the corner. And Verdi is in quickly to do the fielding, deters them from taking the second run. Score moves on to 584, and Keaton Jennings is on strike on 299.
299 from 411 deliveries, 26 fours and 4 sixes. He had a real flurry in the afternoon session. He did come out and smoke it around, and Lancashire got themselves to 400 to secure the 5th batting bonus point. And he's still going, and he's been made to wait again. Field creeping up. Third man comes in, square leg comes in, mid-wicket comes in. Here is Lammonby in and balls to Jennings. That's hit through the offside. There is no run. On the bounce to cover. Yeah, there are not many options on that offside for Jennings. Short third, backward point, short cover, mid-off. Not many gaps to try and work the ball into. Lammonby to Jennings. He goes to the leg side but can't get it past the infield as well. A stop at short leg, square leg rather, and there's no run. 584 for 5.
Good sharp fielding from Roland van der Merwe there. Yep. Keeping the pressure on Jennings.
Just takes himself for a little walk towards square leg. Settles back into his crease. Waits for Lammonby. He's in and bowling. He wants a single. It could be tight. He pushes into the onside. They get through for 1. And it's 300 for Keaton Jennings. Already a career best score, and now he reaches for the first time in his career 300 not out from 414 deliveries, and becomes the first Lancashire batsman to reach a score of 300 since Jason Gallion in 1996. It's a fabulous moment for Keaton Jennings, who takes it all in with a big smile on his face in front of a terrific crowd at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club. And it's a memorable moment for Jennings. Unbeaten on 300, and Lancashire are 585 for 5.
Yeah, very fine innings. As Lammonby bowls, and that's played into the offside, and we're not going to... It was nice to see Tom Lammonby just shaking Keaton Jennings' hand there to congratulate him on that 300. We're not going to get a declaration, though.
Nope.
And Andy Cleve on Twitter says, why haven't Lancashire declared and put us in tonight? Pitch may be flat, but Somerset batting frailties remain, and only one team can win from here. Well, I rather agree with you. I mean, I can understand them, I suppose, waiting for Keaton Jennings to reach his 100. But anyway, here's Renshaw. He's all yours, Scott.
Is he? Oh, thank you. Oh, what a lovely gift for me. He's cut out into the offside by Keaton Jennings.
Renshaw's just congratulated Jennings as well, and Jennings gave him a pat on the bottom with his bat in acknowledgement. It's been played at a very, very good spirit, this game, I must say.
Lead is 140, 586 for 5. Balderson comes down the pitch. Oh, it's chipped up to mid-off, and he's out. And
another good catch by Anna Verdi as well.
It's a good take by Verdi. Lancashire lose their 6th wicket, 586 for 6. And Balderson, the man out for 1. Was a good catch by Verdi and a 2nd wicket for Renshaw.
Yeah, diving forward. And Keaton Jennings being congratulated by the Lancashire 12th man. And slightly crestfallen, George Balderson makes his way back to the pavilion.
Right, I'm going to shake up.
Luke Wood is the new batsman. I guess, Scott, the fact that Lancashire haven't declared suggests that they think they're going to have to work very, very hard to take 10 Somerset wickets on this pitch. I mean, it's a slightly sort of a negative move, isn't it? Or
not declaring.
Not declaring, and suggests they take a slightly negative view of their prospects.
Yes.
Either that, or the complete opposite. They think they can bowl Somerset out in two sessions with no problem at all. But I think that I find that quite hard to believe, the way this has gone today. I've seen no obvious signs of turn, just a little bit of turn from time to time out of the bowler's footmarks, but that's been about it. 2 wickets to Renshaw.
Yes, it will be extra chirpy now. In and bowls to Wood. It's pushed out into the onside for a single.
I expect his teammates will never hear the end of it.
Poor Amar Verdi. He's been twirling away for 25 overs for 121. This lad comes on and picks up a couple straight away.
Keaton Jennings taking fresh guard.
Yes.
That's ominous for Somerset.
Renshaw 2. Jennings clips the ball through the onside. He wants to come back for 2, but just a single there.
Perhaps he's got Archie McLaren's 424 in his sights.
Heard you mention it on day 1.
Yeah.
302 not out. 588 for 6. Luke Wood waits for Renshaw, who doesn't release the ball.
That's because
is he?
Luke Wood was backing up.
Renshaw bowls. Wood comes down the pitch.
Jennings was backing up. Yeah, I was just going to say, this is the 2nd triple century I've seen and commentated on. The first one rather more spectacular, when Vivian Richards scored 322 against Warwickshire in 1985.
Well, Wood flicks it to mid-on. There's no run.
He reached his 3. He came in at about 11:30 on a Saturday morning, and by tea time he got 300.
Slightly more swashbuckling, was it?
Yeah, it was. A completely dominant innings. Richards is his absolute magnificent best. And of course he got 189 here.
He did, yep.
Out of 305.
In the game against Somerset.
Yep. Ben Green, 12th man, just going off. Somebody must have come back on again. Not sure who it was.
Didn't. We've got like 5 overs.
What, talking about the ball again? What is it?
I think he's pretty soft.
Well, what have we had with it? 65 overs, haven't we? 588 for 6. So the lead is 142 at the moment. And I'm guessing that Lancashire will bat on in the morning now. I don't see much point in Van der Merwe coming in, glutton for punishment. Well, he has picked up 3 wickets, and he is going to be my post-match interviewee. He's bowling to Keaton Jennings. Jennings is in a rather loose shot. His bottom hand comes off the bat as that rolls up to Lewis Gregory in front of the sight screen. They take a single. 589, I think it will be. Moves on to 303.
Mentioned it seemed like just 5 minutes ago, Keaton Jennings moving into the top 10 all-time scorers for Lancashire. He's now into the top 5.
Yeah. With power to add, if they're going to bat on in the morning. And licence to score quickly as well. Here's Van der Merwe, slow left arm, in and bowls, and Luke Wood plays the square of the wicket. It's shy at the stumps. If he hits, he's gone. He missed, and he stays. And it's going to go for just the one overthrow. Good work from George Bartlett, who spotted that. If Renshaw with the throw had hit the stumps, then Luke Wood would have, Keaton Jennings rather, would have gone. No, it would have been Luke Wood, because of course they'd taken another run from the overthrow. Wood this time plays it to Lammonby at extra cover. .591 then for 6. Wood is on 3. Van der Merwe bowls, and he's bowled. Middle stump out of the ground again. Luke Wood coming dancing down the pitch in search of quick runs, and he missed the ball. It was fired in by Roelof van der Merwe, which is the way he bowls, and rather as with Dane Villas. Villas lost his off stump, but Wood has lost his middle stump, and that is 591 for 6. And Wood has gone for, how many did he make?
3.
3.
Yeah, 591 for 7.
7, is it? Yeah. There you are, on the PA. And that's certainly Roelof van der Merwe's best figures for Somerset so far this season. Not sure what his best figures for Somerset are all told, but I'll have a look. So, Tom Bailey, who's a more than useful performer with the... he almost qualifies as all-rounder, Tom Bailey.
Yeah, he's got a very solid first-class record. I think he's got 8 or 9 half-centuries in first-class cricket. Decent bat.
And he's facing Roelof van der Merwe. And His best figures for Somerset, 4 for 22. So he's got 4 wickets, but they've cost him a lot more than 22. That's played into the offside, and there won't be a run. Van der Merwe to Bailey. He's there and bowls. Bailey swings down the ground for 4 runs. Lancashire may not be declaring this evening, but their batting is certainly in declaration mode. That was a big swing from Tom Bailey, who's only just come to the crease.
I suppose it would leave a bit of uncertainty, wouldn't it, overnight for the Somerset batsmen? Are they going to come back out in the morning and bat on, or we're going to have to bat straight away? Maybe that little bit of an element to it.
I suppose so, yeah. Rolf van der Merwe, 4 for 163, his figures now. He's had to work hard for his wickets.
Here's Renshaw. And balls, and Keaton Jennings reverse sweeps. Gets through for another single. 304. Not out. No wonder he's got a smile on his face, Keaton Jennings. He's had an afternoon to remember. 596 for 7. And Jennings has scored 304 of them. A lead of 150 runs. Swing and a miss from Bailey. Should have launched the ball over the tennis pavilion, I think. He's had a score of 238 this season, Jennings. Now a score of 304. He's averaging, pushing up to 80 as an opening batsman. He's doing all he can to try and... Bailey looks to reverse sweep, and he's gone LBW. Actually, it's a 3rd wicket for Renshaw. Bailey goes LBW for 4. And Lancashire lose their 8th wicket, 596 for 8. Jubilant scenes from Matt Renshaw. Tired-looking scenes, rather. But trapped him in front. Umpire says out. Renshaw celebrates a 3rd wicket. So yeah, Jennings is doing all he can, isn't he, to push the England coach and captain. He's in form, scoring.
The trouble is, he doesn't really fit the new mould for an England opening batsman, does he?
Perhaps not. No.
Although he can play the attacking game, can't he? He's played some lovely shots in the course of his triple century. Handsome drives down the ground, straight drives, a magnificent straight 6 out of the ground into one of the neighbouring gardens.
Will Williams, the new batsman for Lancashire. 596 for 8. Just Jack Morley to come. All sorts of records tumbling today, with runs being piled on. Williams gets a single straight away, punching to mid-off. .597 for 8. Lead of 151.
These are Matt Renshaw's best bowling figures in first-class cricket.
Round arm-looking delivery from Renshaw, and Jennings drives to Verdi for a single.
His previous best, 2 for 26.
He's your man tonight, isn't he? Best bowling figures.
No, I'm going to do Rolf van der Merwe. Poor chap has had far more work to do than Matt Renshaw.
Who's in and bowls, and Williams with a step down the pitch and heaves it back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce and 4 for Williams. And Lancashire now up to and beyond 600. 602 for 8. And that's the end of Renshaw's over. He'll be distraught that his figures are being ruined. by Williams coming down the pitch to him. I think we've got 3 left tonight.
3 for 18 he has, Matt Renshaw. So pretty good figures. And he's got Amar Verdi to thank for 2 of those wickets, 2 very fine catches in the deep. So 3 overs remaining. Keaton Jennings on 305. Roelof van der Merwe is going to bowl his 40th over of the innings. I can't imagine he's ever bowled more overs for Somerset in an innings. I'll ask him at close of play. He's in and bowls. Jennings is down the pitch, and that has gone for 4 runs away between long off and deep extra cover. Takes him on to 309. 606 for 8. Lancashire. It's been a rather unequal battle, this, between bat and ball today. Somerset have stuck to their task well. Van der Merwe is in and bowls. Reverse sweep is going to be cut off down on the deep third-man boundary by Lewis Goldsworthy. And they take a single, and Jennings moves on to 310. Who's the next Lancashire triple centurion in line for Jennings to overtake?
So he's gone past Watson, who was 300 not out in a game in 1928 against Surrey. Next on the list is Jason Gallion, who made 312.
Right. He's only 2 runs short of that. Van der Merwe is in and bowls to Williams, and that's well fielded off his own bowling by Roelof van der Merwe, and Keaton Jennings had to quickly regain his ground after backing up, thinking there might be a single there. Roelof van der Merwe had other ideas, sprawling across to his right to make the stop. He's in now and bowls, and this is driven down the ground for a single. Lewis Gregory picking that up at long on. 608 for 8. Jennings on strike. He's on 310. Don't think he's going to hold back with this next delivery. Van der Merwe's in and bowls, and in fact he comes down the pitch. Van der Merwe sees him coming and drops it in short, and Jennings looking for 2, but it's not there as George Bartlett is quickly onto it. So it's just a single. 610 for 8. The lead is 164. Sorry, 100. Yes, 164. This is dug out by Williams. Good ball from Roelof van der Merwe. Oh, it's 609. It is not 610. So the lead is only 163. End of that over. 2 overs remain in the day's play. Roelof van der Merwe has 40 overs, 4 for 170, a marathon effort.
Yeah, Keaton Jennings becoming now one of 6 Lancashire batsmen to score 300 in a first-class match. So joins Watson, who made 300 in 1928, Gallion, who made 312 in 1996, Painter making 322 in 1937. Fairbrothers 366 as Renshaw bowls, and that's hit away through the offside for 2 for Keaton Jennings. Fairbrother making 366 in 1990, and McLaren making 424 in 1895. And he's into the... in fact, he's gone past Gallion now as Keaton Jennings. Which is the 4th best score by a Lancashire player, this. Jennings down the pitch. Hits the ball away through the offside. And gets through for a single. 612 for 8. 314 to Keaton Jennings. Yes, just 3 players now have got a higher score than this for Lancashire. Here's Williams, clubs it back over Renshaw's head. And that's gone for 6. Long off and a long on behind the bowler. Just a half step forward and absolutely heaved it for 6.
Good clean strike as well, wasn't it? Handsome shot.
And down on one knee and hauling out to the offside. Williams is put down by the man coming up from long off.
Greg Goldsworthy.
It's a very, very sharp chance.
Yeah. Disappointed though. It's similar to the one that Amar Verdi did caught, slightly further from the bat.
Renshaw bowls and Williams swings, misses.
Very curious round arm style of off-break bowling.
He seems to have. He wasn't bowling like this at the start.
No.
He just seems to have moved into this kind of round arm action. Williams drives away to the offside for no run. That's the end of Renshaw for the day. We have just the 1 over remaining. 620 for 8. Lancashire lead of 174. Keaton Jennings 314 not out. And Will Williams 14 not out. And if he carries his bat, Keaton Jennings, it will be the highest innings by a Lancashire batsman to achieve this.
So how many runs we've had? 456 in the day. So haven't we? There were 164 for naught overnight. So yeah, 456 runs in the day so far. 1 over remains. Roelof van der Merwe is bowling to Keaton Jennings. Jennings plays a imaginative shot. That's the shot that Roelof van der Merwe plays, where he goes down on his back and flips the ball over where first slip would have been. That's gone for 4. It's in the air for quite a long time. And Jennings goes on to score goes on to 624. Jennings on to 318. Van der Merwe bowls. Jennings is down the pitch, driving down the ground. There's a fielder underneath it and takes the catch. And that is the end of Keaton Jennings. Caught on the boundary by the Somerset skipper, Peter Siddle, off the bowling of Roelof van der Merwe. But let's just listen to the applause for Keaton Jennings as he marches off. The crowd standing to applaud him. 318. He has made an absolutely magnificent innings for Keaton Jennings. .318, lifts his bat, takes off his helmet, and all around the ground, the vast, vast majority of the crowd are standing to applaud. A terrific innings. And a record-breaking innings as well.
Indeed, yeah, fabulous from Keaton Jennings. Of course, that is the close of play as well. And Jennings hauling out in the end for 318, but that score is the 4th best by a Lancashire batsman. Only 3 more players in the history of Lancashire have a better score in first-class cricket than Keaton Jennings, 318. So a historic day for him. He's into the history books. Keaton Jennings, a day he will not, I'm sure, not forget. He's having a terrific season, and that has been emphatically on display throughout the course of today. 264 for 9, Lancashire. Whether they declare overnight or come out to bat, we'll find out in the morning. The lead is 178. And the whole thing dominated by Keaton Jennings.
And Roelof van der Merwe being applauded off the ground as well. Finishes with figures of 5 for 174 in 40.2 overs. My goodness me, hasn't he had to work hard for those 5 wickets?
Yes, he has, yeah. So that's how the batting card looks for Lancashire. Those top 3, Wells 109, Jennings 318, Bohannon 91. That's just the 2nd time in Lancashire's history that the top 3 have scored at least 90. But it's all set up by that power at the top. And then 38 from Rob Jones was a good contribution. Williams is 14 not out. Whether we see him come out to bat tomorrow remains to be seen. Somerset's bowling figures, as Anthony mentioned, Van der Merwe, 40.2 overs, a real marathon spell. 5 wickets in the end for his reward, 5 for 174. 1 wicket for Jack Brooks, the first to fall today, and 3 for Matt Renshaw, 3 for 29 from 5 overs. On a tough day with the ball and in the field for Somerset. And your match summary: Somerset 446 all out. Lancashire in reply 624 for 9. It's a lead of 178 runs. Will they bat on, or will they declare overnight? We will find out in due course. But
I think, Scott, the word you used to describe Somerset's experience in the field today earlier on was torrid, and I think that's just about right. It's been a torrid day for Somerset's bowlers and fielders against some magnificent batting from Keaton Jennings on a pretty flat pitch with a very fast outfield under a blazing sun. They will enjoy a rest this evening, maybe a couple of beers, and rest their weary limbs before taking on what could be a big challenge tomorrow, to basically to bat through the day to save this game and secure a draw.
Indeed, we will be back tomorrow morning for coverage on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Lancashire lead by 178 at the close of play on day 3. From Anthony and from myself, enjoy the rest of your evening.
We can just